Chapter 109. 1 second, remember, literature building, providing you with interesting novels to read. The Array Manipulator Guild had a special status in Fongjin City and was highly revered. Every day, most of the people who passed by the guild would stop and look at the signboard at the top of the guild with reverence in their eyes before leaving. Summer gradually passed, and today the weather was much warmer. Lin Tian wore a white robe, and when he arrived at the Array Manipulator Guild, he immediately attracted many respectful gazes. It's him, the genius array manipulator from before, the general's deputy commander. Many people stared at Lin Tian, whispering, their eyes full of shock. Mr. Lin. Mi Fei greeted him, her face full of respect, and there was even a strange light in her eyes. Lin Tian's news had spread throughout Fongjin City, and Mi Fei naturally knew about it. Now, Lin Tian was only 16 years old, but he already had such achievements. As a girl, of course, Mi Fei worshipped Lin Tian and had some feelings for him. Lin Tian smiled and said, "I'm here to pick up some guild missions." Mi Fei nodded. "Do you want to see Elder Gu?" Lin Tian thought and smiled. "No need, I'm a bit busy right now. And at this time, Elder Gu should be studying runes, so I won't disturb you. We'll talk about it when I turn in the missions." As he spoke, Lin Tian looked at the guild's mission board and chose 4 missions in a row. The general goal was to find the soul tooth grass, obtain the blood essence of the level 4 red-tailed tiger, obtain the blood essence of the level 4 spirit armor bull, and obtain the claws and fur of the level 4 stone fairy fox. These missions together would give about 200 guild points. After a while, Mi Fei finished recording. "Then I'll be going. Lin Tian on Dao." Mi Fei nodded, bowed, and said, "Please be careful with your missions." Literature building. Lin Tian smiled and walked out. In the guild, after seeing the missions Lin Tian chose, some people couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Most of them are level 4 beasts. Scary. He's so strong at such a young age. What will happen when he grows up? Many people's eyes were full of shock. When they arrived at the dark forest, there was still a dense crowd at the edge of the forest. It was currently afternoon. Although the sun was still hanging in the sky, it was not as hot as before. Instead, it was warm and comfortable when it shone on people's bodies. The soul tooth grass is about 500 feet away from the edge. Lin Tian muttered to himself and shot straight into the dark forest. This was his 3rd time in the Forest of Darkness. Therefore, he was more or less familiar with the layout of the Forest of Darkness. Relying on his previous intuition, Lin Tian soon arrived at a place where the trees were sparse. This place was mainly filled with shrubs, and at the roots of the shrubs were some inch-tall, dark red stalks of grass. Lin Tianwei smiled. He had found the soul tooth grass. Walking over, Lin Tian took out a small pouch and picked dozens of soul tooth grasses in a row. Only then did he stop and put the pouch into the stone ring. This soul tooth grass could be used for simple hemostasis, and it could also be used as a material for array manipulators to create certain array patternings. Of course, its effects were very ordinary. After putting away the soul tooth grass, Lin Tian stood up and looked into the depths of the dark forest. Red-tailed tiger, spiritual armor bull, stone fairy raccoon. Lin Tian muttered to himself. As he muttered to himself, he had already shot out. In the blink of an eye, he was already several feet away. Literature building. On one hand, he came to the dark forest to earn points to exchange for the gale pattern on the moondrop seed. On the other hand, Lin Tian had almost mastered the meteorite fist. He wanted to come to the dark forest to gain experience and test the power of the meteorite fist. He wanted to truly apply this fist technique in actual combat. At the same time, actual combat was the best way to increase one's combat power. Therefore, when he was in the Array Manipulators Guild, he mostly chose missions that required him to kill demonic beasts to obtain blood essence. Stepping on old trees, Lin Tian leaped through the forest like an agile monkey. Not long after, a blood-colored tiger demon appeared before him. The tiger demon had a mouth full of sharp teeth, but its tail was bald. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were some tiny barbs growing out of its bald, red tail. The tail of a fourth-grade demonic beast, red-tailed tiger, is the most dangerous part. Lin Tian thought to himself. This was what he learned from the introduction of the demonic beasts in the dark forest that Mi Fei gave him. After thinking for a moment, he had already rushed out. In a flash, he arrived in front of the red-tailed tiger and punched it. Seeing that someone was attacking it, the red-tailed tiger roared and rushed towards Lin Tian. With a bang, Lin Tian's fist landed on the red-tailed tiger, and the latter was immediately sent flying. However, in the process of flying, the red-tailed tiger's tail whipped out. Dense barbs suddenly appeared on its bald tail. They were frighteningly sharp and shone with a cold light under the sun. Lin Tian's right hand moved, and the sword of Guiyuan came out. He directly chopped down. With a puff, the red-tailed tiger's tail was chopped off and blood spurted out. The red-tailed tiger was in pain. It stared at Lin Tian with resentment, and the murderous light in its eyes suddenly became 10 times stronger. Lin Tian smiled, put away his sword, and jumped over again. Meteorite shattering fist. With a low shout, Lin Tian slowly waved his fist and smashed it on the red-tailed tiger's head. The red-tailed tiger screamed and suddenly fell down, blood gushing out of its mouth. Literature building. When Lin Tian walked over, the red-tailed tiger was already dead. On the surface, the red-tailed tiger didn't have any scars, but when Lin Tian cut its head with a dagger, most of the inside was destroyed by the internal strength of the meteorite shattering fist. The power is really good. Lin Tian thought to himself. After cutting open the red-tailed tiger's head and taking a small bottle of blood essence and its beast core, Lin Tian turned and left. Next, he was going to hunt the spirit armor cattle. The spirit armor cattle was also a level 4 demonic beast. It was about 2,000 feet away from the dark forest. Moreover, this kind of demonic beast, like the blood wolf, liked to live in groups and was very dangerous. Lin Tian was extremely fast. Soon, he could already see the figure of the spirit armor cattle. Found it. Lin Tian smiled to himself. At this moment, the earth trembled violently. Not far away, 2 waves of violent demonic chi spread out, causing many demonic beasts in the area to tremble in fear. The herd of spirit armor bulls in front of them fled into the distance with a whoosh. Lin Tianwei was slightly annoyed, but he was also a little surprised. This demonic aura is so strong. While muttering to himself, Lin Tian jumped onto the top of an old tree and looked into the distance. Dozens of feet away, 2 powerful demonic beasts were fighting. Every simple movement would break many old trees. It was very terrifying. Red-eyed centipede and 9-flame demonic leopard. Lin Tian sucked in a cold breath. The red-eyed centipede and 9-flame demonic leopard were both level 5 peak demonic beasts, comparable to experts in the 5th layer of the divine range. Rumble. In front of them, the red-eyed centipede moved its 100 legs at the same time. The centipede's legs, which were as dense as iron armor, pierced into the body of the demonic leopard. Lin Tianyi felt his scalp tingle. Of course, the 9-flame demonic leopard wasn't weak either. It opened its mouth and spat out a flame, burning the red-eyed centipede and causing it to scream. Lin Tian gasped. These 2 demonic beasts were indeed terrifying. He didn't seem to be a match for them now. The 2 of them were fighting dozens of feet away. Blood splattered, and old trees collapsed. Soon, half an hour passed. At this moment, the red-eyed centipede suddenly let out a strange cry. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of green liquid, splashing it on the head of the 9-flame demonic leopard. Roar! The 9-flame demonic leopard screamed. White smoke rose from its head, and its eyes turned white. Lin Tian was shocked. This liquid was poisonous. There was no doubt about the outcome. The 9-flame demonic leopard that had lost its eyes was no longer a match for the red-eyed centipede. It was quickly killed by the 9-flame demonic leopard. Its beast core was snatched and swallowed by the red-eyed centipede. After that, the red-eyed centipede crouched and crawled away slowly. It was obvious that the red-eyed centipede was also severely injured. In the distance, Lin Tian clicked his tongue and said, "It's really different when it has more legs. It's really powerful." Lin Tian paused for a moment, and then a wisp of bright light flashed through his eyes, while a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. The beast core of a peak level 5 demonic beast. He couldn't let it go. With a whoosh, he rushed out and caught up with the red-eyed centipede in the blink of an eye. He landed in front of the red-eyed centipede. Seeing someone blocking its way, the red-eyed centipede let out a fierce roar. Its 8 blood-red demonic eyes stared straight at Lin Tian, emitting waves of cold and murderous aura. If you were in your prime, I might be afraid. But now it's different. Lin Tianling smiled. He spread out the yin-yang puppet and rushed over like lightning, smashing the meteorite fist. Bang! 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 Lin Tian kept throwing the meteorite fist. Finally, after the 6th punch, the red-eyed centipede stopped moving completely. Stopping his movements, Lin Tian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. It's worthy of being called a peak level 5 demonic beast. Even with such injuries, it still took me 15 minutes. After saying that, Lin Tian took out a dagger and cut open the red-eyed centipede's demonic body. He took out 2 beast cores. One was the red-eyed centipede's, and the other was the 9-flame demonic leopard's. The red-eyed centipede swallowed them and didn't have time to digest them. Staring at the 2 beast cores, Lin Tian clearly felt the vast spiritual power contained in them. He couldn't help but feel excited. This was really a surprise. After refining these 2 beast cores, I will definitely enter the 2nd level of the Holy Range. Without any hesitation, Lin Tian found a hidden place and held the 2 level 5 beast cores in his right hand. With a thought, the sword tattoo in his right hand lit up. After that, the vast spiritual power in the 2 beast cores gushed into Lin Tian's body like a flood. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian operated the 4 extremes meridians and used his genuine core strength to guide the vast spiritual power into each of his meridians. Then he connected these meridians to each of his meridians. The process was a little painful, but it wasn't the first time Lin Tian had experienced such pain. Naturally, he didn't care too much about it. He didn't even groan. Buzz! A faint blood glow intertwined outside of Lin Tian's body. His aura was rising steadily. In this way, an hour passed quickly. In this hour, Lin Tian connected all the meridians and acupoints from his head to his right hand. The 2nd Holy Range was completed. Boom! Chapter 110. Remember the literature building in 1 second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The true essence in his body surged like the yellow river, boiling for dozens of breaths. After dozens of breaths, the majestic energy gradually subsided. The 2 level 5 beast cores in Lin Tian's hand dimmed completely, turning into 2 useless rocks. At this moment, Lin Tian finally opened his eyes. 2nd level of the divine range. Lin Tian muttered, and a glint flashed across his eyes. Clenching his fists, Lin Tian felt that he had become stronger. The divine range in his arms was completely condensed, and his arms were as hard as diamond. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Tian casually threw away the discarded beast cores in his hand. Originally, he was going to hunt the spiritual armor cows, but he didn't expect to see 2 level 5 peak demonic beasts fighting to the death. Then he got a great bargain and took their beast cores. This made Lin Tian feel that his luck was not bad. I wonder if there are any more spiritual armor cows in that area. After so long, some of them should have returned. Lin Tian Ondao. As he muttered to himself, he had already shot out. The habitat of the spiritual armor cows was not too far from here. Soon Lin Tian arrived. After a few big circles, he really found 3 spiritual armor cows. Lin Tian's lips curled up slightly, and he took a step forward. A fierce battle began. Lin Tian fought 3 level 4 demonic beasts at the same time with his own strength. He didn't use any movement techniques or sword arts, and only used the meteorite fist to kill them. This process lasted for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the 3 spiritual armor cows all fell to the ground. There were no wounds on their bodies, but their internal organs were completely shattered. My battle strength has increased a lot, and I can use the meteorite fist more smoothly. Lin Tian clenched his fists. After his cultivation reached the 2nd sky of the divine range, his strength had increased a lot in all aspects. Taking out his dagger, Lin Tian took out the beast cores of the 3 spiritual armor cows, filled them with essence blood, and then turned to leave. About an hour later, he found a stone fairy raccoon in a certain area and immediately rushed over. The stone immortal raccoon's body was quite large, but its movements were extremely nimble, just like an intelligent monkey. Every time it raised its 3 tails, it would bring about a sharp blade of light, which was very terrifying. However, this was nothing to Lin Tian. Bang! After tens of breaths of time, Lin Tian's fist smashed onto the back of the stone fairy raccoon, causing it to let out a miserable cry and instantly fall to the ground, unable to get up. Lin Tian looked at the stone fairy raccoon on the ground, then looked at his fist and smiled. He was quite satisfied with the power of this shattering meteorite fist. It attacked from the outside and injured the inside. This kind of invisible and colorless internal attack was a big highlight. After taking the stone fairy raccoon's claw, fur, and beast core, Lin Tian turned and left. Next, Lin Tian walked out of the dark forest. During this process, he fought with the demonic beasts along the way as he walked, using this as a way to temper himself. Bang! 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 The sound of fists hitting flesh could be heard from time to time, accompanied by the miserable cries of the demonic beasts. Not long after, Lin Tian walked out of the dark forest and headed towards Fengjian City. Lin Tian had completed the 4 missions he received, and he had also trained himself a little. It was time for him to go back and submit the missions. After completing this mission, he still had to accept new missions. After all, the amount of guild points needed to exchange for the Moondropper Seed was too high. He had to accumulate at least 1,000 guild points. 2 hours later, Lin Tian arrived at Fengjian City from the dark forest. Under the respectful gazes of the soldiers guarding the city gate, he slowly walked into the city. After his cultivation reached the Divine Pulse Realm, his speed was much faster. In the past, it would take him a few hours to reach Fengjian City from the dark forest. Now it didn't take him so long. Once he entered the city, there were noises coming from all directions. Almost all of them were the cries of the merchants. The sky is about to turn dark. I'll continue the mission tomorrow, Lin Tian muttered to himself. With steady steps, Lin Tian walked towards the Array Controller Guild. Right at this time, Lin Tian suddenly paused. He felt a powerful aura land on him, mixed with clear hostility. Without stopping, Lin Tianyi continued walking towards the Array Controller Guild. At the same time, he followed the aura and saw a pair of cold eyes staring at him from a tall building nearby. Humph! Lin Tian snorted coldly in his heart. He could roughly guess what was going on. Not paying much attention, Lin Tian continued walking towards the Array Controller Guild. Arriving at the Array Controller Guild, Lin Tian handed over the Soul Tooth Grass, Red-tailed Tiger Blood Essence, Spirit Armor Ox Blood Essence, and Stone Fairy Raccoon Fur to Mi-Fei. Mister, your speed is really fast. Mi-Fei was a little surprised. Of the 4 missions, apart from the Soul Tooth Grass, which was relatively easy, the other 3 were very difficult. After all, they were all targeting class 4 demonic beasts. However, Lin Tian had completed such a difficult mission in a single day. Not bad, Lin Tian said with a smile. Mi Fei smiled sweetly. She quickly sorted out the 4 missions and said, "It's a total of 200 points. Do you want to exchange them directly or save them first?" "I'll save them first." Lin Tian smiled. He took a pen and paper from the side and wrote down a long list of materials. He handed it to Mi Fei and said, "These things, can I trouble you to help me pick them out?" "Of course, no problem," Mi Fei hurriedly said. She took the list of materials from Lin Tian's hand and quickly ran to the side. Not long after, Mi Fei came back with a big bag of materials. "Everything you want is here, and thanks a lot," Lin Tian said with a smile. After saying that, Lin Tian's right hand moved lightly. Suddenly, the materials were put away. Mi Fei's face was shocked. She stared at Lin Tian with some surprise. How could a bag of things suddenly disappear? "There's a small space in here," Lin Tian said with a smile. He raised his right hand and showed Mi Fei the stone ring on his middle finger. "How magical!" Mi Fei blinked her eyes. Mi Fei was only a little maid. She naturally had never come into contact with treasures like the stone ring. Lin Tian put away the materials and said goodbye to Mi Fei. "Take care," Mi Fei said respectfully and personally sent Lin Tian to the door. Mi Fei was very polite and respectful to anyone who entered the Array Manipulator Association. This was a kind of attitude. However, her attitude towards Lin Tian was a little different. Mi Fei had a heartfelt respect for Lin Tian. This respect did not come from Lin Tian's identity as an array manipulator, but from Lin Tian's peaceful attitude towards others. Walking out of the Array Manipulator Association, Lin Tian quickly returned to the Marshall house. At this time, the sky was already dark. Lin Tian swallowed a fasting pill and went to the top pavilion. He took out the materials in the stone ring and started to inscribe spirit gathering patterns. Having just reached the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm, Lin Tian wanted to stabilize his realm. The night passed quickly. The next day, Lin Tian left the top pavilion early in the morning and went to the Array Manipulator Association again. After accepting a few missions, he walked towards the dark forest. The moon drop cost a lot of guild points. He had to go to the dark forest at least 5 or 6 times. Moreover, he could take the opportunity to train in the dark forest. Not long after leaving the association, Lin Tian walked towards the city gate. Once again, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. The location of the eyes was exactly the same as yesterday. Lin Tian snorted coldly in his heart, but he did not stop and walked out of the city gate. About 2 hours later, Lin Tian arrived at the dark forest. Based on his familiarity with the dark forest, he quickly found the target of his first mission. The first mission was to hunt for the brain of the Class 4 demonic beast, Green Sky Condor. After Lin Tian fought with the Green Sky Condor, he finished the battle in about half an hour. After keeping the Green Sky Condor's brain and beast core, he left immediately. After that, the missions were all completed quickly. Time to go back. After muttering to himself, Lin Tian shot out of the dark forest and walked towards Fengjian City. In the next few days, Lin Tian traveled back and forth between the dark forest and Fengjian City, completing one mission after another. During this process, every time he left and returned to Fengjian City, he would always feel a pair of cold eyes staring at him from the city gate. It was as if they were monitoring his every move. Lin Tian did not care about this from beginning to end. It was as if he did not notice these hostile eyes. The night sky was dark, and stars were revolving around it. In the Nine-Yang Marshall House, Lin Tian sat in the top pavilion. The 5 fingers of his right hand moved together, and strange patterns fell down and landed on the initiation scroll. These patterns were different from the array patterns that he had drawn before. Although they were formed by 5 basic patterns, they were shockingly long. They continued to extend and did not close together. It was as if there were 5 chains. Soon, Lin Tian stopped what he was doing. After the initial scroll was completely unfurled, it was around 30 feet long. And on this 30 feet long scroll, Lin Tian had drawn a long black pattern. At each end of the black pattern was a circular square array, as if he wanted to place some sort of object inside. Third rank silent lock pattern. What will the effect be after linking it with the martial fusion pattern? Lin Tian muttered. In the slightly dim top pavilion, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Time passed quickly. Gradually, a wisp of the morning sun appeared on the horizon. In the top pavilion, Lin Tian stretched his arms and tilted his head to the side. There were dozens of completed martial fusion pattern scrolls and dozens of silent lock pattern scrolls. With a wave of his right hand, he put all these scrolls into the stone ring. I've prepared for so long. Don't let me down. Lin Tianling smiled. After leaving a small note for Lin Shi, Lin Tian walked out of the martial house and quickly arrived at the Array Manipulator Guild. After accepting a few guild missions, he once again walked towards the dark forest. As usual, when he passed by the city gate, he once again felt that cold gaze. This time, the coldness in the gaze was even more intense. In response, Lin Tian seemed to be unaware of it and walked out of Fengjian City without changing his pace. Near the city gate, in a luxurious restaurant, dozens of youths were gathered together. All of them were very powerful, and their bodies were filled with bloody killing intent. Among these people, there were 2 youths who were the most outstanding. They were Su Muyang and Mog. Su Muyang stared in the direction Lin Tian left. His eyes were sometimes calm and sometimes cold. After glancing at Su Muyang, Mog also looked outside the city gate. His eyes were as cold as knives. In the past few days, he has been going to the dark forest every day. Today it's time to act. Because he has the Deputy General's order, we can only act in the dark forest. Moreover, we must kill him in one battle. After a pause, Emoji continued, You better think carefully. If he doesn't die, you will never be able to enter the imperial courtyard in the imperial city. Su Muyang stared outside the city. After a while, his eyes finally turned completely cold. Fine, I'll go with you. Chapter 111. Remember the literature building in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. In the dark forest, Lin Tian's figure flashed through the forest. At this moment, he was holding the Origin returning sword in his hand. The ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated in the air. It was unknown how many old trees in the vicinity were destroyed by the sharp sword aura. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream sounded. A huge demonic figure fell from the sky. This was the Greenwood Eagle, an early class 4 demonic beast. Lin Tian spent a lot of effort to shoot it down from the sky. Those that can fly are troublesome. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Lin Tian took some of the Greenwood Eagle's blood essence and dug out its beast core before leaving. It had been 6 hours since Lin Tian arrived at the dark forest. In these 6 hours, Lin Tian encountered many demonic beasts. Apart from the Greenwood Eagle, he used the meteorite-shattering fist to fight against the other demonic beasts. Now he had already cultivated this fist art to the great accomplishment stage. Moon Rain Stone Silver Root and Ice Stone Tortoise Beast Core. Lin Tian muttered to himself. This time he received 5 missions and had already completed 2 of them. He only needed to complete the last 3. After a slight pause, Lin Tian shot to his left. Soon after, he found the Moon Rain Stone in a small canyon. Soon after, he found the Silver Root not far away. After storing the 2 items into his stone ring, Lin Tian walked deeper into the forest. The Ice Stone Tortoise was a Class 4 mid-grade demonic beast. It had the cold attribute of ice and a tough, demonic body like diamond. It was comparable to a second-stage Divine Vein Realm expert. It would normally appear around 3,000 zhang away from the dark forest. Lin Tian was extremely fast. After half an hour, he arrived at a small lake and found an ice stone tortoise on the shore. Such a big tortoise! Lin Tian was shocked. This ice stone tortoise was 4 zhang tall, like a small mountain. Lin Tian took a deep breath. Since he was already here, he had no choice but to attack. This time, Lin Tian didn't dare to only use his fist. The ice stone tortoise's body was covered with black ice spikes, leaving no space for his fist to land. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian took out the sword of Guiyuan and used the shocking wind sword art to meet the attack. The ice stone tortoise was sleeping soundly. When it sensed someone approaching, its mountain-like body suddenly moved. It let out a sound like a cow's cry and stared at Lin Tian with its eyes wide open. Lin Tian flipped the sword in his hand and chopped down. With a clang, the sword of Guiyuan landed on the ice stone tortoise, but it couldn't cut through. It's hard enough, Lin Tian thought. At this time, the ice stone tortoise had already stepped forward, and a huge shadow quickly covered Lin Tian. Lin Tian sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly retreated. The ice stone tortoise's legs were shockingly huge. If it really stepped on them, they would probably be turned into meat paste. Seeing that Lin Tian was retreating, the ice stone tortoise let out a low roar. Its eyes suddenly turned red, and it quickly chased after him. This turtle is quite fast. Lin Tian was slightly surprised. Pausing for a moment, Lin Tian's sword momentum changed, and a burst of domineering sword intent spread out from his body. Azure Thunder Sword Technique. Boom! Thunder roared. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang liang like a thunder god and arrived in front of the ice stone tortoise in the blink of an eye. Squatting slightly, Lin Tianyi jumped up and displayed the essence of the Azure Thunder Sword Technique in the air, gathering the endless power of thunder. Chop! Lin Tian coldly shouted. This sword burst out with silver light, condensing Lin Tian's strongest power. With a puff, blood sputtered. The ice stone tortoise's head was pierced through by the sword, and its huge monster body immediately fell to the ground. Lin Tian landed steadily on the ground and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Taking out a dagger from the stone ring, Lin Tian quickly cut open the ice stone tortoise's head and took out a fist-sized beast core. This ice stone tortoise's mission was to obtain the stone tortoise's beast core. By this time, all the missions had been completed. Lin Tian went back the way he came and shot out of the dark forest. The terrain of this huge forest was complicated, but Lin Tian had been here several times, so he naturally knew the terrain well. He nimbly flashed between the old trees. Soon, Lin Tian had walked for about 3,000 feet. At this moment, Lin Tian suddenly stopped. Come out. Standing in place, Lin Tian said coldly. There were clusters of old trees all around, and each one would require at least 3 people to wrap their arms around it. These old trees grew very well, so much so that it was difficult for the sun to shine through. Only bits and pieces of the sun shone through the gaps between the leaves into the forest. Lin Tian stood in place, his face indifferent and his eyes cold. After a few breaths, a dozen figures stood out from behind the old trees in front of him. Most of them were around 25 years old. In the center of these dozen people, 2 figures stood side by side. It was Su Muyang in purple and Mog in black. Good spirit sense, Mog said coldly. Lin Tian glanced at Mog, but his eyes fell on Su Muyang. You also want to get involved. Staring at Su Muyang, Lin Tian felt a little strange. He wasn't confused that Mog wanted to kill him, as he already knew this would happen. However, Su Muyang also wanted to kill him, which made him feel a little strange. Logically speaking, he and Su Muyang had no enmity, and Su Muyang and Mog were just ordinary friends. Su Muyang shouldn't kill him for Mog. Only one person from the inner house can win the Imperial Courtyard selection. You can only die here, Su Miang said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately understood. So that's how it is. Staring ahead, Lin Tianwei glanced around and found that there were 19 people. These 19 people were not weak, and the weakest among them was at the early stage of the Holy Range realm. Smiling, Lin Tian's eyes fell on Mog. In order to deal with me, you really put together such a big lineup. 19 Holy Range realm experts. One of them was at the 4th layer of the Holy Range realm. One was at the 3rd layer of the Holy Range realm. 8 were at the 2nd layer of the Holy Range realm, and 5 were at the early stage of the Holy Range realm. Such a lineup was more than enough to kill a peak 4th layer Holy Range realm expert. The Expeditionary Army pays attention to winning every battle. We never fight a battle that we are not confident in. Literature building, Mog said coldly. Lin Tian's lips curled up. Are you trying to say that I am going to die today? Mog snorted and didn't hide his killing intent. Who do you think you are to question my words? Any one of my soldiers is enough to kill you. We came together because we don't want any accidents. Your soldiers? I see. I heard that you are working in the Empire's Expeditionary Army. It seems like it is true. As he spoke, Lin Tian looked at the rest. As for you guys, you really have guts. Don't you know that I am the deputy commander of the general? You actually dared to come with him to kill me. Aren't you afraid that your 9 generations will be annihilated? Hearing this, the dozen or so people's expressions changed slightly. Obviously, these people all knew that Lin Tian was in control of the deputy commander of the general. Humph! The Empire's Expeditionary Army has 18 people in a group. Since we are in a group, we should be united. One of them stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, Besides, no one will know about this because the dead can't talk. As these words fell, the others calmed down. They stared at Lin Tian with even colder eyes. United? Using these words on such a shameless thing, I can't believe you can say it. Lin Tian shook his head. You. The person who spoke suddenly had a cold expression. Enough. Don't waste your breath on him. Mog said coldly. As he spoke, he took a step forward. His eyes became as ferocious as a wild beast's. You killed my brother and went against my Mo family. You should know what your end will be. Staring at Lin Tian, Mog's eyes were extremely terrifying. Mo-sen? He's just trash. So what if I killed him? I didn't think that killing him would dirty my hands. You should feel grateful for him. Facing Mog's eyes and the dozen or so people in front of him, Lin Tian looked very calm. As for your so-called Mo family, forgive my ignorance, but what is your Mo family? Do you think you're royalty? Mog's eyes widened. You're courting death. Without any fancy moves, Mog raised his hand and punched at Lin Tian. Lin Tian snorted. He didn't dodge or retreat, but raised his fist to meet the attack. With a bang, the 2 fists collided. Both of them took a few steps back. 4th layer of the divine range? You're just SOO. Lin Tian said indifferently. In terms of physique, he could compete with a 4th layer of the divine range now. Your body is not bad. However, it's only a little stronger. It's not good enough. Mog said coldly. Not good enough? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Mog said coldly. Don't be unconvinced, and don't think that your 9-star talent is so great. For our expeditionary army, you're nothing. We cultivate the art of killing. At the same level, killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. Mog, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Staring at Mog, Lin Tian's mocking expression was obvious to anyone. Mog stared at Lin Tian, his eyes even colder. Lingang, you go. Show him how far he is from us. Remember, don't kill him. Just cut off one of his arms. I want to keep him alive and bring him to my brother's grave. I want to cut off his head and offer it to my brother." Mog said ruthlessly. "Understood." A young man walked out, his eyes as sharp as knives. His name was Lingang, and he was in the second layer of the divine range. A 9-star talent genius. If only I could kill you directly. Unfortunately, Commander Mo only asked me to cut off one of your arms. Staring at Lin Tian, Lingang sneered and drew a long saber from his back. "Don't worry. My saber is powerful and fast. It can cut people in an instant. In the blink of an eye, your arm will be cut off. It won't be too painful. You're really confident." Lin Tian said sarcastically. Lingang's eyes turned cold, and he instantly moved. With a clang, the sound of a saber rang out. The long saber stirred up a gust of wind, like a ferocious tiger trying to devour Lin Tian. Lin Tian stood on the spot, not moving at all. "Why? Are you so scared that you can't move? So weak?" Lingang shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, Lingang's saber aura instantly became faster and fiercer. Lin Tian still stood on the spot, not moving until Lingang's saber approached him. Then he took a step to the left. At the same time, the sword of origin restoration appeared in his hand, and he slashed down. Pooh! Ah! Blood splattered, and a blood-curdling scream rang out. Lingang's saber-wielding right hand was cut off by Lin Tian's sword. How is this possible? Such a scene caused many people's expressions to change. Su Muyang was shocked. Lingang was indeed very strong. Even he had to put in some effort to take him down. However, Lin Tian had cut off Lingang's arm in an instant. This shocked Su Muyang. Lingang's forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain. He clutched his severed arm and retreated. Unfortunately, how could Lin Tian let him retreat? With a sweep of his right leg, he knocked Lingang to the ground and then stomped on Lingang's chest. Instantly, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Lingang screamed again, blood gushing out of his mouth. Stepping on Lingang's chest, Lin Tian looked at Mog. "Is this the expeditionary army expert you mentioned who cultivates the art of killing? Is this what you meant by killing me like a dog?" Shaking his head, Lin Tian said sarcastically, "Before I entered the residence, I heard that there was a very powerful Mog in the residence. After I entered the residence, there were even more rumors. But now, it seems that the rumors were too fake. Powerful? Ha! He's just a despicable person who thinks he's infallible." Mog's face darkened, and his eyes revealed a murderous glint. "Let him go, and I'll let you die a quick death," Mog said coldly. Staring at Lin Tian, a ferocious blood aura spread from Mog's body. Chapter 112. Mog's face darkened. No one had ever dared to humiliate him like this since he was a child. "Read, I'll say it again. Let him go, and I'll let you die a quick death," Mog said coldly. Lin Tiantan laughed, his face full of disdain. The sword of origin restoration was raised lightly, and its tip landed on Lingang's throat, drawing a shallow line of blood. "Stop, stop," Lingang said in a trembling voice. It was fine to lose his right arm, but if his throat was pierced, even a god would not be able to save him. Lin Tian looked down at Lingang and said, "It's not up to me to stop. Ask your commander Mo. As long as he's willing to lower his head and apologize, I'll let you go immediately." Lingang subconsciously tilted his head and looked at Mog. Mog's murderous aura was undisguised and wanton as he stared at Lin Tiandao. "If you dare to kill him, I promise I'll make you wish you were dead. You're their leader, but you're not willing to plead for mercy for your subordinates." Lin Tiantan laughed. "Let him go." Mog's eyes were as cold as knives. Lin Tian's face was calm as he tilted his head and looked at the young man who had spoken first. "Didn't you say that the expeditionary army is united? Now, your companion is facing death. Why aren't you speaking?" The dozen or so people were shocked. Someone looked at MOG. "Commander MO, let him go." MOG only stared at Lin Tian, his voice carrying a frightening chill. Looking at MOG, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. The sword of origin restoration in his right hand flickered with sword light. Lingung trembled even more. "Stop, stop. Don't kill me." Lin Tian looked down at Lingung, his face full of sarcasm. "For MOG, you risked the 9 generations of your family to kill me. But now, when you're facing death, he won't even lower his head. I really feel sorry for you. How should I put it? Don't hate me. If you want to hate someone, hate yourself for being so stupid." The sword of origin restoration made an ear-piercing clang. "Ah!" Lingung roared in despair. His eyes were filled with hatred and regret. In the next moment, the sword of origin in Lin Tian's hand shot out a ray of sword radiance and pierced through his throat. The entire space fell silent. It was dead silent. 19 people had come, but one of them was killed in the blink of an eye. Many people looked at MOG. Lin Tian's words were still echoing in their ears. They had risked the 9 generations of their families to help MOG kill Lin Tian. But when someone was in danger, MOG's attitude was like this. At that moment, many people's expressions turned ugly. MOG's eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent as he walked towards Lin Tian. "I will make you wish you were dead," MOG said coldly. With a clang, MOG pulled out a long spear from behind him and swept it towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and he charged forward with the sword of Guiyuan. With a clang, the two collided, and Lin Tian was forced to take a few steps back. "High-grade spirit spear!" Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. At that moment, MOG had charged forward again. Rays of spear radiance shot out, shocking everyone. Lin Tian countered with a wind-shocking sword technique. Although he was disgusted with MOG, he had to admit that this person was really strong. He was probably no match for him in a head-on confrontation. Clang! Once again, the spear and sword collided, and Lin Tian was sent flying again. "Worm!" MOG said, coldly, his eyes fierce. Lin Tian snorted, and the wind-shocking sword technique swept out. Hundreds of rays of sword radiance bloomed in an instant. MOG roared, and he still used his spear to wipe out all of them. At that moment, in the distance, Su Muyang shook the long sword in his hand and slashed out a ray of dazzling sword radiance, heading straight for Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. He stepped on the yin and yang puppet and barely dodged the sword radiance. Staring at Su Muyang, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a faint light, indifferent and cold. Su Muyang frowned. He felt that there was something strange about Lin Tian. He was being pressured by so many experts, but he still looked calm. There was no trace of panic on his face. Shaking his head, Su Muyang's eyes turned cold. He shook the long sword in his hand and slashed out another threatening sword radiance. "I'm sorry, but you can only die here," Su Muyang said indifferently. Lin Tian dodged and sidestepped the sword radiance. On the other side, MOG pressed forward with his spear, almost piercing Lin Tian's chest. "You must die today," MOG said cruelly. As he spoke, the long spear in his hand shone even brighter. Lin Tian immediately felt great pressure. This attack was definitely not simple. He turned the long sword in his hand. He stopped using the wind-shocking sword technique, and instead used the Azure Thunder Sword technique to face MOG. Boom! As soon as the Azure Thunder Sword technique was used, the entire space was filled with the sound of thunder. Clang! 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 The spear and the sword collided continuously. Lin Tianyi was knocked back again and again. Piercing sword! A cold voice sounded. Su Muyang approached and pressed down with the long sword in his hand like a snake. Lin Tian was fighting with Mog. Now that Su Muyang attacked together, Lin Tian immediately felt more pressure. Dodging Mog's long spear, Lin Tian raised the Guiyuan sword to block. With a clang, the Guiyuan sword and Su Muyang's sword collided. Lin Tian's body trembled, and he was knocked back 3 steps. High-grade spiritual sword. Lin Tian was not surprised that Su Muyang had a high-grade spiritual weapon. After all, he was the strongest person in the inner house. Clang! Clang! 2 clangs sounded at the same time. Mog and Su Muyang attacked together. One was in the 4th tier of the divine range, and the other was in the 3rd tier of the divine range. Both of them had high-grade spiritual weapons. Lin Tian immediately felt more pressure. However, his expression remained calm from beginning to end. Come. Holding the sword across his chest, Lin Tian smiled and swung the wind-shocking sword. Hundreds of sword auras flew in all directions, and the sword chi was overwhelming. These sword auras were powerful and terrifying, but they were nothing in the eyes of experts like Mog and Su Muyang. Su Muyang swung his long sword and shattered all the sword chi. After that, Su Muyang looked behind him and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack together and kill him as fast as you can. If we let him escape today, none of us will benefit." More than a dozen people glanced at Mog. Their faces darkened, and they attacked together. "Kill!" Someone shouted. A total of 16 people attacked at the same time. Some are holding sabers, some are using swords, and some are carrying long spears. They were all extraordinary. Boom! For a moment, wild waves spread out, and the old trees were shattered. Lin Tian's face turned serious. These people were indeed not simple. They were much stronger than cultivators of the same level. With a clang, he performed the Azure Thunder sword technique to the extreme. Rolling thunder and sword roared, going in and out of the 18 people and sweeping in all directions. "Spear!" Mog shouted coldly. The dazzling spear light closed in. Lin Tian blocked it with the sword of Origin Restoration, but he was immediately sent flying. Almost at the same time, Su Muyang approached and slashed with his sword. Lin Tian's right hand shook, and he slashed with the sword of destruction, which collided with Su Muyang's sword aura. Bloodfall sword. Kill. Fatal 3 blades. Cold voices rang out one after another. After Su Muyang and Mog, the other 16 people attacked together, forming a murderous torrent. Lin Tianwei was slightly moved, but he was not afraid. One sword. A cold light flashed across his eyes. Lin Tian performed the Azure Thunder sword technique to the extreme and swept it away. In a powerful collision, Lin Tian swept away 16 people at the same time, but he was also forced to retreat. A faint trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Die! At this moment, Mog suddenly approached. His long spear was surrounded by a murderous aura like the blood of hell. It was extremely cold. Lin Tian raised his long sword to block, but on the other side, Su Muyang also approached, waving his sword down with his right hand. Lin Tian was expressionless. He blocked Mog's spear with his long sword, while his left hand clenched into a fist and swung at Su Muyang's sword. Clang! Dong! The sword of Origin Restoration in his right hand pushed away Mog's long spear, and his left hand clenched into a fist to push away Su Muyang's long sword. However, Lin Tian himself was hit by the powerful recoil of the 2 attacks. He flew backward with a bang, and he could not help but cough up blood in the air. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of breaking air was heard, and a silver arrow came from afar. It's over. Many people looked cruel. Lin Tian was in the air and could not avoid this arrow. He would die. However, the next moment, everyone was moved. In the air, Lin Tian stepped slightly with his right leg, and his whole body moved more than 3 meters away in a strange way. The silver arrow missed its target and nailed into an old tree not far away. Only the tail of the arrow was exposed. It was obvious how powerful this arrow was. How is it possible? He is clearly in the air. How can he move? Some people were shocked. Mog stared at Lin Tian with a ferocious look in his eyes. On the other side, Su Muyang frowned deeply. He felt more and more strange about Lin Tian. Lin Tian landed firmly on the ground. He tilted his head and looked in the direction of the arrow. He saw a middle-aged man standing there, looking at him in disbelief. First sky of the Holy Range. The Mo family has good eyesight. Lin Tian sneered. The arrow just now was perfect in terms of timing and power. If he had not practiced the yin and yang puppet to the second level, he would not have been able to avoid that arrow. Even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Tian glanced around. He was still not afraid. After a pause, he saw that no one was coming. He smiled and looked in a direction. Stepping on the yin and yang puppet, he rushed out. Don't even think about escaping. In this direction, an expeditionary army expert shouted and chopped down with his blade. Get lost! Lin Tianlong shouted. The sword of Guiyuan knocked away the man's long blade and punched out with his left hand. With a bang, the expeditionary army expert flew backward and crashed into an old tree. Blood gushed out of his mouth, along with some pieces of his heart. Lin Tian used the meteorite fist and killed the man with one punch. You can't escape, Mog said coldly. Mog chased after him with his spear. Go after him, Su Muyang shouted. The others looked serious, but they did not stop and rushed out as fast as they could. They had to kill Lin Tian. If Lin Tian was lucky enough to escape, what awaited them would be a desperate disaster. The sound of something breaking through the air reverberated, and one figure after another flashed through the forest. Lin Tian looked behind him expressionlessly and chopped out rays of sword light. Not long after, a rather spacious grassland appeared in front of them. Here, Lin Tian stopped. Whoosh! 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 The sound of breaking air kept ringing. Mog and the others caught up. A dozen people surrounded Lin Tian. Run! Why don't you run? Mog said coldly. Su Muyang stood aside and stared coldly at Lin Tian. Run! Lin Tian was surrounded by nearly 20 divine range experts. At this moment, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled coldly. You want me to run in my territory? Hearing this, many people were stunned. Soon, someone laughed. Your territory? What a joke! Are you scared out of your wits? This person was sarcastic. Mog took a step forward, his spear cold. I'll cripple your limbs first. Then I'll take you to my brother's grave to apologize. Then Mog attacked Lin Tian with a spear. This spear was very powerful, so powerful that even Su Muyang was shaken. However, Lin Tian was very calm. He did not even have any intention of dodging. You love your brother so much. Not bad. Today, I'll send you to hell and let you brothers reunite. Staring at Mog, the corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up, revealing an extremely cruel smile. Sky, thunder, sword formation, open. Clang! In an instant, dense sword energy soared into the sky, covering the space within 100 feet. Chapter 113. You can remember the literature building in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. A hurricane swept up, and the sword Qi swept across the sky. Within a radius of 100 feet, countless sword Qi swept across and enveloped the dozen or so people. Poof! A ray of bloody light rose up. Mog retreated, injured by a sword Qi. The silver sword Qi stirred up the wind and clouds, and the sound of thunder echoed from time to time. Everyone's expression changed drastically. What did you do? Mog shouted. Nothing. It's just a little thing I set up here. Lin Tian said coldly. Many people's expressions changed when they heard that. Set up here? What do you mean? Why would you set up something like this here for no reason? Su Muyang stared at Lin Tian. Also, what is this thing? Su Muyang tried to leave the sword cheese range, but he found that there was an invisible barrier around him. He could not open it. At the same time, the other's expressions changed. Damn it! Break! Someone shouted. He slashed with his broadsword, trying to rush out of the sword cheese range. It was too dangerous to be in the sword cheese range. Humph! Lin Tianling smiled. He waved his right hand slightly. Instantly, a ray of sword chi slashed down. With a poof, the young man with the broadsword was pierced between his eyebrows. He fell into a pool of blood. He was an early-stage divine range cultivator in the expeditionary army. Unfortunately, he died in an instant. Most people's expressions changed when they saw this. Lin Tianling smiled. You hid in the restaurant near the city gate and spied on me for a few days. Did you really think that I didn't notice at all? Did you really think that I didn't notice you? The dozen or so people's expressions turned even uglier when they heard that. You noticed. That's impossible, Su Miang said in a low voice. The restaurant was quite a distance away from the city gate. Moreover, they watched Lin Tian's every move from a high place. How could they be discovered? Even a peak divine range cultivator could not do that. Impossible? What's impossible? Lin Tianling smiled. With a clang, the sword chi hissed and floated in the air as if it had a mind of its own. Silver lightning flickered continuously. Previously, Lin Tian had felt a pair of cold eyes peeping at him twice in a row. He knew that MOG must be scheming something in the dark. At that time, he was traveling back and forth to the Dark Forest to complete a mission issued by the Array Manipulator Guild. He guessed that MOG would definitely deal with him in the Dark Forest after discovering his whereabouts. At that time, he began to make preparations. He engraved more than a dozen third-order solitary lock runes and dozens of martial fusion runes of the blue thunder sword aura. The solitary lock rune was a rank 3 rune. Not only could it temporarily seal off a small space, it could also condense the martial skill power within the martial fusion rune, allowing the controller to consciously control the martial skill power ejected from the martial fusion rune. This morning, after Lin Tian arrived at the Dark Forest, he immediately buried more than a dozen solitary lock runes and dozens of martial fusion runes of the blue thunder sword aura under the grassland. At this moment, the 2 runes worked together. Not only did they temporarily seal off the space within a radius of 100 feet, but they also filled the space with blue thunder sword aura. These blue thunder sword aura were performed by Lin Tian with the sword runes in his right hand. The power was so great that it was almost comparable to a high-grade divine range martial skill. It was needless to say how terrifying it was. At this moment, nearly 100 blue thunder sword auras were circling in the air. The shocking killing aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if the Milky Way was about to fall. Looking at the dozen people, Lin Tian's face was full of sarcasm. Do you think that I'm trash like you? You. Many people stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. There was no need to mention MOG and Su Muyang. They were both super geniuses. As for the rest, they were able to join the Empire's expeditionary army. Naturally, they were far from ordinary people. But now Lin Tian called them all trash. Damn it. Some people gritted their teeth, feeling severely humiliated. But even though they were angry, many people were even more fearful. They didn't dare to make any moves. At this moment, the sword auras circling in the air were too terrifying. Most people felt their hearts palpitate. They couldn't leave the area covered by the sword auras. They could face such terrifying sword auras falling from the sky at any time. A cold snort was heard. MOG's expression became even more ferocious. How dare you play such tricks in front of me? You think too highly of yourself. With a boom, the spear in his hand was surrounded by light. A violent and domineering aura rushed out. It was as if a ferocious beast had awakened. "Watch, I'll kill you now." The violent spear was like a furious dragon crossing the sky. It turned into a long rainbow and pierced toward Lin Tian. This is Commander Mo's proud spear skill, Overlord's kill. So powerful. This attack is enough to kill him. Many experts of the expeditionary army were delighted. Su Muyang's expression changed. He just joined the expeditionary army not long ago, but he's already so strong. Boom! The tyrannical spear almost transformed into a light dragon, which was shocking to hear. Facing such a domineering spear, Lin Tian didn't care at all. There was a cold smile on his face. Think highly of yourself? I'll let you see which trash is the one who thinks highly of himself. He mocked. With a thought, 3 thunderous sword auras fell from the sky. They were very ear-piercing. With a clang, MOG's Overlord's kill was broken by 2 thunderous sword auras. Then another sword aura fell. Although MOG's speed was fast, he was still injured in the stomach. Instantly, blood gushed out of his wound. How can this be? Impossible. Everyone's expression changed. Disbelief was written all over the faces of the spectators. They had personally witnessed MOG using this move to kill a 4th-level Divine Vein Realm cultivator. But now this terrifying attack had actually been blocked, and MOG himself had suffered heavy injuries. Looking at the silver sword auras in the sky, these people panicked. So weak. Staring at MOG, Lin Tian's face was full of disdain. MOG glared at Lin Tian with his eyes wide open. He roared and rushed forward again. Frenzied spear lights shot out, one after another, toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian coldly snorted and stood in place without moving. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, 2 thunderous sword auras fell and struck at MOG. The thunderous sword aura condensed from the sword pattern in Lin Tian's right hand was terrifying. Even someone as strong as MOG couldn't resist it. He was thrown to the ground on the spot. His right leg was pierced by a thunderbolt and a thunderous sword aura, and blood gushed out. Bastard! MOG roared. Lin Tian's face turned cold. He appeared in front of MOG in a flash and kicked him in the face. With a bang, MOG was sent flying. Several teeth and blood spurted out. Trash, Lin Tianling said. MOG's eyes were ferocious. He stared at Lin Tian like a wild beast. He had never been humiliated like this since he started cultivating. Kill! Not far away, a roar rang out. A middle-aged man from the MO clan drew his longbow, and a silver arrow flew over. Lin Tian tilted his head, and a thunderous sword aura fell. With a cracking sound, the arrow shattered on the spot. Following that, another sword energy slashed down horizontally, directly piercing the middle-aged man's chest. Blood gushed out of the middle-aged man's mouth. He died on the spot. 6th uncle, MOG yelled. Looking at this scene, many people gasped. Was killing someone so simple? MOG roared. His eyes were bloodshot. He stared at Lin Tian with hatred and madness. I'll kill you. Standing up, MOG held his spear and charged at Lin Tian again. You! Lin Tianling smiled. He stood where he was and waved his right hand. Instantly, several thunderous sword auras fell, knocking MOG back. He spat out another mouthful of blood. If it weren't for his high-grade spirit weapon, MOG would have fallen to the ground. Clang! At this moment, a sword aura slashed over. It was as vicious as a poisonous snake. Su Muyang calculated the timing and made his move. Get lost! Lin Tian glanced at him coldly. As his gaze moved, 9 thunderous sword auras fell from the sky and knocked Su Muyang away. Su Muyang fell to the side. His expression changed drastically. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. How can this be? Many people in the Expeditionary Army were terrified. MOG was in the 4th level of the Divine Range, and Sumuyang was in the 3rd level. However, they were so weak at this moment. At this moment, many people didn't dare to move as they stared at the dozens of thunderous sword auras in the sky. Even MOG and Sumuyang were no match for Lin Tian. What could they do? MOG roared like a mad beast. His expression was ferocious. "Line up in the long dragon formation." MOG roared. The Expeditionary Army experts were stunned for a moment. Then they quickly moved. Soon, with MOG in the lead, a dragon-shaped killing light formed. Its aura was terrifying. This was a joint attack formation. Every group of Expeditionary Army had practiced it. It was similar to the wild python formation. It could gather everyone's combat power and strengthen it. Boom! At this moment, the long dragon formation was formed. The dozen, or so people seemed to have become one. Sumuyang was shocked. This was the first time he had seen the Expeditionary Army's joint attack formation. "Kill!" MOG roared. His eyes were bloodshot. He raised his spear and slashed at Lin Tian. At the same time, the dozen or so people behind him raised their sabers, swords, and spears. All of them were ready to slash. Lin Tian didn't care about this. "You know I'm an array manipulator. How dare you play this trick in front of me?" He raised his right hand slightly, and a sword aura fell. With a crack like glass shattering, the long dragon formation with MOG in the lead suddenly collapsed. The linear long dragon formation was only a basic formation among basic formations. It couldn't even compare to the fusion of martial markings. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, the linear long dragon formation might be terrifying, but when it gathered the battle power of dozens of people and strengthened it, it was very difficult to deal with. However, in Lin Tian's eyes, this kind of joint attack formation was trash. He knew very well where the weakness of this kind of joint attack formation was. Therefore, one strike was enough to shatter it. Many people coughed dryly when the long dragon formation was destroyed. At this moment, the sword whistled. Most of the thunderous sword aura in the sky began to fall. "All of you must die," Lin Tianling said. Chapter 114. You can remember the literature building in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The sword hummed incessantly with dazzling lightning arcs. All the Expeditionary Army cultivators were so shocked that their faces turned pale. The linear dragon formation was instantly shattered. At this moment, dozens of the most terrifying sword energy fell together. "They're falling! Damn it! Attack together and break them!" Dozens of people shouted. Instantly, sword and saber radiance filled the sky and rushed toward the horizon. Lin Tianling smiled. With his cultivation base at the 2nd firmament of the Divine Range, the blue thunder sword energy that he unleashed with the sword tattoo in his right hand was comparable to a superior divine range martial technique. How could it be blocked so easily? Ka! A shattering sound rang out. The martial techniques that dozens of people had unleashed were all shattered. At this moment, some of the sword energy had already fallen to the bottom. Poof! 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 In the blink of an eye, 3 people were swept by the blue thunder sword energy and fell into a pool of blood. Apart from MOG and Sumuyang, everyone could not help but shudder. Their faces instantly turned pale. 3 godly pulse experts had been killed in an instant. How could this be? Someone said, trembling. Many people were trembling with fear and unease. However, no matter how frightened they were, the current situation would not change. Clang! As the sword hummed, all the sword energy in the sky fell together. Break! MOG shouted. MOG brandished his superior grade spirit spear. In this small space, he was like a reborn overlord. He actually split several blue thunder sword energy. On the other side, Sumuyang also made a move at the same time to block the falling blue thunder sword energy. The two of them were very powerful. Unfortunately, their combat strength was just a drop in the bucket when faced with the dense blue thunder sword energy. Ah! A scream rang out. Another person fell into a pool of blood. His throat was pierced by the blue thunder sword energy. Standing in this small space, Lin Tianling appeared very calm. He did not move at all. There's still 21 sword energy. Come on, he said indifferently. With a thought, the last 21 blue thunder sword energy clanged and mercilessly slashed down. Unparalleled sword chi spread out. Its killing power was shocking. After this wave, it'll be your death, MOG said coldly. Is that so? Lin Tian's expression was calm. I'll wait. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozens of energy swords shone with an immortal cold light. They pressed down even faster. Overlord kill. Break for me. MOG roared. The high-grade spirit spear swept horizontally. Dazzling spear lights shot out one after another, blocking the sky thunder sword force. At the side, Su Muyang was not bad either. With a high-grade spirit sword in hand, he shattered a total of 3 sword chi. Of course, during this entire process, both of them were shaken to the point of retreating repeatedly by the sky lightning sword force, causing both of them to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood essence and suffer extremely heavy injuries. Moreover, they'd consumed an entire 50% of their true essence. If the two of them were already in such a sorry state, the others would be even more miserable. Screams echoed in this space. In the blink of an eye, several more expeditionary army cultivators were killed. Blood dyed the ground red. Finally, after several dozen breaths of time, all of the energy swords vanished. At this time, other than Lin Tian, there were still 7 people standing in the field, looking at the scattered corpses on the ground. Su Muyang's expression was gloomy. MOG's eyes were filled with madness. The other 5 expeditionary army cultivators were shocked and terrified. 20 of them had come here to kill 1 person, but now only 7 of them were left. It's time to end this. MOG stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were like that of a ferocious ghost. Little bastard, you're only at the 2nd level of the divine range. How dare you set me up? Let's see what else you can do now. As soon as he finished speaking, a wild aura erupted from MOG's body like a wild beast. With a shake of his spear, MOG charged toward Lin Tian. You're the one who set me up, Lin Tianling said with a smile. Besides, do you think someone as sinister and despicable as you has the right to say something like that? The sword of origin restoration appeared, and the startling wind sword was deflected. Dense sword chi swept in all directions. MOG deflected it with his spear and continued to charge toward Lin Tian. The energy swords have disappeared. Let's attack together. Quickly kill him. Su Muyang said coldly. As he spoke, Su Muyang charged out with his high-grade spirit sword. He and MOG charged toward Lin Tian one after another. A sinister glint flashed in the eyes of the other 5 expeditionary army members. They charged toward Lin Tian together. Without that kind of energy swords, we must kill him. Someone shouted angrily. They were trapped here, had a dozen of their men killed, and were called trash. These people had a belly full of anger. Kill! The 5 of them shouted. They unleashed all kinds of martial techniques at the same time. It was a dazzling sight. Lin Tian held the sword of origin restoration and fought with MOG. When he saw this, he could not help but smile coldly. Foolish, he said indifferently. He raised his hand. Clang! Instantly, sword chi shot up from the ground in front of the 5 of them. The 5 of them were shocked. They quickly dodged, but it was too late. With a poof, several sword chi pierced through one of them's abdomen. Blood gushed out of his mouth. He fell to the ground with an unwilling expression on his face. What's going on? The other 4 all stopped in their tracks. It was not just the four of them. Even Su Muyang and MOG were shocked. Don't worry. I've made a lot of preparations for you guys. Lin Tianyi pushed MOG away with his sword and looked at the remaining 6 with a cold smile. There are more than a dozen martial fusion rune scrolls under this grassland. Be careful. Don't go near these places. When you do, you'll die instantly, just like that person. Hearing this, the 4 of them, except for Su Muyang and MOG, all looked terrified. The 4 of them looked at the ground. At this moment, the ground seemed to have turned into a hell of death in their eyes. One wrong step, and they might die. You! Staring at Lin Tian, the 4 of them could not help but tremble. At this moment, in their eyes, Lin Tian was simply a devil. MOG's face was extremely ferocious. Little bastard! With a loud roar, MOG charged toward Lin Tian. The high-grade spirit spear in his hand exploded with a terrifying killing light. Congratulations, you've hit the jackpot, Lin Tan said coldly. With a thought, several beams of sword chi rushed out from under MOG's feet and pierced into his opponent's thigh. With a flash, Lin Tian appeared in front of MOG. His right leg swept out and kicked MOG's cheek for the second time. With a bang, MOG flew several feet away and crashed into the invisible barrier formed by the silence rune, causing a layer of ripples to appear on the barrier. MOG spat out a mouthful of blood. His cheeks were swollen. The way he stared at Lin Tian was even more ferocious. What a disgusting look. Lin Tianling smiled. Lifting his leg, he charged toward MOG. The origin restoring sword in his hand shone with a cold light. At this moment, with a clang, Su Muyang wielded his long sword and fiercely slashed at the invisible barrier. Suddenly, more ripples spread out on the invisible barrier, and even the space seemed to shake a little. This barrier won't last long. Let's work together and break this barrier first, Su Muyang shouted. Not far away, the 4 members of the expeditionary army were delighted. As long as they could break this invisible barrier and leave this space, they would no longer be afraid of Lin Tian. At that moment, someone started to move and quickly ran to the edge of the barrier. Didn't I say don't move? A cold voice rang out. With a clang, this person had just run a few steps when several beams of sword chi rushed out from under his feet and pierced him on the spot. Seeing this scene, the other 3 trembled violently and didn't dare to move. Lin Tianling smiled. Holding the origin restoring sword, he instantly arrived in front of Su Muyang. Su Muyang's expression changed. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. Lin Tian raised his long sword and slashed at Su Muyang. Su Muyang blocked with his long sword. With a clang, the 2 swords collided and Su Muyang was instantly sent flying. After blocking the Azure Thunder Sword aura several times in a row, Su Muyang had already suffered serious injuries. He had less than half of his true yuan left. How could he be Lin Tian's opponent now? Number 1 in the inner house. What a pity. Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. Holding the origin restoring sword, he approached Su Muyang step by step. What do you want to do? Su Muyang held his sword in front of his chest and stared at Lin Tian vigilantly. Lin Tian smiled disdainfully. We have no grudge against each other. You came here to kill me. What do you think I should do now? Su Muyang's face suddenly became a little ugly. Of course. He knew that Lin Tian wanted to kill him. Don't even think about it, Su Muyang said gloomily. Su Muyang reached into his bosom and took out a small jade bottle. This jade bottle was filled with true essence spirit liquid, which was even more miraculous than the essence returning pill. It could help a divine vein cultivator recover their true essence to its peak state within a dozen breaths. Such a bottle of true yuan spiritual liquid was worth hundreds of spirit coins. Most importantly, it was very rare. Normally, even if one had the money, they couldn't buy it. After all, who would spend hundreds of spirit coins to buy something that could only recover true yuan? Because of this, there was almost no market for this true yuan spiritual liquid. Su Muyang had spent a lot of effort to buy this bottle of true yuan spiritual liquid before coming to the dark forest. Everything was to kill Lin Tian and successfully enter the imperial courtyard. "You must die today," Su Muyang said coldly. As he spoke, Su Muyang reached out to uncork the bottle. As long as his true yuan recovered to its peak state, he was confident that he could break the invisible barrier outside. After that, they could definitely kill Lin Tian together. "Unfortunately, you are standing in the wrong place," Lin Tian said coldly. With a thought, a boundless sword chi rushed out from under Su Muyang's feet and penetrated into Su Muyang's body. Su Muyang screamed, and the small jade bottle in his hand fell out. Lin Tian flickered, took the small jade bottle in his hand, and directly put it into the stone ring. True yuan spiritual liquid, this was a good thing. Holding the long sword, Lin Tian stepped in front of Su Muyang. "You!" Staring at Lin Tian, Su Muyang was shocked, angry, and frightened. Lin Tian stared at Su Muyang expressionlessly. He raised the sword of origin, and the sword light flickered. Suddenly, Su Muyang's face changed. "Wait, don't kill me. I apologize." In the face of death, few people would not be afraid, and Su Muyang was no exception. Naive, Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He came here from Fengjian City to kill him, and after failing to do so, he wanted to stop with an apology? Too naive. The sword of origin pressed down, and with a puff, Su Muyang's head was directly cut off. Killing Su Muyang, Lin Tian seemed to have done a very simple thing, and his emotions did not fluctuate at all. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at Mog. "Wait. I will let you see with your own eyes how I kill the people you brought here one by one, and then I will send you to hell to reunite with your useless brother." End of chapter. Chapter 115. Remember the literature building in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Mog's expression was very ugly. He roared and charged at Lin Tianxia crazily. Boom! The high-grade spirit spear burst out with a shocking killing light, like a furious dragon piercing toward Lin Tian. Lin Tianling snorted, turned around, and slapped Mog's face. With a bang, Mog was sent flying again, and he fell 3 zhang away. "How dare you charge at me in your current state? Scram to the side," Lin Tianling said. Mog's mouth was full of blood, and he stared at Lin Tian with hatred. Lin Tian didn't care about this at all. He bent down, picked up Su Muyang's high-grade spirit sword, and put it in his stone ring. A high-grade spirit sword was worth 100,000 spirit coins. After that, he looked at the 3 people of the expeditionary army. "It's your turn." He walked toward the 3 people step by step. The remaining 3 people were all experts in the second layer of the divine vein realm. They were much stronger than ordinary cultivators in the second layer of the divine vein realm. However, at this moment, seeing Lin Tian closing in, the 3 of them revealed a look of fear. "Don't! Spare us!" Someone begged for mercy. Even Su Muyang was killed. The 3 people's eyes were completely filled with fear. "Spare you? What a joke!" Lin Tian said sarcastically. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of one of them in an instant. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out mercilessly. With a bang, the young man was sent flying. There were no wounds on his body, but blood kept gushing out, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. Crushing meteorite fist, a one-hit kill. The fear on the other 2 people's faces became more intense, and they staggered back. "You stepped on the wrong spot." An indifferent voice sounded. In an instant, the grass under one of the young men's feet was shattered, and several sword auras soared into the sky and pierced into his body, killing him on the spot. In the blink of an eye, there was only one person left. "Devil! You are a devil! God will not let you go!" The man shouted. 20 people, 20 divine vein realm experts, and now 18 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Are you retarded? When you came to kill me, did you ever think about whether God would let you go? Hearing this, the man froze, feeling both fear and anger. Crack! At this moment, a crisp sound rang out. An invisible barrier formed by the silence lock rune shattered with a crack. The Expeditionary Army youth stared blankly for a moment before his face lit up with ecstasy, and he rushed out with a whoosh. Lin Tian shook his head. He lifted his leg and kicked out a spear. The spear tore through the air, and with a pew sound, it pierced through this person's chest, nailing him to an old tree, directly killing him. After killing this man, Lin Tian tilted his head to look at Mog. You are the only one left. With a calm voice, Lin Tian approached Mog. Mog's entire body was covered in bloody wounds. He had been pierced by the Azure Thundersword Force and kicked a few times by Lin Tian. He was already severely injured, but even so, Mog's eyes were still fierce as he stared at Lin Tian. The look in your eyes makes me very uncomfortable. Lin Tian Ondao. As he spoke, he appeared in front of Mog in a flash and kicked Mog's chest. With a bang, Mog flew backward and rolled several feet away, brushing against the ground. Ah! With a loud roar, Mog struggled to stand up and madly charged at Lin Tian. Lin Tianling smiled and grabbed Mog's spear. With a violent shake, the part between Mog's thumb and index finger that held the spear cracked, and Lin Tianling took the spear away. Mog roared. With his spear taken away, he swung his right hand and punched. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that this Mog was indeed very strong. At this point, he still had the will to fight. However, this kind of fighting spirit made him very uncomfortable. With a cold glint in his eyes, Lin Tian revealed a cruel smile. He grabbed Mog's right hand and twisted it hard. Crack! Mog's right wrist was broken, and he let out a painful groan. Lin Tianling smiled and kicked Mog's left knee. The sound of bone breaking was heard again. With a bang, Mog knelt on one knee, and his face became somewhat distorted. You can still hold it? Not bad, let's continue. Lin Tianling smiled. With a flip of his right hand, he raised the sword of Origin Restoration and ruthlessly stabbed it into Mog's left hand. A few years ago, the peerless genius of the 9 Sons Martial House, #1 in the Outer Martial House, #1 in the Inner Martial House, broke the record of the mental state assessment martial fanatic and held a post in the Empire's Expeditionary Army. Lin Tianling laughed continuously. You really think you're that great? You know that I have the Deputy General's order, and you know that I'm an array controller. Yet you still dare to gather people to kill me. As he spoke, Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked again, aiming at Mog's right knee. With a crack, Mog knelt on both knees. Bastard! Mog's face was ferocious, and he couldn't help but roar. Right now, it was as if he was kneeling in front of Lin Tian. Nothing good comes out of your dog's mouth. Lin Tianling smiled. Raising his left hand, Lin Tianyi punched Mog's mouth. With a bang, Mog spat out a mouthful of blood, and teeth mixed with blood fell out of his mouth. Continue. Lin Tianyi kicked Mog to the ground and said coldly. Mog struggled, but his limbs were crippled, and he couldn't stand up at all. You deserve to die. Almost all of his teeth had fallen out, and Mog couldn't even speak clearly. He stared at Lin Tian with a ferocious gaze. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Not bad, at least you have some backbone. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian raised his right leg and ruthlessly stomped on Mog's chest. Unfortunately, I hate villains with backbone like you the most. Villains like you should be begging for mercy in fear at this time. Only then will you seem more adorable. As he spoke, he raised his leg and kicked again. Ah! Mog finally screamed miserably. Lin Tianling smiled. That's right. How can you keep quiet at this time? Mo.G. stared at Lin Tian angrily. You deserve to. Bang. Lin Tian waved his hand and smashed down with his fist. With such a powerful punch, Mo.G. immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face twisted even more painfully. I told you, you are now a prisoner, and a prisoner should act like a prisoner. Lin Tian looked down at Mo.G. and said, What you should do now is fear and beg for mercy. As he spoke, Lin Tian pulled out the sword of Guiyuan and stabbed it into Mo.G.'s other arm with a poof. Mo.G. screamed miserably, and blood kept pouring out of his mouth. Continue, Lin Tianyan said coldly. With one kick, one sword, and one punch, Lin Tian tortured Mo.G. cruelly. After dozens of breaths, Mo.G. finally showed fear on his face. Kill me, kill me, Mo.G. said weakly. Lin Tian sneered, revealing a satisfied expression. To deal with this kind of person, he had to be as cruel as possible. He raised the sword of Guiyuan, and the sword light was eerie. You will die soon, but don't feel lonely on the road to the underworld. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked down at Mo.G. Because soon I will send all the members of your Mo family down to accompany you. Mo.G.'s eyes widened, and his body trembled. You, goodbye. With a poof, the sword of Guiyuan swung down, and Mo.G.'s head flew away, but his eyes were still staring. Lin Tianling snorted coldly. With a flip of his right hand, the sword of Guiyuan disappeared. Glancing around, he took Mo.G.'s high-grade spirit spear and put it into the stone ring. After a slight pause, he jumped and left. In the afternoon, when the sun was about to set, Lin Tian returned to Fengjin City and went to the Array Manipulator Guild. Sir, you are back. Mi Fei greeted him. Lin Tian nodded and smiled faintly. He had just experienced a battle of life and death. But as if nothing had happened, he quickly adjusted his state of mind and returned to his usual peaceful appearance. Moreover, when he came back, he took a new set of clothes from the stone ring and put them on. After all, the previous set of clothes was stained with a lot of blood in the battle. He handed the things for the task to Mi Fei. Mi Fei smiled sweetly and quickly sorted them out. After a while, Mi Fei said, Including the previous tasks, you now have a total of 1,356 points. Do you want to keep them or exchange them for materials? Yes, exchange them all for moondrops. Exchange them all for moondrops? Mi Fei asked curiously. Lin Tian nodded. Yes. Okay, please wait a moment. With that, Mi Fei walked from the counter to the back of the guild and soon took out a small jade bottle. A total of 13 moondrops. They are all here. Please keep them well. Lin Tian kept it and placed it into his stone ring. Come to think of it, this thing was really extraordinarily expensive. Do you need anything else? Mi Fei asked. Lin Tian nodded and took a pen and paper to write a long list of other materials for making the wind pattern. These things, please help me pick them out. Okay, it's no trouble, Mi Fei said. Mi Fei moved quickly, and soon all the materials needed by Lin Tian were selected, put them in a small bag, and handed it to Lin Tian. Thank you. Lin Tian smiled. Mi Fei quickly waved her hand. You are welcome. It is Mi Fei's honor to help you. In the past few days, Lin Tian had taken the time to see Gezheng. He had a brief chat with Mi Fei here, and then went out in the eyes of other people in the guild. Soon, Lin Tian returned to the residence of the martial house. After washing, he went back to his room to rest. Until midnight, Lin Tian woke up, ate the meal prepared by Lin Shi, and then went to the top of the pavilion. Facing the starlight, Lin Tian ran the 4 extremes. When the essence reached the peak, he stopped. Whew! Spitting out a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Tian took out the materials for carving the wind pattern. The wind pattern was a 3rd-order pattern, and it was a bit difficult to carve. However, Lin Tian's current array control technique was extraordinary, and this difficulty was nothing to him. At night, the stars in the sky twinkled, and the silver light scattered to the earth, soft and charming. Lin Tian sat in the top of the pavilion, concentrating and seriously carving the wind pattern. Soon the night passed. This night he used up 13 moon drops and engraved 13 sets of wind pattern finished scrolls. Okay, tomorrow I will carve the solitary lock pattern. Lin Tian on Dao. Standing up and stretching his arms, Lin Tian walked down the top of the pavilion. Chapter 116. Remember the literature building in a second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Early in the morning, Mu Qing and Sherdong were discussing something in the Elder Pavilion when they suddenly received a report from the deacon guarding the Elder Pavilion. The inner house disciple Lin Tian wanted to see them. Mu Qing and Sherdong were slightly confused. Sherdong said, "Let him in." "Yes," the deacon replied. Not long after, Lin Tian was led by the deacon to Mu Qing and Sherdong's room. After bringing Lin Tian here, the deacon left again. "Little guy, what's the matter?" Mu Qing asked with a smile. Lin Tian nodded. He first bowed to the two of them before opening his mouth. "Elders, it's like this." Lin Tian immediately recounted what happened in the dark forest yesterday. "What?" Mu Qing and Sherdong's expressions changed as they stood up. Sherdong's face was ashen as he slammed the table. "Mog, the Mo clan. They must have eaten a leopard's guts." The Mo clan had tried to assassinate Lin Tian several times before, and the Nanyang martial house had already warned them. Now that Lin Tian's identity was exposed and he had the deputy general's order, Mog still dared to make a move. This made Sherdong and Sherdong furious. Lin Tian Wei bowed slightly and said, "Elders, please forgive Su Muyang's matter." Mu Qing and Sherdong looked at each other and sighed. Forget it. In the end, they only have themselves to blame. Mu Qing sighed. Sherdong had a bad temper. The source of this matter is the Mo clan. We must get an explanation. A cold light flashed in Mu Qing's eyes as he nodded slightly. At this moment, Lin Tian opened his mouth and said, "Elders, leave the Mo clan to me. This is a grudge between me and them. I'll handle it myself." The Mo clan is a martial arts clan. Although it's small, it's not something you can go against. How can you handle it? Sherdong frowned. Literature building. Elders, don't worry. Lin Tian is confident. Lin Tian Dao. Sherdong and Mu Qing were silent for a moment before they shook their heads. Forget it. Since you said so, I'll do as you say. Sherdong felt helpless. Both of them knew that Lin Tian was not an ordinary person. Not to mention the expert behind Lin Tian. Just the fact that Lin Tian had been able to kill Mog and Su Muyang was enough to prove that Lin Tian still had many tricks up his sleeve. The two of them were not too worried. Sorry for the disturbance, seniors. Lin Tian will take his leave now. Lin Tian Dao. The matter had already been explained to Mu Qing and Sherdong. So, Lin Tian was ready to go back to cultivate and do some other things. Wait, Mu Qing called out to Lin Tian. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks. Is there anything else, senior? Mu Qing nodded and said, In around 10 days, the Northern Flame Imperial Academy of the Imperial City will send people to the Martial House to select the new disciples for this year. Since Su Muyang is already dead, the quota can only be yours this time. Lin Tian was slightly shocked. There would be people coming in 10 days or so. Don't we need to go through a selection? Lin Tian asked. Sherdong couldn't help but roll his eyes. You little brat, 16 years old, 9-star talent, second heaven of the divine veins, 3rd stage array master. With this standard, you would be at the top of the world even in the Imperial City. Who in the Nanyang martial house can compare to you? Lin Tian smiled awkwardly and was a little embarrassed. However, this was great news. All right, you can go, Mu Qing said. Lin Tian bowed to the two of them and slowly retreated, closing the door for the two of them. Although this action was small, it made the two of them nod involuntarily. This little brat is extremely talented and has monstrous comprehension. He controls the Deputy General's order and has such a terrifying teacher behind him. Yet he is always humble and gentle, polite and courteous. On the other hand, some people are arrogant, despotic, and have no regard for the law just because they have some aptitude and some insignificant forces behind them. Sigh. Sherdong sighed. This is the difference between people. This little brat is destined to be a dragon among men. Mu Qing said. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At this time, the Mo family. Mo Hai stood in the Mo family's hall, pacing back and forth. Mo Hai naturally knew that Mo Ji had gone to assassinate Lin Tian. At the same time, he had sent the Mo clan's godly archer, Mo Yue, to assist him. However, 3 days had passed, and Mo Ji and Mo Yue had not returned. Mo Hai had sent someone to inquire about the news and was waiting anxiously. Patriarch. Someone rushed in, his face extremely pale. Speak, Mo Hai said in a low voice. The disciple trembled and said that Lin Tian is said to be in the martial house, safe and sound. Mo Hai trembled violently, his face turning pale. At this time, another voice sounded. A middle-aged man walked in, his lips trembling, and he knelt in front of Mo Hai. Patriarch, young master, and sixth master are dead. Boom! Mo Hai only felt a boom in his head, and the whole world spun. What did you say? Say it again. Mo Hai was furious. The middle-aged man trembled. We found young master and sixth master's bodies in the dark forest. The bodies are. As he spoke, the middle-aged man tilted his head and looked behind him. Outside the hall, 2 bodies were covered by white cloth, leaving only 2 pairs of legs exposed. Mo Hai's face paled, and he trembled as he walked over. Lifting one of the white cloth, he saw the face of a middle-aged man. It was the Mo family's godly archer Mo Yue, Mo Hai's 6th brother. Mo Hai's hand was trembling as he lifted the other white cloth. Suddenly, Mo Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Mo Hai roared, his eyes bloodshot. Under the second white cloth was Mo Ji's body. His head was cut off, and his eyes were wide open. Lin Tian, bastard! I'll kill you! I'll definitely kill you! Ah! Mo Hai was mad with hatred. His youngest son, Mo Sun, had been killed by Lin Tian Sha. Now, even his eldest son, Mo Ji, had been killed by Lin Tian. Mo Hai's eyes were bloodshot, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. He did not expect that his family would be the first to kill Lin Tian. At night, in the 9-yang martial house, Lin Tian sat in the top pavilion. 2 spirit gathering runes were opened on both sides of his body, gathering spirit chi from all directions. Even the power of the stars had become extremely vast and rich. Buzz! Faint starlight surrounded Lin Tian, and the majestic spirit chi surged and circled around him. It could be seen that Lin Tian's essence, energy, and spirit had become more powerful. Cultivating in the top pavilion, for hours passed very quickly. It was midnight now. Lin Tian opened his eyes, and the spirit chi and power of the stars around his body dissipated. It's time. As Lin Tian muttered to himself, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Walking down from the top pavilion, Lin Tian glanced at Lin Shi's room. The little girl was sleeping soundly. Lin Tian smiled and carefully opened the door of his residence. He activated the Gale rune and quickly blended into the darkness. Not long after, he left the 9-yang martial house and arrived in front of a luxurious mansion. On the plaque at the top of the mansion, 2 large words were engraved, Mo family. At this moment, there were 2 powerful martial artists guarding the Mo family's gate on both sides. Their cultivation was at the 6th level of the refinement realm, and they were not weak. Lin Tian did not care. He snorted coldly and jumped over the wall on the other side, entering the Mo family. The Mo family's interior was brightly lit, even brighter than the Xiao family's. There were many weapon racks around, and there were all kinds of weapons. Let's begin. Lin Tianling smiled. That night, no one in the Mo family discovered that a black shadow was hidden in the darkness, going back and forth to every corner of the Mo family. The night slowly dissipated. Until dawn, Lin Tian left the Mo family silently and returned to his residence in the Marshall house. I'm ready, Lin Tian muttered to himself. After returning to his residence, Lin Tian did not do anything else and slept peacefully. He slept all the way until noon. When he woke up at noon, the small wooden table beside his bed was still filled with delicious food. Looking at the familiar dishes, Lin Tian suddenly felt ashamed. He was the elder brother, but he had always been taken care of by his younger sister. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Tian got out of bed and washed up. He finished the food that she had prepared, cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, and walked out of the Marshall house. Actually, he had already taken a fasting pill and did not feel hungry or thirsty. However, since she had already prepared the food, how could he waste her good intentions? Every day, people came and went to the treasure pavilion. Moreover, the people who came and went were not ordinary. They were either rich or noble. After walking out of the Marshall house, Lin Tian went directly to the treasure pavilion. Little brother Lin, welcome, welcome. Pooh sure laughed. Elder Pooh, Lin Tian Dao greeted. Naturally, Xian Yao was already close to him. Seeing Lin Tianji greet Pooh sure, she could not help but narrow her eyes and say with a lovely appearance, Little brother, can't you see such a delicate beauty standing next to you? Lin Tian, he really wanted to say that he saw a source of disaster. Shaking his head, Lin Tian felt that he was still somewhat helpless with Xian Yao. His right hand shook slightly and 6 scrolls appeared in his hand. He handed them to Pooh sure. This is... Pooh sure was slightly stunned. Lin Tian Dao, Gale pattern scrolls. Lin Tianyi had engraved a total of 13 Gale pattern scrolls. He had used 5 scrolls when he went to the Mo family, and now he had 8 scrolls left. He gave 6 to Pooh sure and kept 2 for himself. Gale pattern. Is that the divine pattern that can hide the body and increase movement speed that little brother mentioned before? Pooh sure was excited. That's right. Lin Tian nodded. Pooh sure and Xian Yao looked at each other and revealed a surprised expression. Taking a deep breath, Pooh sure put away the 6 scrolls. Then he looked at Lin Tian and said solemnly, Thank you, little brother. You will definitely be satisfied with the price. 40,000 spirit coins for 1 scroll. What do you think? Lin Tianwei was stunned. 40,000 spirit coins. This price was really high. Shaking his head, Lin Tian smiled and said, No need, Elder Pooh. Previously, you sold the stone ring to me for 700,000 spirit coins. You lost at least 1,000,000 spirit coins. How can I ask for money for just 6 Gale patterns? This. Pooh sure hesitated, but he quickly nodded and said, If that's the case, then thank you, little brother. Pooh sure was also a martial artist, so he naturally had a forthright side. Since Lin Tian said so, of course he would not refuse. Xian Yao looked up and down at Lin Tian. After a pause, she intimately held Lin Tian's arm and said sweetly, Good little brother, sister's kindness to you was not in vain. Saying this, Xian Yao took out a silver token from her bosom and said, With your talent, you will enter the imperial city sooner or later. Sister will give you a gift. In the future, it might be useful when you go to the imperial city. Chapter 117. Remember literature building in 1 second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The silver token was much smaller than the general's deputy token. It looked a little delicate, like a girl's jewelry. This is... Lin Tian was puzzled. Xian Yao narrowed her eyes. Isn't there a rumor in Supervisor Feng that there's a big family behind the Yibao Pavilion? How should I put it? It's true. After a pause, Xan Yao continued. There's something similar to the Yibao Pavilion in the Imperial City. It's called the Treasure Loft. Of course, its scale is far from what the Yibao Pavilion here can compare to. Lin Tian was surprised. There's really a big family behind the Yibao Pavilion. Thinking about it, such a big family was far from what a small force like the Mo family could compare to. After all, even Mo Hai had to be respectful when he saw Puxi. Then this thing, Lin Tian stared at the silver token that Xan Yao stuffed into his hand. There was a word engraved on it. Xan. Xan Yao said, with this silver token in the Imperial City's treasure loft, most people will be respectful when they see you. If you want to buy anything in the treasure loft, it'll be sold according to the purchase price. There's a lot of good stuff there. Lin Tian was slightly taken aback. This little silver token actually had such great power? Looking at Xan Yao strangely, Lin Tian suddenly felt that this seductive woman's identity was not simple. What are you looking at? Xan Yao stared at Lin Tian and suddenly blinked. She leaned closer to Lin Tian and whispered, Are you infatuated with me? If you are, I can wait a few years for you. This, Lin Tian couldn't help but cough. He was instantly embarrassed. Looking at Lin Tian's embarrassed look, Xan Yao couldn't help but laugh. It was really charming. So cute. Lin Tian blushed with shame. The word cute didn't seem to be appropriate for him. This thing, is it okay for you to give it to me? In a sense, this silver token had the same effect as the general's deputy token. It was very precious. Lin Tian wanted to know if Xan Yao would give it to him in any way. It's okay. Don't worry. Xan Yao smiled. Lin Tian nodded. Xan Yao had already handed the silver medal to him. If he refused, wouldn't it be too disrespectful? Immediately, Lin Tian put the silver token into the stone ring. Thank you, Sister Xan. He smiled. Anyway, Xan Yao was 2 years older than him, so it was normal for him to call her sister. Good girl. This made Xan Yao very happy. She kept pulling Lin Tian to have lunch together. Lin Tian had already eaten, but he couldn't resist Xan Yao's enthusiasm, so he could only eat with her. After dinner, Lin Tian chatted with the two of them for a while before leaving. Puxi and Xan Yao personally escorted Lin Tian to the entrance of the Yibao Pavilion. Watching Lin Tian leave, Xan Yao waved slightly to the distance. Only when Lin Tian was completely gone did she put down her hand. Miss, is it really okay to give that thing to him? Puxi said, No problem. Xan Yao shook her head and stared in the direction Lin Tian left. Previously, because he was the youngest array manipulator in history and because I thought that he had a very powerful teacher behind him, I thought that befriending him would be a great thing for us. There were only benefits and no harm. But now, I want to be a true friend with him, a friend without any disputes of interest. I think he is someone who can be a true friend. Puxi was slightly stunned, then he smiled. What's wrong? Xan Yao was puzzled. Puxi shook his head and smiled. Nothing. This old man is just happy that Miss can have such thoughts. Indeed, Miss, you have a good eye. Even though that little brother has peerless talent and formidable strength, he treats others with sincerity, neither arrogance nor rashness. To be able to have such a true friend is absolutely a great thing in life. Xan Yao smiled slightly and became much quieter. So, it's not a big deal to be the clan leader candidate. I don't like to compete with those people. If that thing can help him in some small way, it will make me even happier. Xan Yao said. It was still early when they left the E-Treasure Pavilion. Lin Tian returned to the Nanyang Martial House and rested for a while before he went to the top pavilion to cultivate. The path of martial arts was very long and difficult. There was no room for slacking. Buzz. After activating the 2 spirit gathering runes, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi, immediately surged and flowed into Lin Tian's body. With the support of such a vast amount of spirit qi, Lin Tianyi sorted out the vigorous, quintessential essence in his body. Then he started to guide the meridians in his body to build the third divine vein. Lin Tian continued cultivating until the next morning when he stood up. Walking down from the top pavilion and facing the morning sun, Lin Tian walked towards the Wild Waves Heavy Array in the martial arts practice field. Ever since his cultivation reached the divine vein realm, Lin Tian realized that his essence, qi, and spirit were many times stronger. Now he only needed to rest for 4 hours a day and didn't feel any fatigue. The next day, his complexion was still very good. When he arrived at the Wild Waves Heavy Array, Lin Tian greeted the array guardian and stepped in. Lin Tian didn't feel anything when he stepped into the double gravity zone. He walked into the triple gravity zone as if he was walking on flat ground. After reaching the triple gravity zone, the pressure wasn't that great. It was only when he entered the quadruple gravity zone that he felt the true pressure. However, this pressure wasn't enough to stop him. He directly stepped into the quintuple gravity zone. When he arrived at the quintuple gravity zone, Lin Tian finally felt his body tremble and an intense pain came from it. "It seems like I can only stop here," Lin Tian muttered to himself. He didn't know that there were some inner palace disciples cultivating in the triple gravity zone. At this moment, when they saw him step into the quintuple gravity zone, their eyes widened. They almost thought that they saw a monster. Lin Tian took a deep breath. When his martial body got used to the quintuple gravity zone's pain, he started to cultivate the yin-yang puppet. This movement technique was extraordinary. It had helped him get through many dangerous situations. It was one of the martial techniques that he was most proud of. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Stepping on the yin-yang puppet, Lin Tian's movements were very smooth in the quintuple gravity zone, even though his movements were limited. Of course, his speed couldn't be compared to the outside world. Soon, for hours passed. In these 4 hours, Lin Tian had been stepping on the yin-yang puppet from beginning to end. Finally, he felt that his physical strength couldn't take it anymore. His true essence was also severely depleted. "I'm almost at my limit," he muttered to himself. Stopping in his tracks, Lin Tian took a deep breath and headed outside. When he walked past the triple gravity zone, some of the inner palace disciples were shocked and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Although the triple gravity zone was a little far from the quintuple gravity zone, with the cultivation of these inner palace disciples, they could clearly see Lin Tian's movements in the quintuple gravity zone. They were all flabbergasted. A second-level divine vein realm cultivator could move in the quintuple gravity zone. Was he still human? Soon, Lin Tian walked out of the Wild Waves Heavy Array. He immediately felt much more comfortable. The effect of this formation on tempering one's physique is truly extraordinary. Lin Tian thought to himself. Every time he came out of the Wild Waves Heavy Array, he felt that he had gained a lot. Stretching his limbs slightly, Lin Tian left the Wild Waves Heavy Array and quickly returned to his residence. After taking a fasting pill, he went to the pavilion and continued to cultivate. The heaven and earth spiritual qi continuously flowed into his body, helping him connect his meridians to his Tao acupoints. Then, at midnight, the power of the stars rushed down, shining brightly. Sitting cross-legged in the pavilion, Lin Tian not only used the heaven and earth spiritual qi and the power of the stars to form his third divine vein, but also used them to continue tempering his physique. According to the 4 extreme scriptures, the human body had unlimited potential, and there was no end to the cultivation of the physique. Soon, a night of cultivation was over. After walking down from the pavilion and resting for 4 hours, Lin Tian went to the Wild Waves Heavy Array again to train his physique in the quintuple gravity zone. At the same time, he also cultivated the yin-yang puppet. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, Lin Tian spent almost all of his time cultivating. Now, he could barely enter the quintuple gravity zone. His physique had greatly improved, and his physique had become stronger. Moreover, during these 7 days he had also cultivated several times in the vital essence condensing array. He could already maintain the same level of vital essence forging and consumption when he was 200 feet away from the array. The vital essence condensing array had increased by 40%, and the speed at which he absorbed the heaven and earth spiritual qi had also increased. In just 7 days, Lin Tian felt that his strength had improved a lot. At noon, Lin Tianyi went to the martial arts practice field as usual to cultivate. However, as soon as he walked out of his room, he bumped into Sushu, who was outside the door. Ouch! Sushu covered her forehead and stared at Lin Tian angrily. Lin Tian blushed with shame. This has nothing to do with me. Seeing Sushu's face become even angrier, and she gritted her teeth, he immediately changed his stance. All right, it's my fault. Sushu snorted. Only then did she feel satisfied. Master wants you to go over. Sushu said, Elder Mu Qing. Lin Tianyi was stunned. What's the matter? Sushu said, someone from the Imperial City's Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard is here. You know what it is. Lin Tian came to a realization and nodded. All right, let's go. Sushu didn't avoid it. She pulled Lin Tian's hand and walked towards the Elder Pavilion. When Lin Tian and Sushu arrived at the Elder Pavilion, the martial house deacon guarding the Elder Pavilion didn't react. He didn't have any intention of stopping them. Obviously, Mu Qing and Sherdong had already informed him. The two walked straight into the Elder Pavilion. About 10 breaths later, under Sushu's lead, Lin Tian arrived outside a room. Sushu knocked on the door, and Mu Qing's voice came from inside. Come in. Lin Tian and Sushu entered the room together. They glanced around and saw Mu Qing and Sherdong talking with a purple-clothed middle-aged man. The purple-clothed middle-aged man had a surprised expression on his face. He's here. Mu Qing looked at the purple-clothed middle-aged man and smiled. The purple-clothed middle-aged man stood up and looked at Lin Tian seriously. Is this the peerless genius you were talking about? Just now, Mu Qing and Sherdong had told the purple-clothed middle-aged man a lot about Lin Tian. Chapter 118. Lin Tian bowed respectfully, greeting Senior Su. Sizing up Su Zhou, Lin Tian discovered that although this person was slightly younger than Mu Qing and Sherdong, his cultivation was similar to the two of them. However, such a person was only a teacher of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. If that was the case, wouldn't all the elders in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard be Sea of Consciousness realm experts? Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was indeed worthy of being called the highest martial house in the Northern Flame country. At this moment, Su Zhou was also sizing up Lin Tian. With this glance, Su Zhou's eyes immediately lit up. Good. Not bad. Earlier, before Lin Tian arrived, Mu Qing and Sherdong had already told Su Zhou many things about Lin Tian, which surprised Su Zhou. Now that he saw Lin Tian in person, Su Zhou couldn't help but nod his head. With Su Zhou's eyesight, he could see that Lin Tian had reached the second level of the Divine Pulse Realm. 16 years old and reaching the second level of the Divine Pulse Realm, he could be considered a top genius. Su Zhou looked at Mu Qing and said, Brother Mu, can you test his talent again? You know that I have to see it with my own eyes so that I can report it to the elders in the Imperial City. Of course, that's not a problem. Mu Qing said. There was a place to test one's talent in the Elder Pavilion. The group soon arrived at a small room with a stone tablet in front of them. Little guy, go ahead, Sherdong said. Sherdong and Mu Qing smiled. Speaking of which, they had never seen Lin Tian's talent test with their own eyes, so they couldn't help but look forward to it. On the other side, Sushu also blinked her eyes and stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian walked to the front, placing his right hand on the stone steel. Circulating his true yuan, the 5 stars lit up. Then he circulated the true yuan in his body, causing the 6th to 9th stars to light up one after another, emitting dazzling rays of light. This scene caused the eyes of Mu Qing and the other 3 to flash with excitement. Amazing, Su Shu whispered. Although she knew that Lin Tian had a 9-star talent, she couldn't help but be shocked when she saw Lin Tian's talent test with her own eyes. It should be known that 9-star talents were extremely rare even in the entire Northern Flame country. These people were usually gathered in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard in the Imperial City. Good, good, good. Very good. Su Zhou applauded. As he spoke, Su Zhou personally approached Lin Tian and said, "You're Lin Tian, right? I've heard that you're a powerful array manipulator. Can you show me a little?" Speaking of array manipulators, Su Zhou's eyes lit up. Sure, Lin Tian nodded. Without Yan Mo, Lin Tian casually took some water from the room. Then he moved his 5 fingers and imprinted a complete martial fusion rune on a piece of white paper. This Su Zhou was shocked. As an instructor of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, Su Zhou had naturally seen many array manipulators. There were also people who cultivated array manipulation in the Imperial Courtyard. However, at this moment, Lin Tian's proficiency in inscribing runes still shocked Su Zhou. Moreover, the martial fusion rune that Lin Tian inscribed seemed to be very unusual. The runes were extremely smooth and showed a majestic charm. On the other side, Mu Qing and Sherdong's eyes also lit up as they were surprised. Su Shu blinked her eyes. She didn't quite understand, but she felt that Lin Tian's inscribing technique was very elegant. After a long while, Mu Qing and Sherdong laughed. "Brother Su, how is it?" Sherdong smiled and was quite proud of himself. "Good, good, good. Very good." Su Zhou kept nodding. As he spoke, Su Zhou looked at Lin Tian and said amiably, "Lin Tian, you should already know the purpose of my visit this time. Are you willing to enter the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard to cultivate? In the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, you will be able to obtain the best cultivation resources and the strongest cultivation techniques in the Northern Flame country." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhou stared straight at Lin Tian as if he was staring at a precious treasure. 16 years old, with a cultivation base at the 2nd heavenly layer of divine veins, a 9-star talent, and the ability to control formations. This was definitely a top-notch genius. Once he could summon him to the Northern Flame Imperial Academy, the academy would definitely reward him handsomely. Lin Tian pondered for a moment and looked at Mu Qing and Sherdong. "Go! What are you hesitating for?" Mu Qing smiled. Sherdong nodded in agreement. Lin Tian took a deep breath and looked at Su Zhou. He bowed slightly and said, "I'm willing." Hearing this, Su Zhou was overjoyed. Good. Su Zhou took out a small jade token and passed it to Lin Tian. "This is the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's disciple token. Keep it well and bring this token to report to the Imperial Courtyard half a month later." Lin Tian took the token and saw the word Imperial carved on it, exuding a majestic aura. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Tian on Dao. Su Zhou waved his hand and was overjoyed. Looking at Mu Qing and Sherdong, Su Zhou said, "Brother Mu, Brother Shi, don't worry. After returning to the Imperial Courtyard, I will definitely report to the elders. The Imperial Courtyard will definitely reward the 9 Young Martial House for nurturing such a peerless genius." Mu Qing smiled. "Then we'll leave it to Brother Su." Of course, Su Zhou said. Su Zhou was overjoyed and even a little excited. He immediately left the 9 Yang Martial House and headed back to the Imperial City. In Su Zhou's words, he had to report to the Imperial Courtyard's elders as soon as possible after recruiting such a peerless genius. Lin Tian and Su Shu walked out of the Elder Pavilion, but their hearts were still unsettled. After all, they were about to enter the Imperial Courtyard. After being reborn, I will definitely reach the end of my cultivation path, Lin Tian thought in his heart. Su Shu stared at Lin Tian. A trace of shock flashed in her eyes from time to time, and she would occasionally curl her lips. Lin Tian quickly noticed Sushu's strange expression and asked, "What's wrong, little Sushu?" "Nothing." Sushu said, "You have only been in the martial house for 4 months, and you're about to enter the imperial city. It's really too fast. In the history of the Nine-Yang martial house, there has never been anyone who entered the imperial courtyard after 4 months." Lin Tian stared straight at Sushu. "What?" Sushu took a step back. Lin Tian smirked and teased, "Don't tell me you can't bear to part with me?" Sushu's face turned red, and she immediately bare her teeth and scolded. "Pei, who would be reluctant to part with you? Stop daydreaming. I'm just a little reluctant to part with little Lin Shi." Hearing this, Lin Tian suddenly became silent. After pausing, he looked at Sushu and said seriously, "Sushu, I have something to ask of you." Sushu was stunned. It was the first time she saw Lin Tian so serious. "Speak," Sushu said. Lin Tiandao said, "Half a month later, I will go to the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Can I temporarily entrust Lin Shi to you?" After some understanding, Lin Tian knew that the Imperial City was not ordinary. It was filled with all kinds of conflicts. Now that he was going to the Imperial City for the first time, he was unfamiliar with the people and the place. He might accidentally get involved in some disputes. If he brought Lin Shi with him at this time, he was afraid that it would be a threat to Lin Shi's safety. He was not afraid of anything, but when it came to Lin Shi's safety, he had to be cautious. As if knowing what Lin Tian was thinking, Sushu said, "Are you worried?" Lin Tian nodded and did not hide it. Looking at Sushu, he said seriously, "In this world, other than little Shi, the only person I can trust is you. Also, little Shi is very happy when she is with you. The martial house is the safest place in Fengjian City. If I entrust little Shi to you, I can rest assured." After pausing, Lin Tian asked expectantly, "Then can I?" "Of course." Sushu quickly nodded. Hearing Lin Tian say that other than little Shi, the only person he could trust was her, Sushu felt very happy. After thinking, Sushu said in a small voice, "I don't know if little Shi is willing to stay. I can see that she is very dependent on you, her brother." Lin Tianwei was stunned and shook his head. "It's not like that. It has always been me relying on little Shi." Thinking of the little girl, Lin Tian's eyes were full of gentleness. Looking at Sushu, his expression became even more serious. "Thank you, Sushu. I will tell little Shi about this. Little Shi is very obedient and will definitely be willing to stay with you." "Don't thank me. You said you only trust me." Sushu smiled. "Also, I like little Shi very much." Lin Tian was very grateful, but he did not know what to say to express his gratitude. "By the way, what do you need to prepare in this half a month? Do you need help?" Sushu asked. "Prepare? There is nothing to prepare." Lin Tian shook his head and then looked out of the martial house. His eyes flashed coldly. "But before I leave, I will eliminate all the threats." Sushu followed Lin Tian's gaze and looked in the direction of the Mo family. "You!" Instantly Sushu was shocked. Lin Tian did not hide anything from Sushu. He said, "Not long ago, MOG returned to Fengjian City and led a team of Expeditionary Army experts to the dark forest to kill me. Of course, he did not succeed and was killed by me. You should know that the enmity between me and the Mo family is irreconcilable. Before I leave Fengjian City, I must eliminate this family completely. Otherwise, I will not be able to leave in peace." "MOG went to the dark forest to kill you? Don't you have the Deputy General's command? How dare he do that?" Sushu opened her eyes wide. "And you killed MOG? That man was in the 4th sky of the Divine Range and had a team of Expeditionary Army experts following him. How could you kill him? How did you do it?" Sushu was shocked by Lin Tian and asked a series of questions. "That's right. Even if I had the General's deputy command, MOG still came to kill me. There were also other powerhouses from the Mo clan accompanying him. Before entering the Marshall house, Mo's son tried to kill me. This is the 5th time his bloodline has tried to kill me. This knot cannot be untied, nor can it be untied. Lin Tiandao. Sushu frowned. But you alone, how can you fight against the entire Mo family? Believe me, it's not a problem. Didn't I kill MOG and a team of Expeditionary Army experts? Those people were all divine range experts. Lin Tianwei smiled and said, now Mo Hai is the strongest expert of the Mo family, but in comparison, Mo Hai is not as strong as MOG. He is not a threat. Chapter 119. Remember the literature building in a second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Looking at Lin Tian, Sushu was speechless. Why was this guy so casual when talking about killing people? Is there really no problem? Sushu asked. Sushu knew that the grudge between Lin Tian and the Mo clan couldn't be resolved. It could only be resolved when one side fell. Don't worry. Lin Tian smiled. Forget it, it's up to you. Anyway, you have the Deputy General's order. If you really want to destroy the Mo clan, it won't be a big problem. Sushu said, go play with Xiaoxi. In the future, she will be my sister. Lin Tian nodded and walked towards his residence with Sushu. The next day, Mu Qing released the news that the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard had selected a new disciple from the Marshall Palace. The person selected was the Inner Palace disciple Lin Tian. This news instantly spread throughout the Marshall Palace. What about Su Miang? Isn't he the #1 disciple in the Inner Palace? They didn't hold a selection? Strange. However, that Lin Tian does have the qualifications. Many disciples in the Marshall Palace were discussing. Originally, every time the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard came to the Nanyang Marshall Palace, they would hold a fair competition. All the Inner Palace disciples would participate, but this time they directly selected a new disciple, which surprised many people. Many people thought that Su Muyang had the qualifications to compete with Lin Tian, but they didn't know that Su Muyang was already dead. In the Inner Palace, Tao Bai and the other 2 weren't surprised. 16 years old, Divine Pulse Realm, and a 3rd stage array manipulation master. This time, the quota belongs to Brother Lin. That's right. Tao Bai and Tianze said. Even the silent Kong Hang nodded. He is indeed strong. The news released by Mu Qing caused a stir in the Marshall Palace for 2 days before it gradually died down. Many people had already expected this result. As for those who thought that Su Muyang could compete with Lin Tianyi, they also quieted down. After all, whether Su Muyang or Lin Tian could enter the Imperial Courtyard had nothing to do with them. Naturally, Lin Tian heard all the voices in the Marshall house, but he didn't care. At this moment, he was sitting upright in the pavilion, cultivating in an orderly manner. Buzz! The spirit chi of heaven and earth gathered and gushed into his body like little fairies. Now, Lin Tian was starting to form his 3rd meridian. He chose a set of Dao acupoints from his head to his left leg and used his meridians to connect them. This was a continuous process. Not only did it take a lot of time, but the process was also extremely boring. However, to a martial artist, this was nothing. After cultivating like this for an entire night, Lin Tian once again headed towards the heavy Wild Waves array. After arriving at the Wild Wolf Formation, he directly entered the 6x gravity zone, Yin and Yang Qi. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian stepped on the Yin and Yang Liang and began to cultivate in this Wild Waves heavy formation. In the following days, Lin Tian was almost constantly cultivating, tempering his physique, forming his meridian, tempering his physique and condensing his true essence. Occasionally, he would also go to the illusory killing array in the inner mansion to test his combat strength. In this way, after 7 days, Lin Tian could already kill a demonic beast comparable to a 3rd-level divine range expert with his bare hands. On this day, Lin Tian woke up from his cultivation, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. It's time. Standing up, Lin Tian walked down from the pavilion and headed out of the martial house. It was almost noon, and the streets of Fengjian City were bustling with people. The hawkers' cries could be heard from time to time. Lin Tian's name had already spread throughout Fengjian City. As he walked on the streets, many people looked at him in awe. In this regard, Lin Tian appeared to be very calm. He was neither happy nor sad as he walked down in a certain direction. Soon, Lin Tian arrived in front of a big house. The house's plaque was engraved with two big words, Mo family. In front of the Mo family's gate, there were also two warriors guarding it during the day. Arriving here, Lin Tian appeared to be very calm. He walked straight into the Mo family's gate. "Who is it? Stop!" One of the guards shouted. Beside him, the other guard saw Lin Tian's appearance clearly. His face suddenly changed. "He is Lin Tian. Stop him!" The two guards rushed towards Lin Tian with spears in their hands. They were not polite at all. Lin Tian was expressionless. He grabbed the spear from the other guard and kicked him away. The guard hit the gate of the Mo family and fell to the ground softly. Then he swung the spear in his hand casually and pierced through the other guard's abdomen. "Ah!" The man screamed miserably. He looked extremely sorrowful. Such a scene shocked all the passers-by outside the Mo family's gate. "What is he doing?" "He is that Lin Tian. It is said that he has a grudge against the Mo family. He actually came directly to the Mo family's gate." Many people widened their eyes. As the only martial arts family in Fengjian City, the Mo family had been accumulating power for a long time and was very terrifying. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke them. But now a 16-year-old boy came directly to the Mo family's gate. Oh my God! Many people were petrified. It was just one person, but he actually came to the gate of a martial arts family. Lin Tianyi did not care about these onlookers. In other words, he wanted these people to see him break into the Mo family and destroy it. In a few days, he would leave Fengjian City. Before that, not only did he want to eliminate the Mo family, but he also wanted to leave behind a deterrent. He wanted everyone to know the consequences of provoking Lin Tian. In this way, he would be more assured to leave Lin Shi in Fengjian City. Stepping on the stone road, Lin Tianyi walked step by step into the Mo family's gate. At this time, there were many disciples of the Mo family in the courtyard. When they saw Lin Tian barging in, they were shocked and angry. They were shocked because Lin Tian's name had spread throughout Fengjian City. Everyone knew about him, and they were almost no match for him. They were angry because he was just one person, but he dared to barge into the Mo family's gate so arrogantly. "Let's go together. With so many of us, I don't believe we can't take him down." Someone shouted, "Go." Another person next to him echoed. Immediately, many people rushed over with swords and sabers. Each of their moves was extremely ruthless. There were more than 50 people here. Lin Tian was expressionless. The sword of origin appeared in his right hand. He shook it slightly, and suddenly the sword radiance spread in all directions. Puff! 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 The people who rushed at the front fell into a pool of blood on the spot. They could not be more dead. Previously, he could let some of the ordinary disciples of the Xiao family go, but not the Mo family. This family had tried to assassinate him time and time again. Even though they knew he had the general's token, they still dared to do it. They sent experts and MOG to the dark forest to kill him. How could he show mercy to such a family? Moreover, at this very moment, as he stood there, he could clearly feel the killing intent and viciousness in everyone's eyes as they looked at him. Even though the shock and anger in their eyes were even denser, the killing intent and viciousness in their eyes could not escape his perception. He would never show mercy to these people. He would not be stupid enough to leave a threat to himself and Lin Shi. Clang! With a swing of the long sword, the boundless sword Qi spread out and swept in all directions. The cultivation of the second sky of the divine range was so powerful that dozens of disciples in the body refining realm could not compete with it. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard of the Mo family was completely dyed red with blood. Corpses fell on the ground one after another. It was a ghastly sight. Oh my God, terrifying. This is crazy. The periphery of the Mo family was full of people. Looking inside the Mo family, many people swallowed their saliva and trembled. In almost an instant, this news spread throughout the entire Fengjian city. What? In the Nanyang Marshal House, Mu Qing and Sherdong stood up in shock when they received the report from the Marshal House deacon. Let's go and take a look. Mu Qing said. Lin Tian was now the treasurer of the Nanyang Marshal House. Moreover, he had been selected as a disciple by the imperial courtyard of the imperial city. Nothing could happen to him. Immediately, Mu Qing and Sherdong walked out of the Marshal House and walked towards the Mo family. In another corner of the Marshal House, this guy. Su Shu stared at him. Su Shu already knew that Lin Tian wanted to deal with the Mo family. However, Su Shu did not expect Lin Tian to rush into the Mo family alone. This was too crazy. So stupid. We have the general's deputy order. We could have just sent an army to destroy them. Su Shu said angrily and ran out. Yibao Pavilion, this guy. Xian Yao's beautiful eyes lit up. Pushi smiled bitterly. This little brother is really reckless. Really? I think it's good. A real man should be like this. Xian Yao said. Ever since they found out about Lin Tian's true identity, Xian Yao and Pushi understood almost everything about Lin Tian. The grudge between the Mo family and Lin Tian was always the Mo family provoking Lin Tian. It could be said that today's incident was all because of the Mo family. This was the only time that Lin Tian took the initiative to attack. Elder Pushi, go and take a look. When the time is right, help him. Xian Yao said. Pushi smiled. Yes, Mississippi. The Mo family was considered a super force in Fengjian City. However, it was nothing in the eyes of Pushi and Xian Yao. Immediately, the two of them walked out of the Yibao Pavilion and walked towards the Mo family. Castle and mansion. What? There's such a thing. Duan Yan's eyes widened when he heard the report from his subordinate. At this time, Duan Yan's first thought was not about what would happen to the Mo family, but about Lin Tian's safety. Lin Tian was now the person in charge of the deputy general. If anything happened to him in Fengjian City, it would be the end of Duan Yan's castellan career. Prepare the horses, prepare the troops. Hurry to the Mo family immediately. Quick! Duan Yan roared. Duan Yan rushed out as if he was the wind. Almost at the same time, all the large and small organizations in Fengjian City were alarmed. Almost everyone gathered outside the Mo clan, blocking off the streets. Clang! Inside the Mo family's residence, the sound of a sword whistling was ear-piercing. Silver light flashed, and from time to time there was a blood-red glow. Lin Tian was expressionless. He held the sword of Origin Restoration in his hand and advanced towards the Mo family's residence. He killed with every step, and no one could stop him. Bastard! At this time, an angry roar sounded. Mo Hai rushed out, followed by 3 other middle-aged men. Their eyes were filled with bone-piercing, killing intent. At the same time, experts rushed out from all directions of the Mo family's residence. About 200 people surrounded Lin Tian. Lin Tian seemed to be very calm and fearless towards this. You're finally willing to come out. I thought you were hiding. Chapter 120. Mo Hai and the others were furious. Lin Fan had barged into the Mo clan alone and dared to be so arrogant in the face of 200 clan disciples. Kill him! Mo Hai roared. With the patriarch's order, everyone rushed toward Lin Tian. Energy sabers, sword chi, spear chi, and fist shadows pressed down on Lin Tian like an impenetrable wall. Clang! The sword whistled. With Lin Tian as the center, dozens of silver sword chi rippled out. The energy sabers and spear chi that were pressing forward were shattered. Several people were sent flying and screamed in pain. You want to hurt me with just a few kittens and puppies? You think too highly of the Mo clan disciples. Lin Tian Tan said coldly. The sword of origin restoration shone with a cold light. He charged toward Mo Hai and the others. Take him down! Kill him! A Mo clan disciple shouted. Lin Tian was strong, but there were many Mo clan disciples. They had an absolute advantage in numbers. Lin Tian knocked away a person's saber. The sword of origin restoration vibrated, and a sword chi pierced the person's throat. The person fell into a pool of blood. At the same time, he dodged a spear that was coming at him. He waved the meteorite fist with his left hand and sent the person holding the spear flying 3 feet away. The person spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Isn't he too strong? How terrifying! Outside the Mo clan, all the onlookers were shocked when they saw this scene. He had barged into the Mo clan alone and was surrounded by 200 Mo clan disciples. However, it was as if he had entered a no-man's land and killed one person with a single sword strike. Such combat strength was truly terrifying. Such a figure was truly astonishing. At this time, Mu Qing and Shi Dong had arrived. They watched silently from the side. Su Shu had also rushed over. When she saw this scene, her eyes widened in shock. "Little girl, you're quite fast." A voice sounded. A woman suddenly appeared beside her. Xian Yao had arrived at some point and was standing on Su Shu's right. "It's you." Su Shu widened her eyes. "It's me." Xian Yao narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Are you still unhappy about what happened last time?" Su Shu snorted and turned her face away unhappily. Xian Yao immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Mississippi Pushi felt a little helpless. The few of them looked towards the interior of the Mo clan, only to see Lin Tian amidst the encirclement of the Mo clan disciples. His footsteps were steady, and although there were swords and sabers slashing towards him from all directions, none of them were able to land on him. Pooh! The sword of Guiyuan was lightly raised. The sword chi broke through the air and cut open the throat of one of the Mo clan's men. With a bang, another person was sent flying. He was struck by the shattering meteor fist and died on the spot. With a long sword in hand, Lin Tian didn't even use the yin and yang liang. He dodged the spears and swords one by one and closed in on Mo Hai as if there was no one there. With a thud, another person fell at his feet. "Are you going to wait until everyone is dead before making a move?" Lin Tian Tan said calmly. Mo Hai's face turned cold. His killing intent and anger surged. "I'll kill you!" With that, Mo Hai dashed out of the room. "Let's go together!" One of the 3 middle-aged men next to him shouted. These 3 were Mo Hai's brothers, named Mo Bo, Mo Zhong, and Mo Bo, was at the 2nd level of the Holy Range, while the other 2 were at the early level of the Holy Range. At this time, the 4 of them attacked together. Suddenly, the other disciples of the Mo clan retreated. The patriarch and the 3 lords can definitely suppress him. Absolutely. Many disciples of the Mo clan looked at Lin Tian with cruel eyes, as if they were looking at a corpse. Boom! Violent genuine spread out as Mo Hai and the other 3 pressured together. Their might was terrifying, especially Mo Hai, whose battle prowess was at the 4th heavenly layer of the divine vein realm. A high-grade spirit sword appeared in his right hand, and the sword light suddenly filled the sky. "That's right." Lin Tianling smiled. Mo Hai, who was at the 4th level of the Holy Range, was terrifying, but he wasn't afraid. The 2 swords kept colliding, and for a moment, sparks flew everywhere. Mo Hai was indeed very strong, and with the upper-grade spiritual sword in his hand, Lin Tian could barely block it. At this time, a long halberd came with a cold chill, aiming at Lin Tian's back. "Die!" Mo Bo shouted coldly, and the halberd in his hand became fiercer. Lin Tian didn't even turn his head. As if he had eyes on his back, he leaned sideways and caught the incoming halberd. The long sword spun and slashed behind him. With a puff, blood splashed. Ah! Mo Bo screamed as his right hand was chopped off. Lin Tianyi kicked Mo Bo away, and several disciples of the Mo clan caught him. Bastard! Mo Hai was furious. The upper-grade spiritual sword bloomed like a demonic lotus, crazily attacking Lin Tian. At the same time, Mo Zhong and Mo attacked from the side with terrifying momentum. Facing the three, Lin Tian felt the pressure, but his face was still calm. Clang! After swatting Mo Hai's sword away, he turned around and slapped Mo Zhong, who was approaching him, away. The origin-restoring sword trembled, and the startling wind sword was repelled. While forcing Mo back, many disciples of the Mo clan were pierced by the powerful sword chi and died on the spot. Mo Hai was furious, and the upper-grade spiritual sword became even more terrifying. Kill! Mo Zhong and Mo roared and pressed forward. At the same time, Mo Bo, whose right hand was chopped off, snatched a long blade from a disciple of the Mo clan and rushed forward. Suddenly, Lin Tianyi was facing 4 people at the same time, and the pressure multiplied. Clang! 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 The blade and sword clashed again and again, and the ear-piercing metal sound was heard. Mo Hai, a 4th-level divine range expert, rushed to the front with the upper-grade spiritual sword. Mo Zhong and the other 2 attacked together, and Lin Tian was in danger. After all, he was only at the 2nd level of the divine range, and his battle strength was much weaker than Mo Hai's. He still can't do it. Nonsense, he's just one person. No matter how powerful he is, how can he fight against an entire family? He's too reckless. Someone shook his head. Lin Tian was indeed strong, but in many people's eyes it was impossible for Lin Tian to fight against the Mo clan alone. At this time, Lin Tian was retreating, and his clothes were torn. Old man, get ready to take action and bring him back, Sherdong said. Mu Qing nodded. On the other side, Su Shu was anxious and hesitant. Xan Yao said, Old Pooh, get ready. Pooh sure nodded and took a step forward. Inside the Mo clan, Lin Tianyi's strength was still not enough to fight against the 4 experts. Little bastard, die! Mo Hai roared. The upper-grade spiritual sword shone brightly, and a murderous sword slashed through the air. This sword was terrifying. Mu Qing, Sherdong, and the others were shocked, and they rushed into the Mo clan at the same time. At this time, Lin Tian, who was facing danger, revealed a cold smile. Clang! Suddenly, under Mo Hai's feet, boundless sword chi rushed up, and the murderous intent was terrifying. Mo Hai's face changed drastically, and he retreated in panic. Unfortunately, it was a little too late, and the sword chi penetrated his thigh. Suddenly, his entire thigh was dyed red with blood. Outside the Mo clan, Mu Qing and the others stopped and looked at the Mo clan in disbelief. The 2 were surprised. On the other side, Su Shu and Xan Yao were also shocked. Only Pooh sure saw something and said to himself in confusion, just now, was it the martial fusion rune? Mo Hai's entire right leg was dripping with blood, and he glared at Lin Tian. What did you do? Mo Hai didn't know what happened just now, but he could guess that it must be Lin Tian's doing. Guess. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Mo Hai's face suddenly became angrier, and his murderous intent spread like the sea. Pretentious! You're courting death! Mo Zhong shouted. The long blade in his hand slashed down a divine rainbow, and Mo Zhong and Mo attacked Lin Tian together. Lin Tian stood in the same place. When Mo Zhong and Mo were about to get close to him, dozens of sword chi rushed out from the ground, and each of them contained the will of thunder. In an instant, the 2 were forced to retreat, and they suffered a lot of injuries. Damn it! Mo Zhong roared, and he had no idea what was going on. He could only retreat quickly. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed, and it was Lin Tian. You! Emo Zhong was shocked. Die. The cold words floated in the air, and Lin Tian raised the long sword in his hand, and the sword of lightning slashed directly. Blood floated and sputtered in all directions, and Emo Zhong's head flew out diagonally. Fourth brother! Emo Hai shouted. Emo Zhong's head fell to the ground, and his body also fell with it, making a bang when it came into contact with the ground. Staring at Emo Zhong's body, Emo Bo and Emoan roared. This was their brother, but now he died in front of them, and his head was cut off. Bastard! The three of them roared. Outside the Emo family, Mu Qing and Sherdong were surprised. This little guy. Originally, the two of them were ready to help, but they didn't expect the unforeseen event to happen so suddenly. Lin Tian was obviously at an absolute disadvantage a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye he seriously injured Emo Hai and killed Emo Zhong. This really surprised the two of them. At the same time, the other onlookers were also shocked, and they didn't understand what was going on just now. At this time, only the roars in the Emo family were the loudest. Everyone, kill him together, kill him for me, Emo Bo roared. Saying that, Emo Bo was the first to rush out. Intruding into my Emo family alone. No matter who you are, you must die today, Emoan said ferociously. Seeing their brother killed in front of them, they were furious to the extreme. In an instant, everyone rushed at Lin Tian at the same time. Sword lights, fist lights, and leg lights all rushed over. You want to suppress me with numbers? You've miscalculated. Lin Tianling smiled. As soon as his words fell, the entire Emo family trembled. The ground cracked, and dense sword energy soared into the sky, covering the entire Emo family in it. Clang! The silver sword energy stirred up the wind and clouds, and the sound of thunder spread in all directions, shocking everyone. Puff, puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Emo family members fell in a pool of blood. What is this? Some of the Emo family members were terrified. At the same time, outside the Emo family, the onlookers' faces changed, and they were all shocked by the scene. Oh my God, someone muttered to himself. Almost everyone was dumbfounded as they stared ahead. At this moment, the dense lightning sword energy lingered in the sky above the Emo family like dark clouds. That terrifying power made many people tremble in fear, and their faces turned pale. Even someone as strong as Pooh sure couldn't help but be shocked. Is this his method as a third-stage array master? Chapter 121. Remember literature building in 1 second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The dense silver sword aura hovered above the Emo clan, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Oh my God, what is this? Someone was horrified. At this moment, the sky above the Emo clan seemed to have darkened. Sword auras that were 3 feet long circled around, and lightning arcs crackled nonstop. The scene was appalling. Blood splattered everywhere, and the Emo clan disciples all revealed terrified expressions. Damn it! What the hell is this? Emo Hai roared. A small gift, are you satisfied? Lin Tian Tan said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, more sword auras fell from the sky with a thought. Puff! 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 Blood exploded, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Emo clan disciples fell into a pool of blood. More than 10 days ago, he sneaked into the Emo clan with the Gale rune and set up nearly 100 Azure Thunder Sword aura runes in every corner of the Emo clan, and connected them with the solitary lock rune. At this moment, he unhesitatingly laid out this great killing trap. Ah, no. Miserable cries came from all directions. At that very moment, Lin Tian activated all the martial fusion markings he buried in the Emo family. That scene was extremely horrifying. Killing swords fell one after another. How could the ordinary disciples of the Emo family block them? In the blink of an eye, the Mo clan courtyard was dyed red with blood. Some Mo clan disciples wanted to escape, but unfortunately they touched an invisible barrier and couldn't get out at all. Patriarch, help! Someone shouted, but this voice was quickly drowned out by the sound of the swords, and at the same time there was a bewitching blood-red color. In the blink of an eye, the Mo clan had almost turned into a hell of death. Outside the Mo clan, many onlookers were pale, and many people couldn't help but tremble. Is this something a divine range cultivator can do? How is this possible? Array controller. It must be the means of an array controller. He is an array controller. Many people were terrified. Sushu's eyes were wide open as she stared at the interior of the Mo family residence. Above the Mo family residence, numerous killing swords rained down, killing one Mo family disciple after another. At the same time, many sword lights landed in other parts of the Mo family residence, causing the pavilions to explode one after another. Xian Yao was also shocked. Elder Pu, is this a formation controlling technique? We can be sure that this is definitely not something that belongs to the traditional martial path. With his divine vein realm cultivation, it is impossible for him to display such strength. Only the art of controlling formations is possible. Pushi said in a deep voice, "He's only at the 3rd stage, yet he can go against a small clan all by himself. Array controllers are indeed terrifying." Xian Yao muttered to herself. Pu sure shook his head. He stared ahead and said seriously, "That's not the case. It's impossible for a normal rank 3 array manipulator to have this level of power. This little brother should have grasped some of the legendary runes. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to create such a shocking scene at the Tier 3 standard. What kind of person is the teacher behind this guy?" Xian Yao smiled bitterly. Inside the Mo clan, ear-piercing sword whistles constantly reverberated. Lightning sword rays fell like raindrops, destroying the Mo clan's interior. Pavilions collapsed one after another, and clansmen were killed one after another. The entire Mo clan fell into a state of fear at this moment. Miserable screams were endless, and it was terrifying to hear. Looking at this scene, Mo Bo and the others roared. Their eyes turned red as they rushed out in anger. "Kill!" Mo Bo roared. He held the saber in his left hand and slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tianling glanced over coldly. Suddenly, a sword ray slashed down. With a bang, Mo Bo was sent flying, and one of his thighs was crushed. Mo Hai and Mo and attacked together. Unfortunately, how could they block the unparalleled lightning sword ray? PFFF! PFFF! Both of them coughed out blood at the same time and were swept away by the sword ray. For a moment, more than 100 people in the Mo clan were frightened and uneasy as they fled in panic. Unfortunately, the surroundings were temporarily sealed by the Silence Lock rune. These people couldn't escape at all and could only passively endure the falling lightning sword ray. No. Miserable screams reverberated in the air, causing people's scalps to go numb. At the same time, the scene was even more tragic, causing many of the spectators outside the Mo clan to involuntarily tremble. At this time, sounds of footsteps rang out. Castellan Duan Yin finally arrived. Behind him was an army of more than 100 people, arriving outside the Mo clan in a grandiose manner. Duan Yen was originally worried about Lin Tian's safety, but when he arrived and saw the scene inside the Mo clan, he shuddered in shock. Disbelief was written all over his face. Behind him, the group of soldiers were also shocked. Inside the Mo clan, Mo Hai and the others were overjoyed when they saw Duan Yen leading an army here. "Castellan Lord, please stop him quickly," Mo Hai shouted. At the same time, the Mo clan's disciples seemed to have grasped onto a life-saving straw. They all shouted in Duan Yan's direction, "Castellan Lord, save us!" Duan Yen stared ahead and saw that the Mo clan's courtyard was already dyed red with blood. Nearly 100 corpses were strewn all over the ground. Such a tragic scene made Duan Yen, who had experienced great storms, involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Raising his head to look at Lin Tian in the Mo clan's courtyard, Duan Yen whispered, "My lord, do you think we should first?" As the only martial arts family in Fongjin City, the Mo clan still had some significance to the city. Seeing so many of the Mo clan's disciples dead, Duan Yen could not bear it. Lin Tian tilted his head and said coldly, "You want to stop me?" Duan Yan's expression changed. This subordinate dares not. Then stand aside, Lin Tianlung said. Turning his head, Lin Tian looked at Mo Hai and the others without any emotion on his face. After that, the sword energy descending from the sky became even more terrifying. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered as the Mo clan's disciples died tragically. Wails and screams filled the air. Mo Bo and the other two's eyes turned red. They were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. These were the direct descendants of the Mo clan. They were the future hope of the Mo clan. Beast, stop. Do you still have any humanity left? Mo Hai was furious. Humanity? Lin Tian looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He looked at Mo Hai coldly. You talk about humanity? Fine, let me tell you what humanity is. Humanity is that Mo-san and that bitch Xiao Yin kicked me off the cliff because they wanted to have sex. Humanity is that your Mo clan allowed that dog slave to burn down my Lin clan's ancestral home. Humanity is that Mo-san and Mo-e shamelessly plotted to kill me. Humanity is that your Mo clan sent people to kill me during the Outer Palace trial. Humanity is that your Mo clan sent people to kill me during the Outer Palace trial. Humanity is that your Mo clan sent people to kill me during the Inner Palace trial. Humanity is that your Mo clan sent people to kill me even though they knew I had the general's deputy command. Lin Tian's voice was cold and indifferent. Every word was like a knife that stabbed into Mo Hai and the others. At the same time, all the onlookers outside the Mo clan's residence changed color. There was a rumor in Fongjin City that Lin Tian and the Mo clan had a grudge against each other. Many people knew about this, but not many knew what kind of grudge it was. It was only at this moment that these people finally understood the origin of the grudge between the two. It turned out to be like this. This is too much. Many people were pointing at Mo Hai and the others. Duan Yen originally wanted to ask Lin Tian to stop, but at this moment, when he heard Lin Tian's words, his eyes widened in anger. Mo Hai, you have guts. One day, you will even dare to assassinate the old general himself. Duan Yen stared at Mo Hai in anger. Duan Yen didn't care about the grudge between Lin Tian and the Mo clan. What really bothered Duan Yen was the last thing. The Mo clan clearly knew that Lin Tian had the general's deputy command, but they still dared to send people to assassinate Lin Tian. This was simply disobeying the old General Ji, and also disobeying the previous emperor of Beiyin. This was a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of the clan. Behind Duan Yen, many soldiers were also glaring at Mo Hai and the others. Mo Hai and the others trembled, and their faces paled. After a pause, Mo Hai stared at Lin Tian, his expression becoming extremely ferocious. No matter what, I will kill you. As he spoke, Mo Hai rushed out, heading straight for Lin Tian. Kill! Mon and Mo Bo also roared. At this point, they knew that their clan had no way out. Forget Lin Tian. Even the Fongjin City lord would not let them off. Assassinating the deputy command's deputy command. This crime was enough to wipe out the Mo clan. At this point, the 3 of them only had one goal in mind, and that was to kill Lin Tian. This is all because of you, you little bastard. Mo Hai's expression was ferocious. It never occurred to him that this was all because of the Mo clan. Looking at Mo Hai and the others rushing over, Lin Tian sneered and said disdainfully, Is this your final struggle? Unfortunately, it's not threatening at all. I even killed MOG. Can any of you be stronger than MOG? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian raised his right hand, and the sky thunder sword in the sky immediately clanged nonstop. Slash! He said coldly. In an instant, a dense cluster of sky thunder sword energy rained down on Mo Hai and the others. In an instant, the heavily injured and crippled Mo Bo was struck by 3 sky thunder sword energy and died tragically on the spot. Mo and dodged 2 sky thunder sword energy, but he could not dodge more. A sword energy pierced his throat, and he fell into a pool of blood with a thud. Bam! Mo Hai dodged the sword energy, but Lin Tian suddenly appeared in front of him and sent him flying with a kick. Blood flowed from the corner of Mo Hai's mouth as he glared at Lin Tian. Bastard! Lin Tian snorted. 4 sky thunder sword energy instantly fell and pierced Mo Hai's limbs, nailing him to the ground. Mo Hai screamed in agony. The heart-wrenching pain made his face contort. Watch the Mo family walk down the path of destruction, and remember that you reap what you sow, Lin Tian said mercilessly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the sword energy above the Mo family fell. No! Stop it! Stop it! Mo Hai roared like a madman. Is that possible? Lin Tianlong said. The sword energy fell even faster, and in an instant it covered all the Mo family members. Spurt! 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 Blood splattered everywhere and screams rang out. This process did not last long. After a few dozen breaths, the surroundings quieted down. Corpses were everywhere in the Mo family, and blood stained everything red. Only Mo Hai was still alive, and he was pinned to the ground. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He held the sword of restoration and walked up to Mo Hai. Bastard! Bastard! I curse you! You'll die a horrible death. Mo Hai's expression was hideous. The Mo family was destroyed just like that. Mo Hai glared at Lin Tian with hatred. Lin Tian was disdainful. He raised the sword of restoration and swung it down mercilessly. If curses worked, there wouldn't be a war. Chapter 122. There was dead silence inside and outside the Mo residence. Everyone was stunned. They stared blankly at the Mo residence. They could even hear the breathing of the people nearby. Read the full text. At this moment, even the air seemed to have frozen. The Mo residence is finished. Someone muttered. They stared at the Mo residence. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. Blood stained every inch of the ground. Most of the pavilions had collapsed. It was a cruel scene. A powerful martial arts clan had been wiped out by a 16-year-old boy alone. This is crazy. This is crazy. Many people were stunned. They felt as if their worldview had been distorted. Lin Tian glanced at Mo Hai. He put the sword of origin restoration into the stone ring. Then he crouched down and put away Mo Hai's superior grade spirit sword and the stone ring on Mo Hai's middle finger. Then he turned around and walked out of the Mo residence. When he walked out of the Mo residence's main entrance, most of the people retreated as if they were avoiding a demon. Sushu ran over and said angrily, "You're too reckless." "How can that be? I've always done things appropriately." Lin Tian smiled. "Tui, since when did you have a sense of propriety?" Sushu retorted. At this moment, Mu Qing, Sherdong, Pushi, and X and Yao gathered around and greeted him with concern. "Little brother, you've really opened my eyes." Pushi smiled. It was truly shocking for a single person to wipe out an entire clan. However, what caught Pusher's attention the most was the dense sword aura. Pusher was certain that it was an array controlling technique. As an array controlling master himself, he was stunned by such a technique. Lin Tian smiled and said, "You flatter me, Elder Pushi." Xian Yao leaned forward and grabbed Lin Tian's arm without hesitation. "As expected of my little brother. You're different. What are you doing?" Sushu glared at Xan Yao. Xan Yao giggled and said, "Are you jealous, little girl? If you are, I'll let him go immediately." Sushu's pretty face turned red. She said angrily, "Who's jealous?" "You're blushing." Xan Yao covered her mouth and giggled. "You!" Sushu gritted her teeth and glared at Xan Yao. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. He really didn't know what to do in this situation. Pushi coughed dryly. "Miss." Mu Qing and Sherdong smiled. Looking at Lin Tiandao, they said, "It's good that you're fine, but this time you were too impulsive." "I'm sorry to have troubled the two seniors." Lin Tiandao. He knew that these people had rushed here because they were worried about him, and he was very grateful. "It's good that you're okay." Mu Qing waved her hand. The crowd was dense. Lin Tian, Mu Qing, and the others left the Mo family one after another. They were not willing to be surrounded. Only Duan Yen stayed behind to instruct the soldiers to clean up the mess of the Mo clan. There were so many corpses, so they had to deal with them. They clearly knew that Lord Lin has the general's deputy command, yet they still dared to send someone to assassinate him. They must have eaten a mortal's guts. "You are courting death. Serves you right for ending up like this." Some of the soldiers cursed. The crowd outside the Mo clan didn't decrease. Many people were staring at the Mo clan. Although some people's faces were extremely pale, they still opened their eyes wide. The situation in Fengjian City seems to have changed greatly. Someone muttered. In the past, the Mo clan, Shao clan, and Qin clan were famous in Fengjian City. But now, only the Qin clan was left. Some of the more meticulous people had already guessed that the Shao clan was the same as the Mo clan. They were both destroyed by Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian could even destroy the Mo clan. Why didn't he find trouble with the Qin clan, who controlled the Lin clan's businesses? Obviously, the Qin clan was only used to attract attention. The one who truly destroyed the Shao clan was Lin Tian. After leaving the Mo clan, Lin Tian parted with Xan Yao at a corner of Fengjian City. Then he walked out of the Nine-Yang Marshal House with Mu Qing and the others. "There are 8 more days until we report to Beiyan Imperial Academy. When are you preparing to leave?" Sushu asked. Lin Tian thought for a while and said, 3 days later." "Oh," Sushu nodded. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lin Tian glanced at Sushu strangely for a while, but he didn't continue to ask. After parting ways with Sushu and the others at a corner of the Marshal House, Lin Tian went straight back to his residence. It was still early in the night. Lin Tian washed up and went to the top pavilion to take out Mo Hai's stone ring. "Let's see what's inside," Lin Tian muttered to himself. There should be some good things inside the stone ring worn by the patriarch of the Mo clan. Lin Tian infused his true essence into the stone ring. He found that the space inside the stone ring was about 15 cubic meters. It was 5 times bigger than the stone ring he was wearing now. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. This thing was worth at least 9 million spirit coins. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think that the Mo clan was indeed worthy of being called a martial arts clan. After calming down a little, Lin Tian used his true essence to infuse into the stone ring and took out the things inside one by one. After sorting it out, he found that there was a 5 million gold deposit card in the stone ring, followed by some cultivation pills. Of course, these pills were very ordinary and didn't have much value. Of course, in addition to the gold deposit card and cultivation pills, there were other miscellaneous things in the stone ring. Lin Tian paused for a moment, and his eyes suddenly fell on a palm-sized piece of jade. This piece of jade should be some kind of antique and was very extraordinary. However, what really attracted Lin Tian's attention was the small characters on the jade. Maybe it was out of curiosity or maybe it was strange, but Lin Tian raised his hand to take the jade and looked at it seriously. Suddenly, Lin Tian's face changed. "This is..." The characters engraved on the jade were very small. An ordinary divine vein realm expert wouldn't be able to see them. Because Lin Tian cultivated the Heavenly One Soul secret art, his soul force was tyrannical, so he could see these characters clearly. Looking at these characters, Lin Tian couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy. This seemed to be the Azure Thundersword Art's incomplete manual. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian quickly sorted out the words on this piece of jade. Then he copied them down on a piece of paper. After doing all this, he compared the words he copied with the first 30% of the Azure Thundersword art that he had cultivated. He discovered that they actually matched up perfectly with the Azure Thundersword art that was broken in the Marshall house. It really is. Lin Tian was excited. Looking carefully, Lin Tian found that the Azure Thundersword art on the jade was at least 30% complete. Calculating it this way, he now controlled 60% of the Azure Thundersword art. This made Lin Tian pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect Mo Hai to have such an item. Lin Tian suddenly felt grateful to Mo Hai. This 30% of the Azure Thundersword art was more valuable than the 5 million spirit coins and the stone ring combined. Taking another deep breath, Lin Tian calmed down. He took off the stone ring on his right hand and transferred all the useful items into the Mo clan stone ring. After putting away the items in the pavilion, Lin Tian put on the Mo clan stone ring. This 15 cubic meter space was obviously more practical than the 3 cubic meter space of the stone ring. After that, Lin Tian walked down from the pavilion and directly entered the class for demonic beast area of the Greenwind Ridge. Clang! A sword whistled, accompanied by the sound of thunder. In the blink of an eye, a Class 4 demonic beast was killed by Lin Tian under the Azure Thunder Sword Chi. As expected, Lin Tian grasped the origin returning sword tightly. What was engraved on the thin jade was indeed the last 30% of the Azure Thundersword art. Lin Tianji only practiced it for a short while and felt that his battle strength had increased by a lot. The power of the Azure Thundersword art was even more powerful. Continue. Lin Tian muttered to himself. In the Class 4 demonic beast area of the Greenwind Ridge, Lin Tian wielded the origin returning sword to practice the newly acquired 30% of the Azure Thundersword art. Every slash of the sword carried with it an ear-piercing sound of thunder, as if there were waves of thunder surging. As for why Mo Hai had the last 30% of the Azure Thundersword art, Lin Tian didn't know. He guessed that Mo Hai had collected the thin jade itself and not the Azure Thundersword art engraved on it. After all, the words were too small. Even if he practiced the Heavenly One Spirit spell, he had to look carefully to see them clearly. Mo Hai definitely wouldn't be able to see them. At the very least, even if Mo Hai could see those words clearly, he wouldn't be able to practice it. After all, without practicing the first 30% of the Azure Thundersword art and the general principle, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see what kind of martial technique was recorded in those words. In the sky, the scorching sun was shining brightly. Lin Tian waved the long sword in his hand, and every slash was as shocking as thunder. There were a few inner palace disciples in the Class 4 area who happened to be tempering themselves. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. This is Lin Tian. What a powerful sword intent. No wonder he could destroy the Mo clan alone. Terrifying. These few people muttered to themselves. These few people had just entered the Greenwind Ridge not long ago. It had been a few hours since Lin Tian destroyed the Mo clan, and the news had spread throughout Fengjian City. These few people already knew about it before they entered the Greenwind Ridge. Lin Tian noticed these few people, but he didn't care. In the Class 4 demonic beast area, he wantonly wielded the Azure Thundersword art. His whole heart was immersed in the sword realm. At this moment, every slash of his sword seemed to have the power to destroy everything. Every move was comparable to a low-level martial skill of the Divine Pulse realm. Time passed quickly. When the sun was about to set, Lin Tian withdrew his sword intent and stopped. Now I have 60% of the Azure Thundersword art. I have already cultivated the first 40%. Lin Tian muttered to himself. After a pause, he put away the sword of origin and walked towards the martial house. This day passed quickly. The next day, Lin Tian woke up early. After washing up, he went to Lin Shi's room. Xiao Shi, brother has something to discuss with you. Looking at Lin Shi, Lin Tian said softly. After a long pause, Lin Tian told her that he was going to the imperial city and that he was going to entrust Lin Shi to Sushu. Out of Lin Tian's expectation, Lin Shi nodded obediently without any resistance. This made Lin Tian happy and ashamed. After that, Lin Tian stopped cultivating and didn't do anything else. Instead, he brought Lin Shi out of the Nanyang martial house. Wherever Lin Shi wanted to go, he would bring Lin Shi there. Originally, he wanted to bring Sushu along, but Sushu seemed to be busy with something else. He couldn't find her, so he could only bring Lin Shi out himself. During this time, Lin Tian brought Lin Shi to visit Puxi, Exanyao, Gazhang, and the others. He still trusted these people. After leaving Fengjian City, he hoped that these people could take care of Lin Shi. Of course, he also visited Mu Qing and Sherdong. The two of them had done him a great favor. Even if it wasn't for Lin Shi, he would still go. Soon, 3 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian packed everything and prepared to leave for the imperial city. At the city gate, Mu Qing, Sherdong, Puxi, Exanyao, Guzhang, and other familiar people came to send him off. Of course, Lin Shi was also there. Lin Tian. A voice sounded. Sushu trotted over with a dragon-scale horse and handed the reins to Lin Tian. This place is very far from the imperial city. Ride it. Chapter 123. Looking at the dragon-scale horse in front of him, Lin Tian was a little surprised. This was a peak third-rank monster beast, and its body was shockingly strong. Pausing for a moment, Lin Tian was slightly surprised, and then he was moved. No wonder he couldn't find Sushu for the past 3 days. This little girl actually took the trouble to tame a dragon-scale colt for him to use as a means of transportation. Old Man Mu, your precious disciple's heart is probably stolen by someone. Sherdong teased. Mu Qing shook his head and smiled faintly. On the other hand, Sushu was embarrassed and angrily stared at Sherdong. Lin Tian looked at Sushu and said, "Thank you, Sushu. To be honest, I owe you too much." Feeling a little embarrassed, Lin Tian paused and a stone ring appeared in his right hand. It was the one he bought from the exchange pavilion. "This is for you. It's very convenient. There are some other things inside." Mu Qing's eyes moved. Isn't it a little expensive? Mu Qing and Sherdong naturally knew what this thing was. A stone ring was worth at least 1,000,000 spirit coins. Compared to what she has done for me, it's nothing. Lin Tian shook his head. Sushu cultivated with Mu Qing and naturally knew about the stone ring. She immediately took it happily. "You remember the good of a young girl, but have you forgotten your sister?" Exayan Yao snorted. Lin Tian blushed. "Sister Exayan shouldn't lack this thing. I can't take out anything good. If you have any orders in the future, Lin Tianyi will do his best." Exayan Yao was indeed good to him. Lin Tian naturally remembered this in his heart. Exayan Yao's eyes lit up. "This is what you said. You can't go back on your words." "I won't go back on my words." Lin Tian Dao. Exayan Yao stared at Lin Tian and said, "Then you should marry your sister." Lin Tian suddenly blushed with shame. He couldn't spit out a word. "All right, I'm just teasing you." Exayan Yao covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Tian was slightly embarrassed. After bidding farewell to everyone, he looked at Lin Shi. He crouched down in front of Lin Shi, his eyes filled with love and gentleness. "Xiaoxi, when I'm not by your side, you must listen to Big Sister Sue. I'll definitely come back when I'm successful in my cultivation." Looking at Lin Shi, Lin Tian's eyes were filled with love, but there was also a hint of guilt. Mu Qing and the others looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but nod. He was really a gentle brother. Yes, Xiao, she will definitely listen to big sister. When Xiao she is not around, big brother must take good care of himself. Lin, she said obediently. Lin Tian's nose suddenly turned sour, and he actually felt like crying. He held Lin Shi in his arms for a full 10 breaths before he released Lin Shi and stood up. Please take care of my sister. Looking at Sushu, Lin Tian said seriously. Don't worry. Sushu nodded and held Lin Shi's small hand. I will treat Xiao, she like my own sister. Leave the little girl in the Nine-Yang martial house. With us here, you don't have to worry. Mu Qing said. Mu Qing and Sherdong were very satisfied with Lin Tian's character and talent. Elders like them were very happy to help young people like Lin Tian. Thank you, senior. Lin Tian bowed to Mu Qing and Sherdong. Then he nodded to Pu Shi and the others. Lin Tian mounted the dragon scale stallion and looked deeply at Lin Shi for the last time. Then he slapped the stallion's back and instantly went far away. Dust swirled up. The dragon scale stallion, a peak rank 3 demonic beast, was extremely fast. It was far from being comparable to an ordinary horse. Soon, it carried Lin Tian and disappeared from everyone's sight. Sushu looked at Lin Tian as he left. Suddenly, she felt that her left hand was a little cold. She looked down with a strange expression. She saw Lin Shi, who had been very obedient and calm, staring at the direction Lin Tian left. Tears dripped down on the back of her hand. Sushu was stunned. Then she realized something. She squatted down and gently pulled Lin Shi into her arms. Leaning against Sushu, Lin Shi couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Brother, woo-woo, brother, brother. Lin Shi cried. Ever since their parents went missing, the siblings had been relying on each other and had never been separated. Now that she was suddenly left alone, how could the little girl not be sad? Xiaoxi, don't cry. Sister is here. Sushu comforted. Gently patting Lin Shi's back, Sushu sighed. Entering the imperial city alone, in order to ensure Lin Shi's safety, Lin Tian reluctantly left his sister in Fengjian City. And Lin Shi, in order not to make things difficult for her brother, in order to let her brother enter the imperial city with peace of mind, she pretended to be obedient and obedient. Only when her brother left did she burst into tears. Sushu only felt that these two siblings had a very deep relationship. The distance between Fengjian City and the imperial city was not short. A normal red blood stallion would need at least 7 days and 7 nights to reach there. However, the dragon scale stallion was different. It was a peak rank 3 demonic beast. Lin Tian estimated that 3 days would be enough. Before leaving, he prepared a lot of things. There were more than 10 sets of clothes in the stone ring. As for spirit coins, he had the Mo clan's gold card, which had a total of 5 million. He didn't need to worry about anything. As for food, he didn't need to worry about it. There were 5 fasting pills in the stone ring. 1 pill a day was enough to support him to reach the imperial city. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lin Tian's prediction was right. 3 days later, a huge city appeared in front of him. The city walls were tall and majestic, showing the aura of a king. This is the imperial city? It is indeed extraordinary. Lin Tian thought to himself. Entering the imperial city, the streets were filled with people. There was a dazzling array of goods, all of which were extraordinary. Lin Tian paid attention to the crowd and found that there were many powerful martial artists. There were actually many 8th and 9th rank body refinement realm martial artists. This made Lin Tian's heart move. One must know that in Fengjian City, a 9th rank body refinement realm martial artist could enter the inner house of the Nine-Yang martial house. But in the imperial city, there were many such martial artists. It is indeed the gathering place of the Northern Flame country. Lin Tian kept praising. Not long after, Lin Tian arrived at a restaurant. This restaurant could only be considered average in the imperial city, but it was 10 times bigger than the most luxurious restaurant in Fengjian City. The people coming in and out were all well-dressed people. In the restaurant, a waiter came to welcome him. "Guest, are you eating or staying in the restaurant?" The waiter asked politely, "Staying in the restaurant." It was already late and there were still 2 days before the registration day of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Lin Tian naturally wanted to find a place to settle down. He handed the reins of the dragon scale horse to the waiter and said, "Also, bring my horse to the backyard and feed it with good horse feed. Do you understand?" Seeing Lin Tian's dragon scale horse, the waiter was shocked. This was a 3rd-grade peak demonic beast, and it was actually tamed as a mount. "Yes, please be at ease. But guest, your luck is really good. There are many people in the Imperial City, and we only have 1 room left. If you go elsewhere, you won't be able to find it." After seeing the dragon scale horse, the waiter was even more respectful. To be able to tame a 3rd-grade peak demonic beast as a mount, in the waiter's opinion, Lin Tian definitely wasn't weak. He estimated that Lin Tian was at least at the 9th level of body refinement. Such a person wasn't someone a mere waiter could offend. Serving Lin Tian as much as possible was the right thing to do. The waiter called the coachman over. After instructing him, the coachman carefully led the dragon scale horse to the backyard. "Guest, the accommodation in the restaurant and your horse is equivalent to 80 spirit coins per day," the waiter said. Lin Tian was slightly astonished. 80 spirit coins in Fengjian City was not a problem to stay in an ordinary restaurant for a month. But in the Imperial City, this restaurant was only enough for a single day. It was truly shocking. However, Lin Tian didn't mind a mere 80 spirit coins. He took out 300 spirit coins and passed it to the waiter and said, "Stay for 2 days. Also, prepare some food and wine for me. This should be enough, right?" "Enough, enough. It's enough," the waiter quickly said. As he spoke, the waiter was prepared to bring Lin Tian to the guest room. Right at this moment, 2 people walked into the restaurant. The person in the lead was dressed in a gorgeous purple robe. He looked to be around 17 years old, and his expression was slightly arrogant. Beside the purple-robed young man was another young man. He looked to be around 18 years old, but he had a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks. The moment he walked into the restaurant, he shouted, "Men, prepare the best room!" The waiter was preparing to bring Lin Tian upstairs. When he saw the 2 of them enter, he immediately went up to them politely and said, "My apologies, guest. The last guest room in this restaurant has just been booked by this guest. I'm really sorry. If the 2 of you would like to eat any food or wine, this one can immediately call for them. The dishes will be served very soon." Hearing this, the young man with the pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks instantly darkened his face. "My young master wants to stay in the restaurant. Do you dare?" Staring at Lin Tian, the young man snorted and said, "He hasn't entered a room yet, right? Return the money to him. We will pay twice the amount." The waiter was in a dilemma. Although twice the amount was tempting to the waiter, he had already taken Lin Tian's money. How could he return the money and chase them away? However, looking at the 2 people in front of him, it was obvious that they were not ordinary people and could not be offended. For a moment, the waiter didn't know what to do and hesitated for a moment. On the other side, the purple-robed young man had a displeased expression and said, "Li Huan, hurry up!" The young man with the pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks was called Li Huan. When he heard this, he flattered, "Right away, right away. Young master, please wait a moment." As he spoke, Li Huan glanced at the waiter and took out a pouch of money and threw it at Lin Tian's feet. "This is 500 spirit coins. Quickly take it and get lost. If you delay my young master's rest, be careful of your head." Lin Tiantan indifferently glanced at Li Huan before his eyes landed on the waiter. "Where is the room? Lead the way." It was his first time in the Imperial City, so he didn't want to cause trouble for the time being. The waiter moved his feet, but when he saw Li Huan's glare, he immediately stopped. Having worked in this restaurant for many years, the waiter knew that Li Huan was the purple-robed young man's follower and was not someone he could afford to offend. With a snort, Li Huan tilted his head and stared at Lin Tian. "Brat, you don't know what's good for you." As he spoke, Li Huan placed his right hand on Lin Tian's shoulder and prepared to teach Lin Tian a lesson. Lin Tian tilted his head and his expression immediately turned cold. He raised his hand and grabbed Li Huan's hand and slowly moved it away from his shoulder. "Brat, you!" Li Huan's expression changed. His wrist was in pain from the person in front of him, and he couldn't break free. "Get lost!" Lin Tianling said and raised his leg to kick Li Huan's abdomen. With a bang, Li Huan screamed and was kicked out of the restaurant by Lin Tian. Chapter 124. 1 second remember literature building, providing you with interesting novels to read. Lin Tian had tolerated Li Huan once and did not bicker with him. However, this Li Huan wanted a yard after taking an inch. He actually wanted to take him down a notch. How could Lin Tian tolerate this? Tilting his head to look at the servant, Lin Tian said indifferently, "Lead the way." The servant's face turned pale. These two were obviously not ordinary people. Their clothes were much better than Lin Tian's. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Sure enough, at this moment a cold snort was heard. The purple-clothed youth's face darkened. He quickly came in front of Lin Tian and said, "Before beating a dog, you have to look at its owner. Haven't you heard? How dare you touch my Xia Wu's servant?" In the restaurant, many people had already noticed this and were watching. At this moment, when they heard the name Xia Wu, many people's faces changed. "Xia Wu? Is he from the Xia family in Linchuan City?" Someone stared. Linchuan City was the closest city to the imperial city. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the second largest city in the Northern Flame country. There was a powerful martial arts family in Linchuan City, the Xia family. Even many people in the imperial city knew about them. I seem to have heard of them. The Xia family has a genius young master with a 7-star talent. I think his name is Xia Wu. This can't be the person in front of us, right? Is it really that Xia Wu? I heard that he has already reached the 3rd level of the divine range. Staring at the purple-clothed youth, many people's faces changed. Hearing these discussions and seeing the purple-clothed young man staring at Lin Tian without a change in expression, the attendant's face instantly turned pale. He didn't need to think to know that the purple-clothed young man before him was definitely the genius young master of the Xia family of Linchuan City, Xia Wu. Thinking of this, the servant was about to cry. Why did he have to deal with this today? The servant smiled and quickly walked in front of the purple-clothed youth and said, "Young Master Xia, please calm down. I will discuss with this guest. I promise to give you a satisfactory ending." After saying that, the servant looked at Lin Tian and pushed the 300 spirit coins that Lin Tian had given to him. "Dear guest, this is the money for your room. I'll return it to you now. Then, you injured young Master Xiao's follower. Why don't you apologize to young Master Xia and let this matter rest?" Lin Tian's face darkened. "Refund my room? Apologize to him?" Lin Tian naturally heard the words of the other people in the restaurant, but he did not care. So what if he was the young master of the Xia family? He had already booked the guest room, so why should he give it away? As for the apology, that was a joke. It was an insult to him. He's the young master of the Xia family. The manservant said anxiously. "So what?" Lin Tianling said. "You." The servant was a little angry. How could this person not know what was good for him? Offending the young master of the Xia family would not end well for him. In the restaurant, some of the other people also shook their heads and pointed at Lin Tian. This young man, Sai, is really a hothead. It's a good thing to be hot-blooded, but sometimes you have to know when to advance and when to retreat. Isn't that so? Offending the Xia family is the same as digging his own grave. I guess he's from some small town and hasn't seen much of the world. That's possible. You can tell just by looking at his clothes. Many people whispered to each other. The manservant looked at Lin Tian and wanted to say something, but at this moment, a cold air suddenly spread out from the side, causing the manservant to tremble in fear. Xia Wu stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, "Before I left, my father told me to keep a low profile after coming to the imperial city. But you're really too arrogant. If I don't teach you a lesson today, where will my Xia family's face go?" Hearing this, Lin Tian laughed out loud. Keep a low profile? Others have already booked the room and paid for it, but you want to rob them. Your father told you to keep a low profile, and this is how you keep a low profile? Lin Tian said sarcastically, "If this is the result of keeping a low profile, then what if you don't keep a low profile on a daily basis? Bullying people, killing people on the street, wreaking havoc?" In the restaurant, hearing Lin Tian's words, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This young man, he doesn't know what's good for him. He actually dares to talk back at this time. Isn't he looking for death? I'm afraid he knows he can't get anything out of this. Smashing a broken jar, he can still retain some of his so-called backbone. Many people shook their heads. How many people didn't know the Xia family of Linchuan City? This person talked back to the Xia family's young master. Wasn't he looking for death? Xia Wu's expression became even more gloomy. He stared straight at Lin Tian. "You're very good. Since I was young, you're the first person who dares to speak to me like this." As he said this, Xia Wu directly moved, and a slap flew towards Lin Tian. This slap was aimed at Lin Tian's cheek. Obviously, Xia Wu wanted to humiliate Lin Tianyi first. Lin Tianling snorted and raised his left hand, directly grabbing Xia Wu's wrist. "You dare to fight back?" Xia Wu's expression became even colder. "Idiot! Do you think everyone in the world will listen to you? Do you think you're an emperor?" Lin Tian was disdainful. He raised his right hand and slapped towards Xia Wu's cheek. This slap was extremely fast, and it landed firmly on Xia Wu's face. With a slap, Lin Tian released his grip on Xia Wu's hand. Suddenly, Xia Wu flew backwards with a bang and crashed into a pillar in the restaurant, letting out a muffled groan. The Xia family's young master was actually, oh my God! Book reading, staring at this scene. Everyone revealed a look of shock. The waiter's face was even paler. He stared at Lin Tian, and his expression changed again and again. This person was actually so strong. Xia Wu stared at Lin Tian, his expression incomparably ugly. "You dare hit me?" As soon as he finished speaking, an incomparably tyrannical aura spread out from Xia Wu's body, shocking everyone present. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva, third level of the divine vein. As expected, violent fluctuations were emitted from Xia Wu's body. Staring at Lin Tian, Xia Wu's eyes were filled with anger. This aura was indeed somewhat terrifying. Many people in the restaurant were frightened, and many of them retreated not far away. The waiter retreated and was so anxious that he was about to cry. If these two people were to fight in the restaurant, who knew how many tables and chairs would be damaged? Today's business would probably be ruined as well. If that happened, the shopkeeper would probably have to kick him out tomorrow. The waiter only felt pain. What kind of sin did he commit to be involved in such a troublesome matter? The violent fluctuations continued to spread. In the restaurant, many people stared straight at the center, their faces somewhat excited. After all, most people like to watch a good show. "Your right hand will be left behind today." Staring at Lin Tian, Xia Wu said coldly, "I'm afraid you can't afford it." Lin Tianlong said indifferently. His figure moved. Stepping on the yin-yang puppet, he instantly moved dozens of feet away and arrived in front of Xia Wu in the blink of an eye. With a clang, the origin-restoring sword suddenly appeared in his right hand and was firmly placed on Xia Wu's neck. Xia Wu's face changed drastically. The powerful aura on his body immediately receded like a tide. At the same time, the other people in the restaurant also had a change of expression. What fast speed? Also, that sword, when did he take it out? This young man is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Many of the onlookers were shocked. Some of the people who were criticizing Lin Tian for not knowing when to back down suddenly became incomparably embarrassed. After being kicked out of the restaurant by Lin Tian, Li Huan struggled for a long time before he stood up and walked back into the restaurant with a sinister expression. Li Huan thought that his young master would definitely teach Lin Tian a lesson. At that time, he would also be able to vent his anger. However, when he walked back into the restaurant, the scene in front of him immediately changed his expression. Young master. Staring in front of him, Li Huan was stunned. His young master's neck was actually held by that person's cold sword. After a pause, Li Huan suddenly reacted. Although he was shocked, he still remembered his status. He immediately shouted at Lin Tian, "How dare you! My young master is the legitimate son of the Xia family in Linchuan City. How dare you point a sword at my young master? Do you want to die? Move the sword away." Lin Tian looked at Li Huan and said coldly, "Scram!" With a wave of his left hand, a ray of sword qi swept out and landed on Li Huan's body with a bang. Ah! Li Huan screamed as he was sent flying out of the restaurant once more. Seeing this scene, many people swallowed their saliva. They only felt that this young man in front of them was very strong. Lin Tian's gaze fell on Xiao Wu. Leave or die. Xiao Wu's face was ashen as he stared viciously at Lin Tian. "You're just a little faster. In a fair battle, you're not my match." Xiao Wu gritted his teeth. "If you say that, can I assume that you only have a good family background? Otherwise, you would have died countless times already." Lin Tian said disdainfully, "Also, don't think that you're so great just because you're at the 3rd level of the divine range. I've even killed a few people at the 4th level of the divine range. You're nothing." Xia Wu's expression changed slightly. He was angry and shocked. "I'll ask you one more time. Scram or die here." Lin Tian on Dao. Xiao Wu stared at Lin Tian. After a long time he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll leave." Although he was arrogant and despotic, he was aware of the situation. With a sword at his neck, retreating was naturally the best choice. "That's right." Lin Tian nodded. He suddenly raised his left hand, grabbed Xiao Wu's right wrist and twisted it viciously. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Xiao Wu was in so much pain that his face twisted. "This is the return gift for keeping my right hand. Now you can scram." Lin Tian said coldly. As he spoke, he raised his leg and kicked Xia Wu's abdomen. With a bang, Xia Wu was kicked out of the restaurant by Lin Tian, just like Li Huan. Such a scene shocked everyone so much that they sucked in a breath of cold air. Many people's eyes were fixed on the scene. That was the young master of the Xia family, a young genius at the 3rd level of the divine range. Now, he was kicked out of the restaurant by this young man. This was too crazy. Does this young man also have an illustrious family background? It's possible. Otherwise, how could he be so strong and dare to treat the young master of the Mo family like this? Staring at Lin Tian, many people shrank their necks. Chapter 125. Seeing Lin Tian looking at him, the waiter's face turned pale and he nodded repeatedly. Of course. I'll lead the way. This way, please, this way, please." With that, the waiter's face was full of respect. This was a ruthless person who could even send young Master Xia flying with a kick. How could a mere waiter like him offend him? Lin Tian did not argue with the waiter and followed him to the 2nd floor. Soon, the waiter brought Lin Tian to a slightly spacious room. The furnishings inside were not bad, but the most important thing was that it was very quiet. "Sir, this is the room. Are you satisfied?" The waiter asked fearfully. "Sure, you can leave now. Send some food up." Lin Tian on Dao. Sure. Please wait a moment. I'll be right there." The waiter left hurriedly. About 7 minutes later, The waiter came back again, personally carrying a few dishes and a pot of good wine. "Sir, please enjoy." The waiter bowed and left, carefully closing the door for Lin Tian. By the time Lin Tian finished his meal, the sky had completely darkened. Not long after, a full moon hung high in the night sky. Sitting cross-legged on the big bed in the guest room, Lin Tian began to cultivate. On the path of martial arts, one had to race against time and could not slack off. Whoa! A faint silver light flashed as Lin Tian activated 2 spirit gathering runes. The spirit energy of heaven and earth and the power of the stars surged and surrounded him. With the support of this spirit energy, he continued to temper his physique while connecting his meridians to his meridians. Soon the night passed. In the morning, Lin Tian opened his eyes, stretched his arms, and got off the bed. After a sleepless night, Lin Tian did not feel tired. Instead, he felt more energetic. Walking down the stairs, Lin Tian went to the backyard to take a look at the dragon scale stallion. The stallion was well taken care of. When it saw him, it even raised its head and neighed twice, as though it was greeting him. Lin Tian walked over and stroked the horse. This was the mount that Sushu had given him, and he liked it very much. After standing there for a while, Lin Tian walked out of the restaurant and onto the streets of the imperial city. 2 days later, they would report to the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. Before that, Lin Tian wanted to pay a visit to someone, old General Ji. After asking around casually, Lin Tian walked in a certain direction. After about 2 hours, Lin Tian arrived in front of a majestic mansion. At the top of the mansion, there were 3 large words engraved, General's Mansion. After glancing around, Lin Tian walked forward. Halt! There were 2 powerful cultivators guarding the entrance of the General's Mansion. One of them stepped forward and stopped Lin Tian. Lin Tian stopped and said, "I want to see the old general. Please inform him." As he spoke, he took out the Deputy General's order from the stone ring and shook it slightly. The expressions of the 2 powerhouses guarding the General's mansion changed, and their expressions immediately became respectful. "Please wait a moment," one of them said, and walked straight into the mansion. Not long after, a hearty laugh came from the mansion, and an old man with a ruddy complexion walked out. It was the Empire's great general, Ji Yuanshan. Seeing this person, Lin Tian immediately went up to greet him. "Greetings, old general," Lin Tiandao said as he bowed slightly. Ji Yuanshan sized up Lin Tian, and after a while his smile became even more joyful. His face was full of satisfaction. Good. Very good. Quick, little brother, please come in. This old man has been looking forward to this day." Lin Tian was not wearing a black robe, but he came with the Deputy General's order, so Ji Yuanshan naturally knew who Lin Tian was. "Sorry to trouble you, old general." Lin Tian. As he spoke, Lin Tian followed Ji Yuanshan into the general's mansion. There were many passers-by outside the general's mansion, and when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. Heavens, who is that young man? He actually made the old general come out to greet him personally. Even the masters of the big families in the imperial city can't enjoy this kind of honor, right? Many passers-by widened their eyes. Lin Tian followed Ji Yuanshan and soon arrived at the main hall of the general's mansion. The general's mansion was very big, but it was not extravagant. On the contrary, the entire general's mansion was filled with a simple atmosphere, which made Lin Tian feel more comfortable. "Little brother, sit as you please," Ji Yuanshan said. The servant quickly brought tea and snacks and then retreated. Lin Tian nodded, took out the Deputy General's order, and said, "This thing should be returned to old General." Lin Tian's main purpose in coming to the General's mansion was to return the Deputy General's order. Ji Yuanshan did not refuse and took it and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, this old man has already resigned from the position of Great General yesterday, so this thing will soon be meaningless." Resigned from the position of Great General? Why is that? Lin Tian's expression changed. Ji Yuanshan said with a smile, I'm old and it's time to retire. This old man wants to spend more time with Xiaoyu, and in a few days I'll find a good husband for Xiaoyu. Who knows? I might even be able to hold a grandson in my lifetime. Old General, you're a martial artist, and your body is still very healthy. You don't have to worry about holding a grandson at all. But to resign from the position of great general is a great loss to the empire. Lin Tian said with a smile, but how should I put it? If it were me, I would probably resign earlier than the great general. After all, family is more important. Ji Yuanshan laughed. Little brother, you're interesting. By the way, little brother, can you tell me your real name? Lin Tian. Lin Tian said directly. Lin Tian, not bad. Not bad. Ji Yuanshan nodded, repeatedly. Looking at Lin Tian, Ji Yuanshan's face was full of satisfaction. One had to know that even the heirs of the imperial city's great clans always had a solemn expression in front of him. But Lin Tian appeared very casual, not restrained or rude. This kind of state of mind was really rare. Meeting Ji Yuanshan's scorching gaze, Lin Tian suddenly felt a burst of embarrassment. At this time, a young girl walked in from outside the main hall. Grandfather, someone from the imperial family has come to invite you, the young girl said softly. Lin Tian tilted his head and saw the young girl dressed in white. She was slender and elegant, and her face could be said to be beautiful. This young girl, wasn't she Jiyu? Jiyu met Lin Tian's gaze and was shocked. It's you. Lin Tian was a bit surprised. Jiyu knew him? Logically speaking, it was impossible. Although he had saved this young girl, the two of them had never communicated. Moreover, he had only revealed his true identity in front of Ji Yuanshan today. Even if Ji Yuanshan wanted to tell Jiyu, it was impossible. However, Jiyu's expression just now clearly showed that she knew him. For a moment, Lin Tian was a bit puzzled. Ji Yuanshan also looked at Jiyu strangely. Xiaoyu, you know him? No, I don't know him, Jiyu said with a red face. As she spoke, Jiyu secretly glanced at Lin Tian. That day in Fengjian City, when Lin Tian was treating her injuries, she had woken up for a moment. Although it was only for a moment, and although her vision was a bit blurry, she had clearly seen Lin Tian's appearance. Of course, only she knew about this. Even Lin Tian didn't know. At that time, Lin Tian had closed his eyes to maintain his composure, so he didn't notice that she had opened her eyes. Thinking about that day, Ji Yu's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Ji Yuanshan looked at Ji Yu suspiciously. Is that so? Why do I feel like you know him? It's not like that. You're overthinking it, Ji Yu said. Ji Yuanshan nodded and pointed at Lin Tian, smiling. This is the little brother who saved your life that Grandpa mentioned to you before. His name is Lin Tian. As he spoke, Ji Yuanshan looked at Lin Tian and said apologetically, I'm sorry, little brother, but there are some matters at the palace. This old man might have to make a trip there, so I won't be able to accompany you for the time being. At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly stepped forward and said, It's fine, Grandpa. I'll entertain him. HM? Ji Yuanshan looked at Ji Yu strangely and said, Little Yu, you're acting a little strange today. This seems to be the first time you've taken the initiative to entertain a guest, right? Ji Yu's face reddened. How can I be impolite when my savior comes to visit? Yes. Grandpa has become muddle-headed. Ji Yuanshan slapped his forehead, looking enlightened. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian and smiled. Little brother, this isn't the first time you've met this old man's granddaughter Jiyu. This old man will go to the palace for a while, so I'll let little Yu accompany you around in my place. What do you think? Lin Tian originally wanted to bid farewell and leave, but Jiyu took the initiative to entertain a guest, and Ji Yuanshan was like this. If he refused to leave, it would be impolite, so he could only nod. All right, he said. Seeing that Lin Tian agreed, Ji Yuanshan laughed loudly and seemed very happy. Good. Little brother, you must wait for this old man to come back. Let's have a good drink. After saying that, Ji Yuanshan gave Ji Yu a few more instructions, then left with a big smile. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Tian and Ji Yu were left in the main hall, facing the beautiful girl in front of him alone. Lin Tian suddenly felt a little awkward. After all, he had seen her naked before. Opposite him, Ji Yu looked at Lin Tian, her face slightly red, and she seemed a little unnatural. The man in front of her had seen her entire body and even touched it with his hands. For a moment, the two of them had their own thoughts, and the atmosphere was very strange. After a while, it was Ji Yu who spoke first. Lin Tian, can I take you out for a walk? Lin Tian happened to not know what to say, so when he heard Ji Yu's question, he immediately nodded. Okay, no problem. Seeing Lin Tian's reaction, Ji Yu couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. What's wrong? Nothing. Ji Yu chuckled. She only felt that the man in front of her was a little dull, and actually a little cute. Then let's go out, Ji Yu said. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. Together with Ji Yu, the two of them walked side by side around the general's residence, then walked out of the residence. It was Lin Tian's first time in the Imperial City, so he didn't know much about the Imperial City. Ji Yu explained everything to him. During the process, the two of them walked side by side through many places, causing many people to be dumbfounded. Old General Ji's granddaughter is actually with a young man. Who is that young man? He can actually make the #1 prodigy of the Imperial City accompany him. It seems that even the future heirs of the major clans can't enjoy such treatment. Oh my God! He can't be one of the princes, right? Nonsense. Rumor has it that even His Highness the Crown Prince was rejected when he invited Miss Ji for a gathering. Many people were shocked, and their jaws almost dropped. P.S. Well, it's the dragon's birthday today, so he's going out to celebrate with his 2 good buddies tonight. He'll probably be out a little late, so tomorrow's update will probably be a little late. Sorry, brothers and sisters. Chapter 126. Remember literature building in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The pedestrians on the streets of the Imperial City were stunned. The Empire's #1 prodigy was actually walking with an unknown young man in the city. This was like a super earthquake, and many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Facing the shocked gazes of the people around him, Ji Yu appeared very calm and did not care at all. This is the famous weapon trading center of the Imperial City. Occasionally, there will be treasures for sale. Right in front is the treasure loft. Oh, the largest auction house in the Imperial City. And over there is the Array Manipulator Guild. Ji Yu introduced Lin Tian one by one. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Ji Yu. After a short period of interaction, he realized that besides being a little strange at the beginning, this young girl became very peaceful after she calmed down. Her every movement gave people an extremely elegant and refined feeling. What are you looking at? Ji Yu noticed Lin Tian's gaze. Lin Tian shook his head and smiled. Nothing. Ji Yu replied with an "oh" and smiled sweetly. Then she continued walking with Lin Tian. The two of them walked side by side in the Imperial City. The impact of this could be said to be shocking. In the blink of an eye, this matter was spread to every corner of the Imperial City. Imperial City, the most extravagant restaurant, Immortal Knowledge Water Tower. In the most luxurious private room in the Immortal Knowledge Water Tower, there was heavenly music. A dozen or so beautiful women were dancing under the cover of a thin veil. Good. Loud laughter echoed in the private room. A few young men who looked like young masters were toasting each other, staring straight at the dozen or so women. At this moment, a man who looked like a servant bowed and walked in. He whispered something to one of the young masters in luxurious clothes. Instantly, the young master's expression changed. Pa! With a crisp sound, the wine cup in the young man's hand shattered on the ground. Everyone in the room was shocked. The dozen or so beautiful women thought that they had offended this lord. They were so scared that they knelt down, trembling. "What's wrong, young Master Lung?" a young master at the side asked. There were a total of 5 young men in the room, and they were all reputable young masters in the imperial city. However, the 5 of them were led by the well-dressed young man because his surname was Lung, and he was the young master of the Lung family, one of the 3 great families in the imperial city. The young man's face was gloomy. He didn't say a word and directly walked out. The young men had strange expressions on their faces. After the young man in luxurious clothes left, they called over the attendant that had walked in earlier and questioned him. The attendant naturally didn't dare conceal anything and spoke swiftly. "What? That you was actually accompanying an unknown youth in the city? Are you happy?" A young man was shocked. The young men looked at each other with widened eyes. "Let's go and take a look." Another person said. In an instant, all of them rushed out and quickly followed behind the finely dressed youth. On the streets of the imperial city, Lin Tian followed beside Jiyu. Before they knew it, they had already walked several long roads. Lin Tian felt a little speechless. Everywhere he went, he was always stared at like a rare treasure. What happened? Jiyu asked. Lin Tiandao said, "Look around. Do I look like I'm being stared at like a national treasure?" Jiyu glanced around, then covered his mouth and chuckled. After a pause, Jiyu seemed to have thought of something. He asked again, "Do you like this feeling?" Lin Tianwei was stunned. She said, "It's all right. Anyway, I don't hate it." "That's good." Jiyu muttered to himself in a low voice. "What did you say?" "Nothing. Let's go ahead. There's a small market there. It's quite fun." Jiyu said. Lin Tian looked at Jiyu strangely, but he didn't ask anything. Small markets were very rare in large cities like the imperial city. Most of them were gathering places for the commoners of the lowest status. Hawkers and peddlers would gather there. All kinds of items were very common. Of course, they were also very cheap. Scallion pancakes, delicious, crispy, and not greasy. Intestine dumplings, crispy flour cakes, fragrant, sweet, and delicious. The market was a little crowded. All kinds of hawking voices could be heard. Hearing these voices and seeing the people walking in and out of the market, Lin Tian felt that it was quite amiable. The 2 of them quickly attracted the attention of many people in the small market. "Miss G, you're here again? Fresh steamed buns. Miss G, do you want some? This old woman has fresh fruits. Miss G, if you don't mind, you can take some back. It's free. Miss G, who's that young man beside you? Could he be the future one? Haha, this young man is quite handsome. He looks good." Enthusiastic voices came from all around them. In the surroundings, quite a few people revealed smiles towards Jiyu, all of them appearing extremely respectful. Even their attitudes towards Lin Tian were amiable. Lin Tian could see that the respect on these people's faces came from the bottom of their hearts. It wasn't fear. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were surrounded by enthusiastic people. They gave them a lot of things without any explanation. They were all snacks and fruits, but no one asked for money. "Thank you, Uncle Lee." "Thank you, Aunt Lu." Jiyu thanked them one by one. After a long time, he finally broke out of the crowd. Lin Tian was a little speechless. At the same time, he was also a little curious. "Do you come here often?" Lin Tian asked. Jiyu nodded. "The environment here is very good." Lin Tian looked around. The environment was very good? It didn't seem so. In fact, the environment here wasn't good at all. It was congested and noisy. Of course, he knew what Jiyu was referring to. He was probably referring to the simple atmosphere. "I didn't expect that the granddaughter of the great general, the #1 prodigy of the imperial city, would have such a friendly side." Lin Tian smiled. Jiyu tilted his head. "Why do you look so strange? Do you think that I should be high and mighty and that I should go in and out of jade palaces?" Lin Tian thought for a moment. "Well, that's something like that." Ji Yu stared at Lin Tian and couldn't help but chuckle. You're so honest. Girls don't like you. Is that so? I never thought about that. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. Idiot, Ji Yu said angrily. Lin Tian was even more embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head and continued to walk forward with Ji Yu. Although this market was the gathering place of the lowest class of commoners, it was still in the imperial city. Naturally, it wasn't small. Not only were there delicious food, but there were also fun things such as catching goldfish, setting rings, throwing darts, and so on. Well, do you want to play? Ji Yu pointed ahead. Lin Tian looked up and saw a small stall in front of him. There were many interesting things that weren't considered precious on the stall. As long as one spent a little money to buy rings from the stall owner and put the rings on the small things, they could take the things in the rings. Lin Tian blushed with shame. We're cultivators. Wouldn't it be too much of a scam to play this? Just treat yourself as an ordinary person. Ji Yu said. Lin Tian was speechless. That didn't seem to be possible, right? Ji, you seem to be quite interested. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't stop him. He saw Ji Yu take out 10 rings and throw a set of rings at a ceramic puppy on the stall. In the end, he missed. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Ji Yu's cultivation wasn't weak. Although the rings were very small and were a little far from the ceramic puppy, he shouldn't have missed, because even a cultivator in the body refinement realm would be able to steadily catch the rings. Lin Tian was a little puzzled. How can an ordinary 16-year-old girl catch the rings on the first try? For ordinary people, this thing is quite difficult. Ji Yu said. Lin Tian stood quietly at the side and watched Ji Yu use 10 rings in succession. Then he bought dozens more before he finally managed to catch the ceramic puppy. He took it from the stall owner with a little joy and waved it at Lin Tian as if he was presenting a treasure. Staring at Ji Yu, Lin Tian's expression was a little surprised. He had been seriously watching. Ji Yu had thrown the hoop a total of 68 times and had failed 67 times. Of these 67 times, every failure looked very natural. There was nothing deliberate or pretentious about it. This caused Lin Tian to be very shocked. Ji Yu was obviously a cultivator in the divine pulse realm, but the series of movements just now were really no different from an ordinary person's. Logically speaking, this should be impossible. As a cultivator, powerful strength sometimes became a kind of instinct. For example, if a person who was good at swimming deliberately pretended that he couldn't swim and was drowning, it would be very difficult. At least, it would be easy for others to see through it. However, Ji Yu's movements were so natural. Why don't you give it a try? Ji Yu handed the rings in his hand to Lin Tian. No, I can't do it like you. Lin Tian shook his head. If he tried and didn't deliberately pretend to fail, he would definitely succeed. Looking at Ji Yu, he couldn't help but ask, How did you do it just now? It seemed to be very difficult to temporarily become an ordinary person. At least, Lin Tian didn't think that he could do it to this extent now. I don't know. I don't understand. I just wanted to do it. Ji Yu shook his head. Lin Tian was speechless. His words were too hurtful. After helping Ji Yu put away the puppy, Lin Tian temporarily put away some other things in the stone ring. The two of them continued to walk forward. You have such good things. Ji Yu blinked. Lin Tian shook the stone ring in his right hand and rolled his eyes helplessly. You're talking like a country bumpkin carrying a gold brick. Ji Yu burst out laughing. I didn't mean that. The two of them walked side by side and soon walked more than half of the market. At this moment, the crowd behind them seemed to be a little noisy. Get out of the way. A cold shout rang out. The crowd was forcibly pushed aside, and 5 young men walked over. The person in the lead was dressed in luxurious clothes and had a dignified appearance. Xiao Yu. The young man in luxurious clothes called out and quickly walked to Lin Tian and Ji Yu. Lung Yitong. Ji Yu was slightly surprised. Then he asked, What's the matter? Lin Tian naturally saw the young man in luxurious clothes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. A familiar face. Back then, he had ordered someone to assassinate him in Fengjian City. Now, they met again in the Imperial City. Of course, he wouldn't mention what happened that day. He just stood quietly beside Jiyu. Lung Yitong didn't know that Lin Tian was the person under the black robe that day. He glanced coldly at Lin Tian. Seeing that Lin Tian's clothes were very ordinary, he turned to Jiyu and asked gently, "Xiao Yu, what are you doing?" "Who is he?" "A guest," Jiyu said. "A guest?" Lung Yitong frowned. "Yes." Chapter 127. The young men behind Lung Yitong were shocked. They looked at Lin Tian in surprise. Who was this person to be treated as a guest by the Empire's #1 prodigy? He looked like an ordinary person. What guest? I don't think you've ever received a guest before, right? Lung Yitong frowned even more. Ji shook his head. He's different. Lung Yitong was a little unhappy. He paused and looked at Lin Tiandao. "Friend, who are you?" "Who are you?" Lin Tian asked. Lung Yitong's face darkened. Not many people dared to talk to him like this in the Imperial City. "I'm Lung Yitong from the Lung family. May I know your name?" Lung Yitong asked. The other young men were shocked. They often hung out with Lung Yitong, so they knew that Lung Yitong was angry. Once the young master of the Lung family was angry, the consequences would be severe. "I've never heard of it." Lin Tian looked indifferent. He turned to Jiyu and asked, "Shall we go back?" Jiyu was stunned. He smiled and said sure. Jiyu followed Lin Tianyi and walked back the way they came. Lung Yitong's face turned cold. He blocked the way and stared at Lin Tian. "I'm asking you a question." Staring at Lin Tian, Lung Yitong emitted a cold aura. Lin Tian looked at Lung Yitong and was surprised. He remembered that when they met in Fengjian City, Lung Yitong was only at the 5th firmament of the body refinement realm. But now he had reached the 2nd firmament of the divine vein realm. This cultivation speed was a little too fast. It was abnormal. What he didn't know was that a big family like the Lung family had countless spiritual pills and elixirs. It wasn't difficult for them to produce a divine vein realm expert. "Lung Yitong, I said that he's my guest. Be more polite." Ji was a little unhappy. "I'm sorry, little you. I'll apologize to you later." Lung Yitong looked at Lin Tian coldly. "I'll ask again. What's your name? If possible, let's be friends. After all, you're Xiao Yu's guest." "No need. I'm not interested in becoming friends with you," Lin Tian said calmly. You looked at Lin Tian in surprise. Lin Tian had been very calm before. Why was he acting so strange now? Behind him, the few young men sucked in a breath of cold air. Lung Yitong was the young master of the Lung clan, one of the 3 great clans in the Imperial City. The force behind him was shocking. In the Imperial City, how many people dared to disrespect him? But now, such an ordinary-looking young man was actually speaking to Lung Yitong in such a manner. Lung Yitong's expression turned even uglier. His eyes became incomparably gloomy. "But I'm very interested in becoming friends with you." As he spoke, he took a step forward and stared coldly at Lin Tian. He said, "Besides that, no one in the Imperial City has ever dared to disobey me like this. It's best that you consider carefully before speaking." Jiyu frowned. Lung Yitong's words were a blatant threat. Looking at Lung Yitong, Jiyu was about to speak, but Lin Tian was one step ahead of her. "No one has ever dared to disobey you? Then you're in luck because there's one now," Lin Tian said calmly. The few young men behind Lung Yitong widened their eyes. Who was this young man? How could he be so arrogant? Lin Tian glanced at Lung Yitong and said to Jiyu, "Let's go." Jiyu nodded and followed Lin Tian with a strange expression. She was the one who brought Lin Tian here. She was the host. But now it seemed like Lin Tian had become the host. "Stop right there." Lung Yitong's expression was cold. In a flash, she stood in front of the two of them again. Staring at Lin Tian, Lung Yitong emitted a cold aura with a hint of murderous intent. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. Now we're leaving. You can try blocking me again if you dare. After he finished speaking, he walked around Lung Yitong and walked forward. Lung Yitong snorted and stood in front of Lin Tian again. In the Imperial City, there's no one that I, Lung Yitong, can't stop. Lung Yitong opened her mouth coldly. Unfortunately, before she could finish, a slap flew toward her. With a resounding slap, Lung Yitong was sent flying several meters away. A good dog doesn't block the way. Haven't you heard of this saying? Lin Tian retracted his right hand and said coldly. The few young men widened their eyes. They could only feel cold sweat dripping down their backs. Where did this young man come from? He dared to slap the young master of the Lung family, one of the 3 major families. Did he not know how to spell the word death? Many passers-by nearby were also shocked. They all looked at Lin Tian in shock. Although these people were commoners, they were very clear about many things. Almost all of them knew Lung Yitong's identity. Lin Tian dared to slap the young master of the Lung family. How dare you? How dare you? The few young men reacted and immediately shouted at Lin Tian. These people were with Lung Yitong. Their status was much lower than Lung Yitong's. Lung Yitong was their leader. Now that Lung Yitong was sent flying, they naturally had to stand up for him. Of course, since Lin Tian was standing with Jiyu, the few of them did not dare to go overboard. They only scolded him and did not dare to make a move. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced coldly at the few of them. Meeting Lin Tian's eyes, the few of them were shocked and could not help but take a step back. Lin Tian was an expert in the 2nd tier of the divine pulse realm. Moreover, his hands were stained with blood. He had even wiped out a small martial arts family. The cold aura that he deliberately exuded was not something that a few young masters in the body tempering stage could resist. Staring at Lin Tian, the few of them had a slightly unpleasant expression. At this moment, a strong wave of vital core exploded. It was accompanied by a chilling, murderous intent. It was terrifying. Lung Yitong stood up. His face had a clear expression. His eyes were like a venomous snake. He stared at Lin Tian and said, "How dare you hit me? No matter who you are, don't think of leaving here alive today. I want you to die without a burial place." As soon as he finished speaking, Lung Yitong rushed towards Lin Tian like a ghost. His speed was extremely fast. He covered the distance of a few feet in an instant. The soul-chasing puppet of the Lung family, Jiyu, was shocked. He wanted to help Lung Yitong, but Lin Tian raised his hand and grabbed Lung Yitong's wrist. This scene made Jiyu's expression change instantly. The few young men were also shocked. How is this possible? The Lung family was one of the 3 major martial arts families in the Imperial City. They had many profound martial arts manuals. Among them, the soul-chasing puppet was the most famous one. Once the soul-chasing puppet was used, it was said that no one could stop it. This was because this martial arts technique was an extremely shocking movement technique. After the Lung family used the soul-chasing puppet, ordinary people would be killed before they could even see the shadow clearly. At this moment, Lung Yitong's soul-chasing puppet was easily broken by someone else. How could he not be shocked? Staring at Lin Tian, Lung Yitong was also shocked. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Lung Yitong felt pain in his wrist. Lin Tian had broken the bones in his hand. You! Staring at Lin Tian, Lung Yitong's face was ferocious. Lin Tian snorted. He raised his leg and kicked Lung Yitong's abdomen. With a bang, Lung Yitong was sent flying again. This time, Lin Tian did not hold back. Lung Yitong was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. He could not stand up for a long time. Let's go. Lin Tian tilted his head and said to Jiyu, "Okay." Jiyu nodded. As the granddaughter of the great general, Ji Yu naturally did not care about the power behind Lung Yitong. He only looked at Lin Tian strangely. This person was very calm before. Why did he suddenly become so aggressive? Moreover, he was so powerful. What are you looking at? Lin Tian asked. Nothing. Ji Yu shook his head. Lin Tian smiled and did not say anything. He followed Ji Yu out of the market. Lung Yitong was lying on the ground. He was in a sorry state. Blood was flowing out of his mouth. Young Master Lung. A few young men were shocked. They hurriedly ran over and helped Lung Yitong up. Lung Yitong's face was extremely gloomy. He stared in the direction where Lin Tian left. His eyes were like a poisonous snake. Young Master Lung, how are you? One of them asked cautiously. Lung Yitong straightened his body and pushed the young men away with a cold face. Investigate. Find out all the information about him within a day. I don't care who he is. I want him dead. Lung Yitong said coldly. Yes, young Master Lung. One of the young men hurriedly said. Lung Yitong's face was sinister. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. There were many people around. When they saw Lung Yitong's expression, everyone retreated far away, afraid of offending him. At this time, Lin Tian and Ji Yu had already walked out of the market. Do you want to go somewhere else? Ji Yu asked. No, it's late. I want to go back first. I booked a room in a restaurant. Lin Tian on Dao. Ji Yu was stunned. You want to go back? Yes, what's wrong? Lin Tian was curious. You can't. Grandpa said that he wants you to stay tonight. Ji Yu looked at Lin Tian and said, There are many guest rooms in the general's residence. Stay the night at the general's residence. If you leave, Grandpa will be angry with me. He will blame me for not treating you well. Lin Tian was speechless. The old general dotes on you. Why would he be angry with you? In any case, you can't leave. Ji Yu said, Lin Tian, why did this young girl look a little strange again? In the end, Lin Tian could not persuade Ji Yu. He followed Ji Yu back to the general's residence. At night, Ji Yuanshan rushed back. He looked much more relaxed, as if a mountain had been lifted off his shoulders. Little brother, did Xiao Yu treat you well? Ji Yuanshan smiled. Very well. Lin Tian nodded. Ji Yuanshan was even happier. He looked at Ji Yu and said, This old man is most proud of having a granddaughter like her. That night, Lin Tian drank a lot with Ji Yuanshan. They drank until dawn. At almost the same time, in the Lung family, Lung Yitong's room, a secret letter was placed on the table. Lin Tian, 16 years old, used to be a disciple of Fengjian City's Nanyang martial house. He once saved the great general's granddaughter and held the great general's deputy command. He will be entering the imperial city to cultivate in the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. Lung Yitong's face turned gloomy after reading the letter. He crumpled the letter. It's him, that bastard from back then. After a pause, Lung Yitong suddenly sneered. Cultivate in the Northern Flame Imperial Academy? Ha, interesting. There's still one more day before the Northern Flame Imperial Academy officially accepts new disciples. I've prepared a surprise for you. Chapter 128. Early in the morning, Lin Tian woke up early and went to the courtyard of the general's residence to cultivate. No pop-up window. A few minutes later, with a creak, Ji Yuanshan walked out from a nearby room. Seeing that Lin Tian had actually woken up so early to cultivate, Ji Yuanshan's eyes flashed. Little brother, you're early. Ji Yuanshan smiled. Lin Tian Dao, not at all, I just woke up. Ji Yuanshan smiled and walked to the side to warm up his body. After all, Ji Yuanshan was also a martial arts cultivator. Not long after, Ji Yu walked out from the side. Grandpa, breakfast is ready. Ji Yuanshan nodded and smiled at Lin Tian. Little brother, let's go. Xiao Yu cooked personally. It's very good. Personally? Lin Tian was a little surprised and looked at Ji Yu strangely. The general's residence definitely did not lack servants. But Ji Yu actually cooked personally? In that case, didn't he wake up earlier than him? Breakfast was very simple. It was thick millet porridge, but the taste was very special. How is it? Ji Yuanshan asked. Not bad. Lin Tian replied honestly. Ji Yuanshan laughed and was very happy. Then eat more. Speaking of which, in this world, other than this old man, only you can eat something personally cooked by Xiao Yu. Lin Tianwei was stunned. This was really rare. Breakfast was soon over. Lin Tian bid farewell to Ji Yuanshan and prepared to leave. Why don't I send you there? Ji Yu suddenly said. Lin Tianyi was stunned. Even Ji Yu looked at Ji Yu in surprise. Xiao Yu, you've been a little strange these 2 days. You're not usually like this. You seem to be very enthusiastic. To be honest, Ji Yuanshan's words were a little tactful. Usually, Ji Yu would not be so proactive with anyone. Ji Yu blushed and said, because you saved my life. Is that so? That's right. Ji Yuanshan did not have too many doubts. Then send him off. Lin Tian said, Old General, this is it. It didn't seem appropriate for a young girl to send him back to the restaurant. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Ji Yuanshan clearly knew what Lin Tian was thinking. He laughed heartily and said, Little brother, do you still remember what this old man said to you when we parted that day? From the looks of it, the two of you seemed to be fated to meet. As he spoke, Ji Yuanshan looked at Ji Yu and said, Go little you. Ji Yuanshan smiled at the two of them and walked towards the backyard. Lin Tian was rather embarrassed and didn't know what to say. This old general, what was he thinking? Lin Tian, are you leaving? Ji Yu asked. Is there really no problem? Lin Tian asked. To be honest, Lin Tian wasn't used to walking with Ji Yu, especially when Ji Yu proposed to send him back to the restaurant and take a look at his current residence. He felt that it was a little strange. However, since Ji Yu had already proposed it, if he directly refused, it would hurt the girl's face. What problem? No problem, Ji Yu said. Lin Tian said helplessly, Then all right. The two of them walked out of the general's estate. This time, Lin Tian led the way and walked towards the restaurant. The servants in the general's mansion and the two experts guarding the general's mansion couldn't help but stare at this scene. This young miss actually accompanied that youth for 2 days in a row. Could it be? Everyone was shocked. Many of the servants in the general's estate were old. In recent years, they had watched Ji Yu grow up, but they had never seen their young miss accompany anyone like this. In the past, even a princess of the imperial family couldn't enjoy such treatment when she came to the general's estate. Lin Tian and Ji Yu walked in the imperial city and soon arrived at the restaurant where they were staying. Are we really going in? Lin Tian stopped in his tracks. Yes. Ji Yu nodded. Lin Tian was a little helpless. He could only lead Ji Yu inside. When they entered the restaurant, the waiter happened to pass by. He immediately looked at Lin Tiandao respectfully. Sir, you're back. You weren't here yesterday, so I thought. As he spoke, the waiter suddenly saw Ji Yu beside Lin Tian. At first, he was stunned, but then his expression changed drastically. Mississippi. Miss Ji. The waiter trembled and almost knelt on the ground. She was the granddaughter of the imperial general, the #1 prodigy in the imperial city. How many people didn't know her? For a moment, not only the waiter, but everyone in the restaurant was shocked. Lin Tian facepalmed. He knew it would turn out this way. What's next? Let's go to your room. Ji, you didn't seem to be shy at all. Lin Tian. Lin Tian felt that this young girl was a little strange. Wasn't she a little too friendly with him? All right. Lin Tian didn't know what to say. He could only follow the stairs to the second floor. Ji Yu was very calm. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. He quietly followed behind Lin Tian. It wasn't until the two of them were far away that the restaurant burst into gasps of surprise. Who is that young man? He's actually walking with that person? Many people were shocked. The waiter couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. He muttered to himself, no wonder he doesn't care about young Master Xia. He's actually with that Miss Ji. Lin Tian led Ji Yu to his room. Ji Yu looked left and right. How was it? Lin Tian asked. What? Ji Yu was a little confused. My room. Didn't you say you wanted to come up and take a look? Ji Yu was stunned. He muttered softly, Idiot! At this time a neigh sounded. It seemed that the dragon scale horse in the backyard of the restaurant had heard Lin Tian's voice. Lin Tian opened the window and looked out. He couldn't help but smile. Ji Yu followed his gaze. That dragon scale horse, is it yours? Yes, a friend gave it to me. This horse is quite intelligent. Lin Tian smiled. Friend. Ji Yu paused. Is it a man or a woman? A woman. Lin Tian Ondao. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile when he thought of that girl, Sushu. After leaving Fengjian City for a few days, he missed her. There was also Lin Shi. He didn't know if she was doing well. Thinking of Lin Shi, Lin Tian's eyes couldn't help but become very gentle. Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Ji Yu's face suddenly turned pale. That girl, you have a girl you like? No, it's just a very, very good friend. She helped me a lot. Lin Tian Ondao. Your eyes were so gentle just now. I'm thinking of my sister. Sister? Ji Yu was stunned. You have a sister? Yes, what's wrong? No. Ji Yu shook his head repeatedly. He actually heaved a sigh of relief and said, Can you take me to see her when you have time? Okay. Lin Tian nodded. He felt that this was a little strange. Ji Yu stayed in the restaurant for about an hour and then left. Of course, Lin Tian naturally sent Ji Yu off personally. Then he walked him all the way to the general's residence. Sorry to trouble you. Ji Yu was a little embarrassed. It's my pleasure. Lin Tian Ondao. This time, Lin Tian didn't enter the general's residence. He said goodbye to Ji Yu outside the general's residence and then left. Ji Yu stood in front of the general's residence and stared at Lin Tian's back until Lin Tian disappeared from his sight. He's a little silly. Ji Yu muttered to himself and then turned to enter the general's residence. Lin Tian was already very far away. Thinking about it, Ji Yu sent him back to the restaurant from the general's residence, and he sent Ji Yu back from the restaurant. Both of them were very funny. Shaking his head, Lin Tian's gaze suddenly fell on a very prominent building in the distance. The Imperial City's Array Manipulator Association. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He paused for a moment and then walked in that direction. Soon, Lin Tian arrived in front of the Array Manipulator Association. There was no one standing guard outside the association, so Lin Tian easily walked in. Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? A waitress came up to him with a professional smile on her face. Lin Tian nodded and said, I'm here for the Array Manipulator certification. When he was in Supervisor Feng City, he had been certified as an array manipulator and had reached the 3rd level. Unfortunately, the Array Manipulator Association in Supervisor Feng City could only issue a badge for a 2nd level array manipulator. Those above the 2nd level could only be issued by the Imperial City. At this moment, Lin Tian happened to pass by the Array Manipulator Association, so he walked in. Array Manipulator certification? The female attendant was shocked. Are you sure? It was no wonder that the female attendant was so surprised. After all, Lin Tian was really too young. I'm sure. Please inform them. Lin Tian Ondao. This expression was within his expectations from the very beginning. Although the female attendant didn't believe it, she didn't refuse Lin Tian's request. She bowed slightly and said, Okay, please wait a moment. After saying that, the female attendant walked into the association's backyard. Lin Tian sized up the Array Manipulator Association in the Imperial City. He discovered that the association here was at least 10 times bigger than the one in Supervisor Feng City. The decorations were also very grand. The only similarity was that there was a mission board in the Imperial City's Array Manipulator Association. Many people were gathered under the mission board. At this time, 3 old men walked out of the association's backyard at the same time. The 3 of them looked to be in their 60s, but their complexions were very rosy, especially the one in the middle. He gave off a strong sense of oppression. Elder Nya, Elder Jean, and Lord Vice President. Heavens! Why did the 3 of them come out at the same time? Did something big happen? Many people in the association stared with wide eyes. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the 3 old men quickly walked in front of Lin Tian. "Young man, did you come from Supervisor Feng City?" the one in the middle asked. This person's name was Qin Feng, the vice president of the Imperial City's Array Manipulator Association. "Yes, how did you know?" Lin Tian Wei was puzzled. As expected, Qin Feng and the 2 old men on his left and right looked at each other. He smiled and said, "Before this, the Array Manipulator Guild of Feng Administrative City had already sent us your information and the news that you were coming to the Imperial City. Just now, when we 3 old men heard that there was a 16-year-old boy coming to get his Array Manipulator certification, we guessed it was you." When Supervisor Feng City's Array Manipulator Association reported the news of Lin Tian's arrival to the Imperial City, the whole association was shocked. They had been waiting for Lin Tian's arrival. One had to know that a 16-year-old who had reached the 3rd level of Control Array was simply a supreme figure in the future. So when they heard the maid report that a 16-year-old young man had come to take the certification, the 3 of them subconsciously thought that it was the peerless genius of Feng Jian City. They were very excited and personally came out to welcome him. So it's like this. Lin Tian understood. Seeing that Lin Tian understood, the 3 old men smiled. "Little brother, this way," Qin Feng said. "Okay, Lin Tian Dao." Immediately, Lin Tian followed the 3 old men to the association's backyard. P.S. I wish brothers and sisters a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Remember to eat the mooncakes. Chapter 129. Lin Tian followed the 3 into the guild's backyard. During this process, he secretly observed the 3 of them and discovered that Qin Feng was actually a Tier 5 Array Manipulation Master, while the other 2 elders were both Tier 4 Array Manipulation Masters. No pop-up window. This made Lin Tian somewhat surprised. As expected of the Imperial City's Array Controller Guild, there were actually so many powerful array controllers. However, Lin Tian was only slightly surprised for a moment before returning to normal. Honestly speaking, although the difference between Rank 1 and Rank 5 array manipulators was huge, their levels were about the same. The true dividing line for array manipulators was Rank 6. There was a saying that only after reaching the 6th rank could one be considered to have truly stepped into the sacred hall of array controllers. "Little brother, can you show us your array controlling skills?" Qin Feng asked, although he had already received some information about Lin Tian from Feng Jian City. But after all, seeing was believing. Of course. Lin Tian did not refuse. The materials of the Imperial City's Array Controller Guild were very complete. Lin Tian thought for a bit and decided to inscribe the solitary lock rune. He currently had a total of 3 3rd rank runes: Swallow Rain Rune, Gale Rune, and Solitary Lock Rune. The Swallow Rain Rune was a healing rune that required one to use one's body. The Gale Rune required the precious Moondrop Rune. Only the Solitary Lock Rune was relatively simple. After choosing the materials, Lin Tian crushed the materials in front of the 3 to create the ink. Then his 5 fingers moved together and lines of runes quickly jumped onto the initial scroll under his will. About 15 minutes later, the Solitary Lock Rune was completed. This powerful soul force and that method of inscribing runes, it is indeed the legendary 5-dragon Divine Flash. Supreme Rank Array Controller Genius. The eyes of the 3 lit up. The 16-year-old Lin Tian indeed had the ability of a 3rd Rank Array Controller. The most important thing was that the three of them had never seen the solitary lock rune before. At this moment, staring at Lin Tian, the three of them revealed a shocked expression. Around the solitary lock rune, the three of them felt a mysterious ripple that seemed to be able to distort space. Qin Feng took a deep breath and said after a while, "Little brother, this rune is solitary lock rune. It can temporarily seal a small space." Lin Tian. Hearing this, the three of them were shocked. What kind of concept was it to temporarily seal off a small space? Qin Feng paused for a moment and said, "Little brother, can you sell this solitary lock rune and the method of carving the 5 Dragon God Flash formation to the guild? The guild will definitely give you a satisfactory price." The 5 Dragon God Flash's method of carving the formation and the solitary lock rune were not simple and were priceless. Lin Tian shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Senior. My master has ordered that without his permission, this disciple is not allowed to spread any formation patterns." Since he had already fabricated that he had a teacher in Fengjian City, Lin Tian decided to continue fabricating. After all, he was a matrix manipulator. It was normal for him to have a teacher. Moreover, fabricating a powerful teacher could sometimes have a deterrent effect. At least it wouldn't be a bad thing. The three of them looked at each other. Obviously, they also knew that it was impossible. They couldn't help but reveal looks of disappointment. "Excuse me for asking, but what is your master's name?" Qin Feng asked. "I'm sorry, Senior. Lin Tian doesn't know my master's name. I guess I will only know his real name after I reach the Sea of Consciousness realm. This is also what my master said when he passed down the method of carving the formation. After reaching the Sea of Consciousness realm, my master will appear again and personally teach me martial arts and more advanced methods of carving the formation." Lin Tian on Dao. He had already experienced this twice, so it was natural for him to deal with it smoothly. Elder Nya and Elder Jean were startled when they heard this. Even Qin Feng was slightly surprised. "Your master is really not simple," Qin Feng said in a deep voice. At this moment, Qin Feng and the other two had the same reaction and thought as Mu Qing and the others. Only after reaching the Sea of Consciousness realm would he truly teach his disciples cultivation. How strong was this person? At the very least, he should be an airborne realm expert. This kind of expert, if he wanted to destroy the Northern Flame Country, it wouldn't be a big problem. Moreover, he was also a powerful matrix manipulator. Staring at Lin Tian, the three of them couldn't help but have a burning gaze. "So, little brother, are you willing to be a guest of the Matrix Manipulator Guild in the Imperial City?" Qin Feng stared at Lin Tian and said, "Your master must be a kind of hidden expert. I heard that you want to enter the Northern Flame Imperial Academy to cultivate. That should be just a part of your experience. You want to reach the Sea of Consciousness realm as soon as possible and truly cultivate with that expert." After a pause, Qin Feng continued, "To be honest, there are many conflicts in the Imperial City, and the Northern Flame Imperial Academy is full of scheming. As long as you are willing to become a guest of our guild, the guild can give you a lot of privileges and protection so that you can walk more smoothly in the Imperial City. What do you think?" The Array Manipulator Association was a gigantic and mysterious organization that didn't belong to the Empire. In fact, it might even surpass the Empire. Some of the more powerful array manipulators had extremely shocking rallying power. Hence, Qin Feng had enough confidence to say such words. Lin Tian's heart moved. It sounded like it was worth considering. "To become a guest, what do I need to do?" Lin Tian asked. There was no free lunch in the world. Lin Tian was very clear about this point. "You don't need to do anything special. Little brother, you don't need to hand over your runes to the guild. You only need to engrave a few rune scrolls and hand them over to the guild every month. Of course, at the same time, the guild will give you an appropriate reward. You can even choose some ordinary materials." Qin Feng said. Lin Tian thought for a moment. Engraving a few rune scrolls wasn't a big problem. Even if he engraved a few dozen rune scrolls every month, it would be a very simple matter. After thinking for a moment, Lin Tian nodded and said, "Okay." Qin Feng and the other two were delighted. Although Lin Tian was only at the third realm, he was still young. He was only 16 years old. To have such achievements at the age of 16, in 2 or 3 years, reaching the fifth realm or even the sixth realm was not impossible. Roping in such a guest was very important. Good. Here, little brother, this is your array manipulator's rank badge. Qin Feng took out the third realm array manipulator's badge and handed it to Lin Tian. As he spoke, he reached into his chest and took out a dragon mark golden token. This is the pardon token of the royal family of the Northern Flame Country. With it, you can pardon anyone once. The Northern Flame Imperial Academy is the highest martial palace in the imperial city of the Northern Flame Country. Entering it to cultivate this dragon mark golden token may be of some use. Qin Feng had once helped the royal family of the Northern Flame Country and obtained this dragon mark golden token by chance. However, this dragon mark golden token was of no use to Qin Feng himself. It should be known that Qin Feng was a fifth realm array manipulator and the vice president of the Imperial City Array Manipulator Guild. His status was extremely high. The Northern Flame Country had no right to convict Qin Feng. Lin Tian didn't stand on ceremony. He took it and said, "Thank you, senior. You're welcome. If little brother needs anything in the future, feel free to ask. As long as it's within the guild's ability, we'll do our best to help little brother." Qin Feng said. Lin Tian nodded, thanking Qin Feng again. After chatting with the three for a while, Lin Tian stood up and bid farewell. The three of them personally escorted Lin Tian to the entrance of the guild. "Little brother, come often." Qin Feng waved his hand. "Definitely," Lin Tian replied. Turning around, Lin Tian's footsteps did not slow down. Soon, he disappeared from the three's sight. When Huang Xiaolong left the Imperial City Array Manipulator Guild, the sky was already dark and it was close to dusk. Soon, Lin Tian returned to the inn where he stayed. Lin Tian went to the backyard to check on the dragon scale stallion. Seeing that the stallion's complexion was not bad, he didn't pay much attention to it. He ordered the waiter to send some food to Huang Xiaolong's room and went up to the second floor. About half an hour later, the waiter delivered the food. Lin Tian ate a simple meal and decided not to cultivate. Instead, he laid on the bed, preparing to have a good rest. After all, tomorrow was the day he had to report to the Imperial Courtyard. It was said that before entering the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, there would be a big exam. Only by passing the big exam would he be considered a true Imperial Courtyard disciple. Thus, before that, he had to ensure that he was in peak condition. He had traveled thousands of miles to the Imperial City. If he returned in failure, it would be a huge joke. Lying on the bed, Lin Tian soon fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. Early in the morning, Lin Tian woke up very early. After tidying up, he headed to the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. As for the dragon scale stallion, he temporarily left it at the inn. He planned to wait until he passed the Imperial Courtyard's entrance exam before coming here to bring the dragon scale stallion to the Imperial Courtyard. Lin Tian already knew the location of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Soon, he arrived in front of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. As far as the eye could see, the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's entrance was shockingly huge. It exuded a majestic aura, as if it was a giant beast lying on the ground. At this time, there was already a sea of people in front of the courtyard. Of course, most of these people were here to watch the bustling scene. After all, today was the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's annual enrollment day. As for the actual number of new disciples, Lin Tian learned from the Imperial Courtyard's instructor, Su Zhou, that there were roughly 200 people. 200 people, all of them are geniuses. Lin Tian muttered to himself. There were hundreds of cities in the northern Flame country, and there were several hundred large and small martial houses. The number of cultivators in the northern Flame imperial courtyard was hard to estimate. However, the northern Flame imperial courtyard's recruitment criteria were extremely harsh. As long as one was a genius, they could only choose one person from each city. Thus, there were not many young cultivators who could enter the northern Flame imperial courtyard every year. Lin Tian took out the imperial courtyard's token and walked to the entrance, passing it to the instructor in charge of recording the new disciples' names. The instructor glanced at it and nodded. "Stand over there." As he spoke, he passed the token back to Lin Tian. Taking back the token, Lin Tian nodded and walked towards the instructor's designated position. At this time, there were already more than 100 youths standing there. Most of them were around 17 years old, and they were full of vigor. They seemed to be extraordinary people. Soon, the registration of the 200 new disciples was completed. At this time, a middle-aged man walked out and stood in front of the 200 youths. He said, "The assessment will begin in 15 minutes. The assessment is very simple. Everyone will enter the demonic beast ridge and survive for half a month within 3,000 feet of the demonic beast ridge. Moreover, everyone will need to kill at least one peak grade 4 demonic beast to pass the assessment." Hua! Hearing this, many people's faces changed. It had to be known that the Beast Devil Ridge was filled with demonic beasts, and it was extremely dangerous. Especially after 3,000 zhang, the danger level increased. Surviving in this environment for half a month and killing a peak 4th level demonic beast that was comparable to a 3rd level body refinement cultivator. This level of difficulty could be said to be shocking. After a brief pause, the middle-aged man glanced at the group of freshmen and said, "Remember, it's forbidden to kill and compete with each other. During the exam, the Imperial Courtyard will send 5 senior disciples to the Demonic Beast Ridge to supervise your actions. If anyone attacks their companions, they will bear the consequences. In addition, if anyone wants to give up during the assessment, you can take the initiative to say so. Of course, once you give up, you will lose the qualification to enter the Imperial Courtyard forever." As he spoke, 5 youths walked out from behind the middle-aged man. These 5 youths were all outstanding talents, especially the blue-clothed youth in the middle. His vigor was shockingly strong. "That is Lung Feng, the future successor of the Lung family," someone exclaimed. Staring at the blue-clothed youth, many people revealed a look of awe.